already know might want to contact us. Within just hours of the public announcement of the win, we began to understand what that historic decision meant. The phone started to ring, non-stop. Most of the calls were from family, friends, neighbours and some vaguer acquaintances congratulating us on our luck. Others were from complete strangers wanting to help us spend our cash. We unplugged the landline pretty sharpish, and I put the handset in a cupboard. If only everything could be cleared away so easily. As we didn't opt out of the telephone directory, this doesn't just mean people could call us. It also apparently means that our address is easily tracked down online. We are now inundated with letters that Jake scathingly refers to as begging letters. They are not begging letters. Right, some of them are scams. They are just overtures from strangers. And I suppose strangers are just friends you haven't yet met, he says, with something that seems close to a sneer. Maybe, I mumble sulkily. Is there a single letter that doesn't ask for money? Well, no. He makes a sound of victory, confident that he's proven his point. But most of them are asking for money on other people's behalf. It's actually fascinating to see the breadth of charities and enterprises that exist in order to make the world a better place. If you watch the news or go online, it's easy to imagine the world is going to hell in a handcart, but reading through these charity requests reminds me that there are countless good people out there trying to make things better, not just for themselves, but more often than not for others. There are a number of interesting projects that... I looked up and noticed he'd left the room. The kids seemed embarrassed for me. Unfortunately, the flip side of beginning to comprehend how many charities and aid projects there are in the world is that it drives home the fact that there are endless people who are suffering and in need of help. I sit at the kitchen table and let my fingers trail over the words that have been sent my way. Most of them are sprawled across printed letters or even professional-looking pamphlets and brochures. But some have been handwritten. Florid, loopy requests made in ink, fast, urgent requests in biro, even some desperate, rudimentary ones in pencil. They all say the same. Help me. I'm not sure how I will decide which causes to support. We work in 22 countries, helping communities to lift themselves out of poverty through education, training, and supporting livelihoods. Donate safe in the knowledge that it will be used where it is most needed. Be the reason for improved livelihoods. Your donation means we can continue funding vital research into heart disease, strokes, and... Just a small donation could support a PhD student starting their career in research in vascular dementia. Become a sponsor today, and you'll see a child's life change for the better. By sponsoring a child, you'll help them have access to safe, clean water, healthcare, and education. At first, I approach the letters haphazardly. I pick them up, read them, pour them, put them down again. It's only after I've read about 20 and I pick one up I recognise that I realise I need a system. I sort the requests into 3 piles. One for charitable requests, another for investment requests in businesses, and a third for scams. These letters, from people asking for my bank details, a PayPal transfer or urging me to invest in wine, land, carbon credits, gold or diamonds, all go in the bin. I put the more genuine-looking investment opportunities into a file. I'll look at those later. It's the charitable projects that interest me the most. The extraordinary wealth is weighing heavily on me, but at the same time it affords me a tremendous opportunity. I can do a lot of good. I realise that many will think impulsively giving Thomas, a relative stranger, £3 million was an act of insanity. Maybe it was. I should have told Jake by now. I really should have. I know that. But I haven't. The right moment hasn't presented itself. I'm beginning to think the right moment doesn't exist. Jake will be livid, that's for certain. He'll see it as a betrayal, maybe even cruelty or spite. I wonder how long it will take him to notice. Whilst he is very keen on spending the money we won, he hasn't yet shown any interest in investing it or monitoring what is in our prestige bank account. He spends, safe in the knowledge that we have enough. We have plenty. Jake and I are not seeing eye to eye on much at the moment. Whilst I'm dealing with all the correspondence regarding charitable endeavours, he's dealing with the party RSVPs. As he left the house today, he so casually said, "You know, the Heathcotes have said yes to coming to the party." "Have they?" "Which is a good thing." "Is it, though?" "Lexi, they changed their statement. We got what we wanted." "Their son beat up our daughter." "Well, technically he didn't beat her. Megan and her cronies did." "Jake, can you even hear yourself? Okay, technically he stood by and watched as our daughter, his girlfriend, was beaten up. They've been buffeting one another around since they were toddlers. Fallout, scraps and make-ups are a way of life to them. Emily is fine with this. Kids will be kids," says Jake with a shrug. "You know this is nothing to do with kids being kids." "I think it's important we make a clear and public statement that all that nonsense about them claiming to be winners is water under the bridge." I glared at him. "We don't need to make clear and public statements about anything. We're not running the country. How do we know something won't kick off again? What if they hurt Emily again?" "Tensions were high. Things have calmed down now." The one thing I know about parties is that nothing ever calms down at them. I sigh, check the clock. I should put on some dinner. They'll probably be home soon. I decide to prepare a lasagna. We've been eating out a lot recently, still too high to consider anything as mundane as cooking. Maybe we're ready for some home-cooked food, and lasagna is a long-standing crowd pleaser in our family. Good, solid, comfort food that I regularly serve up when the kids are feeling overwhelmed with schoolwork or after an important sports match, or when Jake has had a long day at the office. Often on Tuesdays. He always used to work late on Tuesdays. None of the above apply, but I find I have a need to eat lasagna anyway. Reading the letters has been emotionally exhausting. I heat some olive oil in a frying pan. The gas is up too high and it snaps and spits. I pour myself a glass of red wine and put on the radio, as I like to listen to classic FM when I'm cooking. I don't listen to classical music at any other time. Usually I prefer listening to Sarah Cox on Radio 2. But somehow the fugue and rondo lift browning onions from a mundane chore to something a little more special. I add the passata, stock and grated nutmeg. I leave the dish to simmer for half an hour, and then put a WhatsApp message on our family chat, asking what time I should expect them. I hold the phone for a few minutes until the blue ticks appear that tell me my message has been read by everyone. I wait a little longer, hoping for a response. None comes. I see that all three are online, then Logan isn't. A message tells me Emily is typing, and then she is not. She goes offline without giving me an ETA. I wait for Jake to pick up the mantle. I send another message. Just an estimate will do. No response. Charming. The kitchen suddenly seems moody and morose. The gloomy clouds have thickened, and although it's only 7 o'clock, it's much darker than it ought to be on a May evening. A dark shape slips along the low back fence. The neighbour's cat. Another shadow slinks on the ground. A wily fox. Flicking on the electric light, I swallow the lump of irritation that sticks in my throat and continue with the prep, regardless. Maybe they are just heading home and didn't think it was worth telling me, as they'll be here in 10 minutes. I spoon the sauce into the warmed and greased oven-proof dish, then cover with some fresh lasagna sheets, and then cheat a little by layering on ready-made white sauce. I get great pleasure in repeating this process 3 times, scattering torn mozzarella over the top and popping the entire dish into the oven to bake. There's something lovely and reassuring about producing a big slab of food, where, just a short time ago, there was nothing. I become aware that not only is it dark in the kitchen, but a chill is sweeping through the house. A door slams shut upstairs and makes me jump. The wind is getting up outside, and I have all the bedroom windows open. In the garden, the trees are shuddering, their leaves rustling as though they are whispering and chattering amongst themselves, passing on slippery secrets. The sky is charcoal. Raindrops splash onto the kitchen window, fat and determined, the type that suggest an oncoming deluge. I run around the house, closing windows. Last year we had a heat wave, and either because we're an optimistic nation or a dumb one, I think we were all expecting the same again, despite the fact that the heat wave before last was in 1976. We really ought only to be hopeful every 42 years. Funny thing, I made this jokey observation to my next-door neighbour this morning, a woman in her 80s who I have always pegged as a sweet old dear. We have rubbed along side by side for over a decade, passing pleasantries, helping each other when needed. She is tolerant when the kids make a lot of noise in the garden. Jake puts her bins out. I think all your summers have come at once, haven't they? And your Christmases too, come to that. You can't complain about the weather. You can't complain about anything ever again, she said. Then she chuckled, but it wasn't a nice old lady chuckle. It was a fake laugh, spiked through with aggression. I didn't really mean a good summer would be nice for me specifically, I stuttered. It would be nice for everyone. She glared at me over her glasses. The message was clear. I am no longer entitled to want anything, not even a sunny day. The downpour is relentless now. I listen to the rain slap the garden patio, our roof, the windows. A drum roll, a constant growl. It's drowning out my classical music, so I turn that up to an uncomfortably high volume. I wonder how far they've got with putting up the marquee. This rain will be a problem if the top and sides aren't on yet. Although, however much of a problem it is, I'm sure the party planner will have a solution. She'll buy electric fans to dry the place out, heaters to warm it up. She'll buy carpet for the fields. Money can't solve everything, but it certainly helps when it comes to party planning. I send Jake another message. How's the progress with the tent? I've made a lasagna. Are you on your way home? His response. We are all in the pub, sheltering from the rain. We'll grab something to eat here. A thought jabs my mind. I wonder who "we are all" is referring to exactly. Him and the kids? The party planner? Other people? Who else? I didn't used to be a jealous woman. I never watched Jake the way some women feel the need to watch their husbands. I never anticipated infidelity, even when we were very young and both quite striking. When we've had chances and choices, I trusted him. We felt solid. Recently, I felt we are on shifting sands. I carefully take the piping hot lasagna out of the oven. The delicious smell of cheese and tomatoes floods the kitchen. I don't want to cut into it just for me. It seems like a waste. Never mind. It will be better tomorrow anyway because it will have settled. I open myself a tin of baked beans and put a couple of slices of bread in the toaster. I suppose I could go and see them at the pub, but it's too wet to walk. I'm not insured on the Ferrari and they have the Audi. Anyway, Jake didn't suggest that I join them, so I feel it might be strangely intrusive. They all, whoever they all are, have spent the day together party planning. It will be awkward if I muscle in now. Besides, I still have the letters to plough through. I decide the best way to try to keep track of the requests is to input the details into a spreadsheet. I can log whether funds are for research or relief, education and ongoing development or emergency aid, animals or people, elderly or the young, home or abroad. It still strikes me that it will be a near impossible job to rank one worthy cause above another, but it feels like a start. It doesn't take long for me to become absorbed. The next thing I know, I look up and see that it's late. It's pitch black outside. As the lights are on in the kitchen, my image reflects back from the black windows as though I am staring into a mirror. I am alone. I mean, obviously I am alone, the others are at the pub, but I am shocked by my reflection. I'm a small woman, however I've always thought of myself as strong, centred. The reflection that shines back at me exposes a woman who looks isolated, frail, and intense. So much has gone on in the past few weeks. I think I'm managing everything. But am I? My hair needs a wash. I should have a blow-dry. I love a blow-dry, and it's not as though I can't afford to treat myself. The truth is, I've been avoiding going to my hairdressers, avoiding all the fuss that will inevitably ensue. All eyes on me, the same barrage of questions. I bet you can't believe your luck. No, I can't. What are you going to spend it on? We haven't quite decided yet. A house, car, travel? Probably. I have encountered this script 60, 70, 80 times in the past few weeks. I know I disappoint people. They want me to be more effusive, more committed. They don't understand my reticence. I am wearing jeans and a t-shirt, the same ones I wore yesterday. I should do my nails too. They are bitten and chipped. I do not look like a lottery winner. The party is in 5 days' time. I'll have to up my game for that. I can't present myself like this. It's not what people are expecting. Jake would be disappointed. Jake likes painted nails. As I stare at my reflection, which I fear appears wizened, even vulnerable, rather than wild and winning, it strikes me that anyone outside might see me this way too, if they were looking. I shiver at that thought, unsure as to where it came from. The rain is still falling persistently. I hear the sound of the plastic recycling bins being scraped along the side path. The wind most likely blew them over, and now that fox I saw earlier will be hungrily rooting through the smelly food bin. There will be a mess to clean up in the morning. I think the shed door must have blown open too, because I hear that swing and bang, swing and bang. Then something about the light in the hallway changes and catches my attention. Our front door is partially glass-plated and light from the garden lamp floods onto the hall carpet. A momentary dimming, a flickering, suggests someone has just walked up the path. I walk into the hallway, but something stops me putting on the light in there. I see a shadow at the front door. At first I think it's Jake and the kids home at last, but I didn't hear the car, and there's none of their familiar chatter heralding their arrival. The shadow looms as whoever it is approaches the door. I wait for the knock, but it doesn't come. I watch as the door handle moves. The door is locked, but I'm turned to stone, knowing that whoever it is on the other side just tried to come in without knocking. And then it is gone. The shadow, the person. Did I imagine something? Conjure someone? I rush to the kitchen window, instinctually wanting to drop the blinds, block out whatever is there in the blackness, and cocoon me in the warmth of my home. I scream as I see 3 faces at the window, 2 men and a woman. They smile and wave. The woman is in her late 40s. She has a gap where a bottom tooth is missing. I think I recognise her face. Maybe I've seen her at the CAB. The 2 men are big and brawly. They have no hair or necks. The younger one is covered in pockmarks that advertise he once suffered badly with acne. They continue to smile and wave. One of them puts up both his thumbs in an old-fashioned gesture that I only ever see on emojis now. His hands look huge, and despite the gesture, I think they are threatening. Did those hands turn the handle on my front door? "All right, love, can we come in?" the older guy shouts through the window over the sound of the rain. I shake my head. My heart is pounding. I can feel it in my mouth. My chest is going to explode. "Come on, love. We're getting drenched out here." "I don't know you," I mutter. I don't know you. And then I drop the blind. I hear them grumble amongst themselves. I'm shaking, ashamed to have literally drawn a blind down on a fellow human being, but also terrified. They might be perfectly lovely people, but I don't know. I can't judge. One of them bangs hard on the window. I grab my phone, but then wonder who to call. Jake? The police? No crime has been committed. They are not really trespassing, just calling round. I wait and nearly collapse with relief when I hear the footsteps move away from the window. But the next moment, my back door swings open. Jake and the kids must have forgotten to lock it. I should have checked it. "Come in, can we?" asks the woman, but they are already stood in the middle of my kitchen, and we all know I didn't invite them. She shakes herself, like a dog does when it comes out of the rain. She isn't wearing a coat, and she looks blue with cold. Her thin, worn leggings and scruffy hoodie not offering much protection against the elements. She's wearing flip-flops. They are muddy. Her feet are misshapen, no doubt from years of wearing poorly fitting, cheap shoes. The men are bigger, fatter, and seem insulated, yet they still wear an air about them that suggests a lack, a need. I've seen this exact demeanour many times at work, neediness edging into desperation and anger. It shouldn't feel shocking, but it does, because it is in my kitchen. My home. My body is stiff with dread. I wait to see what they will ask for. "Have you got a towel to dry off my hair?" asks the woman. I open the drawer where we keep the tea towels. It sticks a little. I wobble it aggressively and then hand her a bundle. She starts to squeeze the water out of her long hair. I hand towels to the men, too. They use them to rub their bald heads and make jokes about buffing boiled eggs. "What do you want?" I ask. My voice comes out challenging, awkward. I wanted to sound confident or polite. Either strategy would be better than appearing difficult. I do need a strategy. These people are not my friends. What are they doing here? Are they going to rob me? Threaten me? Hurt me? "A cup of tea would be nice," says the slightly younger guy. He holds himself up tall. He's at least 6'2", maybe 16 stone. I slowly move towards the kettle, fill it with water, and then set it to boil. "Why are you in my home?" "You're the lottery winner, ain't you?" I consider denying it, but what's the point? My face and those of my family have been all over the local press and news. Around here, we are celebrities. At least the children aren't at home. At least they are safe. £17.8 million, weren't it? Asks the other guy. I don't reply. I see the rain that has run from their clothes and bodies puddling on my kitchen floor. That must take some spending. He stares at me. I find myself nodding in agreement. Them are letters asking for a cut, are they? Some. My voice cracks in my throat. I cough to clear it. We all listen to the sound of the water heating up in the kettle. Could I use that as a weapon, if I had to? Do I have that in me? It's a crazy, drastic thought. I glance at the kitchen knives displayed in a wooden block on the surface. I quickly pull my eyes away, not wanting to draw attention to them. I'm not in a TV show. I know any weapon I try to use is most likely to be used against me. The thing is, says the woman, I came by to see you at work. I was queuing with a lot of other people, actually. You ran off. You said you'd be back, but you weren't. She stares at me, reproachfully. And even though I was told to leave, effectively sacked, certainly without choice, I feel accused, condemned, and guilty. What did you want help with? I ask. I owe money. She glances at the floor, suggesting a sense of shame, or maybe it's just exhaustion. I only borrowed £115, but now they're saying I owe nearly £2,000. I notice that she's shaking too. They'll hurt me if I don't pay. My heart lurches in sympathy. This woman is slight, defenceless physically, and most likely mentally too. I don't even waste my breath suggesting she tries the official channels to fight back against this loan shark. That sort of justice and recourse is simply not available to some. It's an impossible dream, like a unicorn jumping over a rainbow. The chances are the loan shark is part of her community. There would be repercussions. And you two? We're just here to get her and the cash home safely. I realised that these men are as much of a threat to her as they are to me. I don't have that sort of money in the house. I can't give you it even if I wanted to. He does it slowly, deliberately, so that I understand it was a conscious decision and not an unthinking reflex. The younger of the two heavy men slaps the woman in the face. His substantial paw leaves an angry print on her cheek. She keeps her eyes on me, pleading. I could write a cheque. I move to the drawer above the one where we keep the tea towels and pull it open. My chequebook is in there because usually the only cheques I ever write are ones for my kids' school stuff, class photos or a random piece of sports kit, and normally those cheques are demanded at breakfast time as one of the children is heading out the door. The man laughs and holds his hand up as though to strike her again. Of course, they are not going to take a cheque. It was crazy of me to suggest it. They know a cheque can be traced. They know I would cancel it as soon as they left. My guess is they want to be quickly in and out. I'm nothing to them, just a means to an end. I don't know what to do. I don't want them to hurt her, but can I really stop them? I consider walking to the cash point with them, but they might do much worse out there in the storm, to either or both of us. I have my phone in my hand and wonder if I can call 999. This woman may not be in a position to call out a loan shark, but I certainly am. Please, please, she begs, keeping her eyes on me. Then, suddenly, there are car headlights on the street. The two men and I look nervously at the door. I don't want my children walking in on this. They don't know who might be arriving. My husband may be returning with a gang of friends, for all they know. In a flash, the older man picks up my laptop and says, "This'll cover it." The next moment, he is out the back door. The second man and the woman follow him. "Don't go with them! Stay here!" I yell after her. But she keeps running. As they scarper down the back path, the front door opens wide and Jake, Emily and Logan come into the house. They are chatting and laughing. They are wet, but on them, the rain looks luminous, pearlescent. Emboldened by Jake's arrival, I dash along the back path and scream again. "You don't have to go with them!" I think my words have been picked up and tossed far away by the wind until the woman turns around. I feel a sense of joy that I can intervene. I can, after all, rescue her. Then she flicks me the V sign. "Fuck off, rich bitch!" she yells. I can hear them all laughing. For a moment, I stand on the path, rain drilling down on me, confused. But then I understand. It was a scam. She was in on it with them. I go back into the kitchen, slam the door behind me, lock it, and then pull the bolt across. Jake looks concerned when he sees me dripping on the kitchen floor. "What's going on?" he asks. "We're moving," I reply. Chapter 27. Lexi. Tuesday, the 21st of May. I want to move into a hotel right away and stay there until we find somewhere new to live, but Jake says I'm overreacting. Easy for you to say. You weren't the one face to face with them in the kitchen. I haven't slept, not surprisingly, so his normal, everything will be all right manner isn't reassuring me. It's annoying me. We'll hire security guards. I have a contact. The people who are doing the security at the party might be able to help. People who routinely search teenagers' bags for vodka and know how to put a puking adolescent into the recovery position might not cut it, I mutter crossly. They are big guys, ex-army. We'll all be fine. I want to talk to someone who will sympathise and reassure me, but I don't know who to call. That thought is sobering. Cold. I don't want to ring my parents because I know I'll make them anxious if I tell them about the intrusion. As people who grew up poor and brought a family up on not much at all, they are dwelling in a happy, uncomplicated bubble, staunch in the belief that our lottery win is the answer to all problems. I consider calling Ellie, but we haven't spoken since she asked me to leave the office. We've exchanged 2 or 3 emails, the tone of which have been remote, strictly professional. Whilst Ellie said it was just a temporary leave of absence, I'm not sure there is a place for me at the bureau anymore. Not for the first time, I grieve for what I had with Carla and Jennifer. For so many years, they were my go-to friends, the people I shared every thought, feeling, crisis, and triumph with. Then I feel such a huge wave of ferocity, it nearly swipes me off my feet. As though truly underwater and out of my depth, I kick and flounder and try to find firm ground. I never really knew either woman, despite the fact we've been friends for 15 years. In the end, I called Gillian from the lottery company. I liked her from the moment I met her. Right now, she feels like the only person in the world who won't want something from me and therefore might just be in a position to give me something. Gillian doesn't let me down. Sensible and serious, she acknowledges that the incident must have been incredibly frightening. "Can we meet to talk about it?" I ask, feeling weak and silly but knowing I really need her. "Of course." "Today? Can I take you for lunch?" And then, so I don't sound hopelessly cloying, I add, "I'd like to thank you for everything you've done." "We can certainly meet today, but you can't take me for lunch, I'm afraid. We're not allowed to accept any gifts from winners. We can go for lunch if I pay my way. Would you like to do that?" "Yes, please. I really want to get out of the house." We arranged to meet in a pasta chain restaurant in town. I appreciate her choice. It's low-key and straightforward. We'll be able to chat freely without any overly officious waiters, understandably keen to score a big tip, constantly interrupting to ask if our food is good, if there is anything they can do for me, anything at all. Honestly, here, we'll be lucky to catch the attention of the waiting staff when we actually want it. The staff are much more interested in huddling in a group, talking about eyebrow shapes, than they are in attending to us. I oddly like it. It makes me think of work, standing in a gaggle with Rob, Heidi and Judy in the grubby kitchenette that passed as a staff room, talking about what we watched on TV at the weekend. Gillian is already at the table, and as I approach, she stands up, draws me into a big hug, which lasts longer than most. She's a curvy, motherly woman, and I enjoy sinking into her. When she breaks away and then produces a small bunch of orange gerberas, they are tied with an elastic band. She hands them to me with a broad smile. Over the past month, we have received at least 20 bouquets of flowers from people congratulating us on our win. Maybe more. I've lost count. We didn't have enough vases and in the end put them in glasses and buckets. Every bouquet was beautiful. Flowers are an undisputed joy. Many of them came from family, and I massively appreciated the thought of my sister, Jake's brothers and sisters-in-law, wanting to celebrate with us. Others came from people I hadn't heard from in years, people that had fallen off the Christmas card list. I meant to take the flowers to the local old people's home, but things were so busy that before I got around to it, their stems began to rot. The house was flooded with a pungent, slightly sweet, fetid smell of dead foliage. The bouquets were all significantly more elaborate than these 5 bright blooms. But I think this is the bunch I appreciate most. "There's nothing in the rule book that says we can't buy you a gift," explains Gillian with a smile. "I'm so sorry about what has happened. You've been very unlucky. I checked with all my colleagues who've worked with numerous other lottery winners, and as far as we're aware, no one in the past has endured anything similar. I imagine it's because I work with people in very difficult situations, They are more vulnerable, and therefore the small minority of them might sometimes be reckless. I suppose that has left me exposed. We order, and as we eat, Gillian asks, "What did the police say?" I sigh. It's awkward. Jake said there was no point in going to the police. Gillian looks shocked. "But of course there is. You said you recognised the woman. I'm certain they'll be able to track them down." I shrug. He thinks we have had enough upheaval and we should just focus on moving forward. Obviously, she already knows about the Pearsons and Heathcotes making a claim on our win, and I explain that I've been asked to take a break from work, that Jake has resigned, and that we are going to change the kids' school. I don't tell her about Emily's beating. It's not as though she can do anything about that situation. It would be a case of a problem shared, a problem doubled, not halved. We are not her responsibility. Gillian understands that it is almost impossible to continue living in our home. There are no walls, fences, there isn't even a gate. What if those 3 from last night are just the thin end of the wedge? Should we expect to be inundated with people just turning up asking for money? Some might ask politely, or there may be more threats. Either way, it will become impossible. Intolerable. If you move, though, can I recommend you consider staying close by, at least to start with? We found that really works for other lottery winners, suggests Gillian. Keep your support system around you. Just pick somewhere less accessible for strangers. Maybe somewhere less remote. She reaches for her iPad. I've taken the liberty of doing a bit of a search on the internet. Just to give you some ideas. There is a new development in Great Chester that's almost finished. A gated cul-de-sac. That might be worth a look. Gillian shows me photos of 5 lovely new houses in a private road. I am aware of the development, as Jennifer, Carla and I have been closely watching the building project progress over the last year. We were planning on having a mooch around the show house together as soon as it was open to the public. At the time, none of us had any intention of moving, but we all like a nose, because you can get some inspiration on how to do up your own home. It's a good way to spend a Saturday afternoon. The show house opened up Easter weekend. We never got there. The houses in the photos are certainly grander than ours. They are all basically the same, with a few cosmetic differences. For example, you can choose your own kitchen units, and the tiles and carpets vary throughout. There are 2 different sorts of front doors to pick from. According to the listing, all the houses have 5 bedrooms, 3 with en-suites, a reception room, and a snug, whatever that is, somewhere for the kids to hang out, I suppose. They each have separate garages and huge kitchens. I could see myself living in one of these houses, happily. They are not too impossibly grand, but they are elegant, spacious, aspirational. You'd get a level of security without feeling cut off, points out Gillian. This search is thoughtful of her and so close to an act of friendship that I feel tears sting in my eyes. The fact I notice the kindness somehow draws attention to the lack of it in my life at the moment. I used to want to live in Great Chester. If we could ever have afforded it, I wanted to be able to walk to my friends' homes, knock on their doors and have impromptu get-togethers. But since I'm no longer friends with Carla and Jennifer, Great Chester has lost its appeal. I don't say this to Gillian. It would sound ungrateful. Instead, I thank her, tell her I might take a look, although I won't, and then I change the subject, start talking about the party. We pass a pleasant hour and a half. I want to linger longer, but Gillian has to get back to the office. I envy her sense of purpose and business. As she stands up to leave, I feel a flush of embarrassment at being the rudderless person who does not have to be somewhere. Anywhere. I don't want to get over-involved and push my beak in where it's not wanted, she says, with an apologetic grin. What is it? Honestly, all advice welcome. She looks uncomfortable, but earnest. I recognise the expression. I sometimes wore it at the CAB when I overstepped a guideline. Even if the development at Great Chester isn't for you, can I urge you to just maybe think twice about buying somewhere too far away, or too grand, or too... She searches for the word. Isolated. The first thing I spot when I arrive home is the for sale sign standing tall in our front garden. That was quick, I comment. Your safety comes first. Why would I delay? He replies. His comment is somewhat at odds with the one he made this morning about my overreacting, but it would be very churlish to grumble since he has come around to my point of view, so I just nod, smile. I've also booked security guys who will start work this evening at 6. They're going to stay overnight. Where will they stay? I ask. On the sofa. They agreed to that. People agree to anything for the right price. His comment is throwaway, his easy, firm belief. Anyway, it won't be for long. We're moving out tomorrow. You found a hotel? Great. Then why can't we go tonight? Not a hotel, I found a home. I had been edging out of my shoes, busy shrugging off my jacket and looking for a vase to put the gerberas in. But this news makes me pivot to face him. I expect him to be wearing a huge, triumphant grin, an expression I've become accustomed to seeing when he arrives home with his latest booty. I'm more concerned that he is not smirking goofily. He simply looks decisive, firm, and matter-of-fact. Choosing us a home isn't a matter of joy for him. It's his prerogative. I struggle to process this shift in the dynamics between us. We used to discuss everything from what we were going to have for tea to what we should watch on TV. Certainly, where we live would have been a matter of intense debate in the past. Why aren't I involved in these decisions anymore? He checks his watch, then smiles smoothly, as though nothing is different or wrong. Come on, hurry up. You'll need to get changed. An agent is arriving in 15 minutes to take us for a viewing. You haven't seen it. You bought a house and you haven't even seen it, I splutter. I saw it online. There's nothing to worry about. It's out of this world. Anyway, we're just renting it at the moment, but it is up for sale, so if we like it, then we can buy it. How great is that? I guess it is great. He has at least only chosen a rental, not our next lifelong home. I allow myself to feel some level of relief, but I'm far from reassured or relaxed. I feel rushed, bulldozed. You've already signed a contract. You are going to love it, Lexi. Where is this house? Just a few miles past Hurtington. Hurtington is 30 miles from where we live now. 25 miles from the school Jake has just enrolled the kids in. How will they get to school every morning? I ask. Is there a bus? We'll hire a driver. But is there a bus? I insist. I have no idea. How would I know? I want to point out, it will most probably say on the school website, or the estate agent might possibly know. This is the sort of question people ask when uprooting their family, but I stay silent. I would have asked that question if I had been involved in selecting their school or our home. I feel disconnected, cut off. The kids are really excited about viewing the new house and specifically Bagsying their bedrooms, so they chatter throughout the journey. I'm grateful that their noise masks the silence that squats heavily between Jake and me. The slim, blonde, professional estate agent has a permatan and a perma-smile. She drives us along a winding road that I have never travelled on before and had no idea existed. Nearly there, she chirps. I look about. It's all high walls and tall, established trees. Their canopies are vast and lush, their purpose not so much to offer shade as privacy, I suspect. All the houses on the road are unique, purpose-built for people who don't think there is a house on earth that fits their specific needs and therefore have to have one designed especially. They are all enormous and elegant. Each one elicits a gasp from the children, who have their noses superglued to the car windows. We stop at an electric gate. The estate agent opens her car window and then, with her long, polished nail, jabs in a code that makes the gates open. As they slowly swing on their hinges, I do not feel any sense that we're being welcomed. It's more as though we are stepping inside a monster's open mouth. The gates slowly close behind the car, swallowing us. "You can change that code, personalise it," says the estate agent. "Maybe to your winning lottery numbers," she suggests with a simpering laugh. "That would be too long," I point out. The house is exquisite, breathtaking, modern, angular, very much how I imagine houses to be in Los Angeles. It's the exact opposite to our dated, poorly repaired home with flaky paintwork and a weed-pocked garden. This is modern, all white walls, vast windows, and the garden is expertly manicured. Our car inches along the shingled drive and grinds to a halt just outside the vast, dark wooden door, which the estate agent unlocks. She immediately disarms the intruder alarm by inserting another code into another keypad. I guess I would be safe here. The four of us have dressed up to come on this look-around. Jake, Emily and I by tacit agreement that we had to look the part. Logan was coerced. And anyway, his idea of dressing up means that he is changed out of a sweaty football top and put on a clean one. I'm so glad we did. I get the feeling that anyone who lives in this sort of house has to constantly dress as though they are camera-ready for a shoot with Hello. The hallway is cavernous. It is double the height of any house I've ever been into. There is a glass ceiling that allows the sun to pour onto the floor, which is covered with immense white porcelain tiles that shine like glassy ice. We dawdle through the vast and numerous rooms. I count them up. There are 3 reception rooms. I'm thinking maybe one is used as a dining room and another an office, but then we are shown both of those rooms, so I struggled to understand why anyone would need 3 reception rooms. Maybe one for the kids, one for the husband, and one for the wife. Oh dear. The dining room has a huge wooden table running its entire length. I count the seats. 20. I suppose that would be useful at Christmas. Usually in our home, we resort to pulling dressing table stools and deck chairs up around the table to make sure everyone is seated. Although, other than Christmas, I'm not sure when we'd use the dining room. Like most families, we tend to gather in the kitchen, even when we're entertaining. We're unlikely to need an office either, since neither of us have a job anymore. The kitchen is vast, and yes, there is a huge dining area in there too. I try to visualize us all clustered around the industrial-looking stainless steel worktops. The estate agent is good at her job, a people reader. She asks, "Don't you like the kitchen?" It's stunning, very modern. She waits. Maybe a little clinical for my taste, I admit. You can have it ripped out, of course, if you buy the place. It is 3 years old. She rolls her eyes at me and pulls her mouth into a wide grimace. Her neck looks like a turtle's. I think I'm supposed to be horrified at the idea of a kitchen being more than 3 years old. There are 6 bedrooms. They all have an ensuite. There's an extra bathroom on top, which the agent describes as the family bathroom. But I don't understand who would need it because of the multiple en-suites. There are a lot of glossy wooden and marble floors and a rich scattering of plush rugs, no carpets. If my parents visit here, the rugs would be a hazard. My dad is always tripping over his own feet. There are a number of lights hidden in the floors, ceilings and recesses. Not a dusty lampshade in sight. Some walls are made of glass bricks. I know they're really trendy, but they've been ruined for me because they use them in our local health centre. I've sat too often waiting to see a doctor to associate them with anything other than one of my children running a fever. The place is minimalist, but furnished with a number of tasteful shades of grey. I suddenly think of Carla. She is the only woman I know who freely admits that she's read 50 Shades of Grey. I imagine her making jokes about the colour scheme and the opportunities to christen the endless rooms. I wonder how Jennifer would have responded. She constantly behaved as though Carla's unsubtle innuendo was a bit distasteful. She always seemed to be something approaching sexless. She almost behaved as though giving birth to Ridley had been the result of an immaculate conception. Carla used to say it was because, out of the three of us, Jennifer had the least attractive husband and probably wasn't that into sex with him specifically. I used to shush Carla when she said things like that. I'd tell her not to be mean. I didn't listen. "Do we get to keep the furniture?" I ask. It may all be a bit different from my usual tastes. I generally like bright, cheerful colours, but I know we don't have enough furniture of our own to fill this place. Everything we own could fit in the one room I'm standing in. "If you like it and want it, it's from a hire company. I can have it changed if it's not to your taste. We have a range that you can view online." It's fine. I'm certain under normal circumstances there's nothing Emily would like more than playing interior designer, but at the moment she's absorbed with party planning. Besides, I'm not sure she needs to feel the buzz of click and collect any more than she already has. I think she's technically addicted. We are shown around the rest of the house. It's wall-to-wall elegance, the very epitome of wealth and success. I sniff the air and swear I can detect the scent of money wafting about. There is a cinema room, a gym, and outside, at the bottom of the garden, a pool room. I mean swimming pool, although there is also another room with a pool table in it. The children are beside themselves. They have already picked out their bedrooms. There were no squabbles because all of them are stunning. Huge. This place is the opposite to the sort of place Gillian advised me to move to. But the matter is settled. Jake has signed a contract. The kids like the place. In fact, they love it. And I don't dislike it. How could I? What is there to dislike? Emily and Logan go into the garden and discover a croquet set. Neither of them has ever played croquet in their lives. The very name of the game has been a source of derision in the past. Now they are knocking a ball about with a lack of expertise but complete enthusiasm. I stand at the window and watch them. They giggle and chatter, gently squabbling about whose ball is closest to the hoop. There are no electronic devices in sight. I'm living the dream. Jake is at my side. But we're not touching. The estate agent says breezily, "I've a bottle of champagne in the car. I should have got it out when we arrived and put it in the fridge to chill. Will you excuse me for a moment while I go and fetch it? I imagine you want a moment just to take in all this fabulousness." A strange thing has happened to Jake and me over the past few weeks. For years we used to talk about anything and everything, the big stuff and the little stuff, the value of my career, how many children we should have, where and how we should raise said children, what we should spend our money on. We discussed, in detail, what we'd do if we only had 5 minutes left to live, and if we have 50 years left to live. Now we only talk about what he, wants to buy next. I wish I could keep up with him. I wish I could simply enjoy spending it all. I can't. And somehow, that means we no longer know how to reach each other. I've noticed when we're alone together, we seem to be more alone than when we are apart. "How much does this cost to rent?" I ask. "We can afford it," replies Jake, which doesn't answer my question. "And if we did want to buy it, how much would that cost?" Jake shrugs. "I'm not sure exactly." I stare at him. He looks just above my eyebrows. Doesn't he even care anymore? Has he gone past that? A ballpark? No clue. Did you ask? We'll ask if we decide we want it. What length of lease is on it? Monthly. I consider this. I'm surprised. A monthly lease offers us the most flexibility and freedom. It's the careful, considered thing to do. My husband has been the complete antithesis to careful and considered since we won the lottery. Well, Since before then, really. Why, Jake? He shrugs. Isn't a 6-month rental more usual? Wouldn't it have been better value? That's the point though, isn't it, Lexi? We are not usual. We don't have to worry about what is better value. He runs his hands through his hair. Everyone worries about money. Even the Queen turns her lights out at night at Buck Palace. I'm trying to make a joke because I fear this isn't one. There's something lurking in the murky depths of our relationship. Something that will bite or sting. Jake shrugs. I think that HRH's decision is more environment-related. No, I don't think so. She's trying to be thrifty. I don't think the environment is one of her issues. Well, we don't know, do we? Pressure groups probably make her feel she has to switch her lights out. She probably wants to leave them on. I really don't think she cares about spending money. Some people don't care about spending money, Lexi. In that case, well done, pressure groups. Maybe I should hire them to get you to act differently. Jesus, Lexi. He shakes his head. I'll ask for a discount and take the place for 6 months if that's what you want, he says impatiently. I stand in the vast, cold kitchen and consider how utterly ludicrous it is to be arguing about the Queen's thriftiness, or otherwise. We are ludicrous. Then I realise something much worse. We're not arguing about that. At all. I ball up my courage. I grip the side of the table. Watch as my knuckles and the tips of my fingers, under the nails, turn a glassy white. Do you still love me, Jake? Lexi, what a question! Do you? I force myself to look at him. I confront our 25-year history. I see it flashing between us like some sort of kinetic energy. From the moment I realised he was staring at me in the student union, his eyes bored into me, singed me, set me on fire. Just as a ray of sunlight reflected through a lens can cause a forest fire. Our first kiss and fuck, which happened within about 15 minutes of one another, such was the strength of our lust. I remember as I pulled up my knickers thinking that I'd broken all the rules and probably lost him because of it. I'd been taught nice girls didn't shag their dates up against a wall in the halls of the student residence. Nice girls at least waited to get their dates into their hard, skinny beds. I thought as his itch had been scratched, I'd never see him again. In fact, he never left my side. At least, not for many years. I remember our wedding day. It was a big and busy occasion, a blur of beams and best wishes, dreams realised and freshly formed. He carried me over the threshold of our hotel room. He stood on my dress and it tore. We laughed and he told me he'd spent all day thinking about tearing the thing off me anyhow. The births of Emily and Logan. One such an easy child, the other a worry and a stress. I see Jake pacing up and down our small sitting room with a squally Logan thrown over his shoulder, his huge hand gently rubbing the baby's back, covering it, protecting it. First days at school, holidays, sick days, pay days, I see a string of them bob in front of me like clothes on a washing line being buffeted in the wind. Fresh, buoyant, brilliant. I remember the simple joy of watching the TV, him sat up straight and me spread out on the sofa, my head in his lap, knowing that the Graham Norton show was good anyway, but all the better because we laughed at the same bits. Knowing that the Graham Norton show was good anyway, but all the better because we laughed at the same bits. That all flashes in front of me and I ask for a third time. Do you love me, Jake? Of course I do. He pulls me into a hug and kisses my forehead, more or less in the spot he's been staring at this entire conversation. We're struggling because there's been a lot of change, that's all. I bury my face into his shoulder. I don't want him to see the tears that are threatening to out me. There's nothing else? No. Have you told Jennifer that they are not getting the cash for changing their story? It's the closest I can bring myself to asking the question I want to ask. Is it over. I think they'll work it out, he replies, pulling his face into something approximating a smile. But he isn't fast enough. I see the wince first, and I know then one of two things. Either it isn't over, or it is, and he is sad that it is. Both things break my heart. Everyone wants something they don't have. A few 100 years ago, it was food and a long life. Now it's Insta-likes and other people's husbands. My husband does not know that I know he is having an affair with my best friend and has been for at least 2 years. 2 years is her husband's best guess. I suppose it could be longer. I never used to keep anything from him. I'd have sworn that there was nothing he kept from me. Now we share the same secret, but he doesn't know it. It fucking kills me. Chapter 28. Saturday, the 20th of April. According to the rota, it was Jennifer's turn to host supper that Saturday. Lexi wasn't much looking forward to it, but thought it was essential that the supper went ahead, considering everything. They needed to keep things on an even keel just a little longer. She comforted herself with the thought that at least it wasn't Carla's turn to host. That would have been trickier. Lexi would never admit it, as she always tried hard to keep the delicate equilibrium of their threesome intact and therefore avoided drawing comparisons or expressing preferences. But the truth was, she liked going to Jennifer's home for supper more than she enjoyed going to Carla's. Both women had incredibly stylish and comfortable houses. If anything, Carla's should have been the most welcoming. There was more space. The kids had their own playroom to hang out in as soon as they were excused from the huge round table that comfortably seated everyone and was certainly designed to encourage conversation. They had a fridge, especially for chilling white wine, and a selection of cut-glass decanters to allow red wines to breathe. But the luxury and excess had become the problem. Lexi had never been particularly hung up on the fact that she was the least well-off of her 3 friends. It was just a fact. Even when Patrick made the occasional snobby comment about the temperature of her house in the winter, too cold, or the wine in the summer, too warm, she let the jibes wash over her like water off a duck's back. Lexi didn't blame Carla for her husband's boorishness. She actually felt a bit sorry for her. All the money in the world didn't compensate for a husband who could behave like a prat. But over the past few months, Lexi's perspective had changed. She had started to find Patrick's flashy ways annoying, even cruel. He had so much, and she worked with so many people who had next to nothing. She tested him, talked in general, non-specific terms about her cases at work to gauge his reaction. He was dismissive, derisive. She hadn't cared too much that the man was a snob, but now she realised he was so much more dreadful than that. He was heartless, callous, pitiless. Now she found his constant talk about his wealth, his profits, his business actively repulsive. An awkwardness had sprouted up between her and Carla as Lexi started to look at things differently. She used to be so good at compartmentalizing, but now one thing bled into another. In these past few months, Lexi's work had become increasingly all-absorbing. Certain cases had burrowed their way into her head and heart. Thomas Albu, for example, had leached into her home and social life. She knew very well that she shouldn't have been investigating his claims privately and with such vigour. She was overstepping. She couldn't tell her boss what she was up to because she knew Ellie would rein her in, remind her of the proper channels that ought to handle the matter. But Lexi doubted the proper channels could go far enough. They didn't have the resources. There was only ever a certain amount that could be done. Lexi had wanted to gather hard empirical evidence. She couldn't let this atrocity go unpunished. And now she had it, and didn't know what to do with it. She hadn't confided in Jake either. He wouldn't approve of her casting aside the Bureau's guidelines. Not that he was a stickler for rules himself, but he would be worried for her safety if he knew she was running around town with Toma, a desperate, emotional, and vulnerable man. A sexy, single, and handsome man. What would he say? And because she hadn't told Jake what she was up to, she hadn't told Jennifer or Carla either. Lexi was self-aware enough to understand that the fact she was keeping quiet about something that was so important to her had probably contributed to the unease between her and her friends. The unpleasantness about the buying of the lottery ticket that had occurred last week hadn't helped matters either. Patrick had made things so unbearable for everyone. It was complex. There was a web of crisscrossing relationships and a shared history that tied them all together. Their relationships and the children's relationships were interwoven. The warp and weft of their lives had always been neat and regulated. Now it was entangled, knotted. She needed things to go ahead as usual. She needed everyone to carry on until she'd thought this through, fully. Until she decided on her next step. Lexi thought perhaps she could talk to Jennifer. Sometimes they did have conversations outside of their relationship with Carla. This wasn't a secrecy thing, or a matter of leaving anyone out. Their particular intimacy had grown over this past year, largely from the fact Emily and Ridley were dating. They saw a lot of one another when they dropped off or picked up the kids. Jennifer was always so interested in Lexi's life. She was the friend most likely to lend a sympathetic ear if Lexi wanted to grumble about the kids, Jake, or work. They sometimes did have a small moan about Carla's flashy extravagance, Patrick's bullshiness. Only occasionally. They really tried not to. And so Lexi was bitterly disappointed when on Saturday evening at about 5 o'clock she received a WhatsApp message from Jennifer saying that they were making an impromptu visit to Fred's sister and they would have to postpone dinner that week. The message was sent via the group chat. A second later, Carla posted too. "Oh well, let's skip this week then. I'm exhausted and could do with putting my feet up." Lexi couldn't remember another occasion when any of them had cancelled at such late notice without at least the courtesy of making a phone call. Jennifer didn't even like her sister-in-law. She was always grumbling about her undisciplined children and dirty house. Why had she suddenly decided to visit? Unless there was a family emergency, it didn't add up. And if there was a family emergency, she would have mentioned it, wouldn't she? Lexi told herself that it was perfectly reasonable for Carla to want a night in, although normally, if one of them couldn't manage the Saturday night meetups, the other two would discuss whether to go ahead or do something different. A creepy, prickling sensation crawled up Lexi's spine. She felt suspicious of the proximity of when the messages had been posted. She shook her head, trying to clear it. She was being crazy, paranoid. Maybe. Yet she couldn't stop herself imagining them sitting, heads together, planning how to pull out of the evening. The bleak and humiliating thought swelled in Lexi's head, spread through her like a disease and caused twinges in her gut. Last week, when Patrick had said the lottery was common, then she had felt a sting of something like shame. Hurt. Anger. How dare he, the vile man, how dare he judge them? Because it was them, she realised now, her and Jake, and it seemed as though it wasn't just Patrick judging and finding them lacking. These messages suggested Carla, Jennifer, and Fred were trying to distance themselves too. She forced herself to think about things she'd been trying to ignore. It wasn't just the lottery business, not really, not if she was honest with herself. Lexi recalled Sunday outings that they had not been invited to, but had only heard of afterwards. Trips to National Trust properties or for country walks. Not outings, just jaunts. Impromptu jaunts, Jennifer had insisted, the last time Lexi realised she had been NFI. "What's the difference between an outing and a jaunt?" Lexi had asked, embarrassed to find herself pursuing the matter, a dog with a bone. We don't plan these things in advance, they just organically happen. It's because we live closer to one another. You live further out. Lexi had thought it sounded almost reasonable at the time. Although, in fact, they only lived 5 miles away, not what anyone could describe as an insurmountable distance. She wanted to believe they were telling her the truth because the alternative was awful. But then there was the occasion that Carla and Jennifer had gone to London to the Good Housekeeping show, and they hadn't asked her to join them. They'd explained it away. You were working. We knew you wouldn't be able to make it. It would have been nice to be asked, though. Honestly, Lexi, Carla never feels left out if we have a coffee when you pick up Emily from our house, Jennifer had added, reasonably. Lexi felt foolish. Was she making a fuss? Why would they be cutting her out? And was it just her, or was it Jake, too? Fred and Patrick played squash together once a week. They had memberships to the same gym. Jake had looked into becoming a member and periodically brought the matter to the table, but the monthly fees were exorbitant. They couldn't justify it. Had they become the third wheel? Lexi felt confused, rejected. She hadn't felt like this since she was at school. It was a given that teens did thoughtless and mean things from time to time, forgot to be inclusive and supportive. They were not fully formed, but coming face to face with the same sort of behaviour from adults was so much more shocking. It suggested a lack of progress for humankind. Lexi felt depressed. Are we not going out tonight, Mum? Logan asked. It was 7 o'clock, and usually by that time, Lexi would be on at them to get in the car. No, Jennifer cancelled. They're going away this weekend, so can't have us over. Oh. Logan sloped back up to his room, not too concerned. Playing Fortnite at home or on Ridley's console was all the same to him. Lexi threw a glance Emily's way. She was at the breakfast bar, reading something on her phone. Her head was bent as if in prayer, which struck Lexi as appropriate, as Emily worshipped her phone. Have you any plans tonight? No. Not seeing Megan? No. Did you know Ridley was going away? No. Would you like to watch a movie with me and Dad? No. Emily's phone buzzed. A smile spread across her face. Most likely the message was from Ridley. I'll be in my room. Emily stood up quickly and rushed out of the kitchen. Lexi and Jake watched the film in silence for about 20 minutes. Normally, Lexi was the sort of person who gave a running commentary when watching films at home. She only just managed to suppress this urge when they were at the cinema because she feared being shushed. She liked to guess at how the plot might turn out, or she would ask, "What's she been in before? It's bugging me." Tonight, she couldn't concentrate on the plot. Jake pressed pause and said, Well, as I'm not needed to be a taxi driver for the kids tonight, I'm going to have a beer. Do you want a glass of wine? Maybe later. Actually, I've just remembered I need to nip out. Out? Where? Why? Jake looked put out that their quiet night in was threatened. I said I'd drop off a book at Diane Roper's. It'll only take me 5 minutes in the car. You're going now, on a Saturday night. She needs to read it for book club on Tuesday. I promised I'd get it to her today, and I forgot all about it. Sorry. Look, watch the film without me. I won't be long, and I'll just catch up. Lexi stood up, hunted out her car keys, and headed to the front door. Aren't you forgetting something? Asked Jake. Like what? The book? He looked questioning, unconvinced. Oh, yes. Lexi ran upstairs and grabbed a book from the towering pile beside her bed. She took the top one without even checking its title. Lexi drove along the narrow, winding country roads that she knew so well, a route she had taken hundreds, maybe thousands of times before. She knew every twist and bump. She was headed towards Great Chester, the smart village where Jennifer and Carla both lived. A village she and Jake had never been able to afford to buy in. It was often featured in articles about Britain's most beautiful places to live. She wasn't planning on stopping. She just needed to drive by, to check. Of course Jennifer wouldn't be lying to her. Of course she was at Fred's sister's, just as she'd said. But Lexi couldn't stop herself. She had to see the closed-up house, still and quiet. She wanted to be reassured by the fact that there would only be one car on the drive. Jennifer and Fred had two, but they preferred to use his for long journeys. She had been planning on driving past at a sedate speed, just taking time enough to ascertain that her friend was indeed away, as claimed. However, she immediately saw that both cars were parked on the drive. The downstairs windows were wide open, and Ridley's bike was propped up against the fence, advertising a confidence in the sleepy, safe, practically crime-free habitat. Lexi gasped, shocked that her fear had been justified, disappointed to be proven right. She stopped her car right in front of Jennifer's home, suddenly bolshy and provocative. She almost wanted to be seen now. She wanted her so-called friends to know she had caught them out in their lie. It was still light, and she could easily see into the house and right through to the back garden. There, she could see Jennifer and Fred. She was sitting at the table. He was pacing about. Lexi parked up and got out of the car. She was not going to take this lying down. Not after 15 years of friendship. She was going to confront Jennifer and ask her why she had lied. If it was because she was cozying up with the Pearsons and she and Jake were being left out in the cold, then she would rather know. She might even decide to put a bomb under that relationship and light the bloody fuse. She could. She decided to go straight around the back of the house into the garden. Catch them by surprise and not give them a moment to come up with some bullshit excuse as to why they weren't driving to Birmingham to see Fred's sister. She walked up the back path. The moment she dipped into shadow, she regretted leaving the house in such a hurry. She should have picked up a cardigan. The sun was losing its power, and in the shadows, the solid chill was the victor. Earlier today, the breeze had caressed. Now it nipped. Suddenly she lost her confidence in the idea of intruding when she heard Fred yell something or other. She couldn't quite make out what, but he sounded seriously het up. Jennifer hissed something back at him, her tone too low to catch. Ah, a domestic. That's why Jennifer had pulled out of the evening's arrangements. Nothing insidious, just a row. Lexi felt relieved, and then instantly she felt mean for being relieved. She didn't like to think of her friends rowing. An insect buzzed past her ear and she instinctively ducked away from it, then froze, not wanting her movements to draw attention, although they were unlikely to notice her as they were deeply embroiled in their drama. It was not like Jennifer and Fred to fight. Carla and Patrick, yes, they were volatile, caustic. Jennifer and Fred had a much calmer, civilized relationship. Some might go so far as to say that their relationship was so civilized it was borderline dull. A partnership, an economically based partnership. Jennifer had a good life being married to Fred, but not a passionate one.
"You are fucking him!"
yelled Fred.
"Just admit it!"
He sounded drunk. His words were slurred but loud, insistent. What was he talking about?
"You are fucking him! Just admit it!"
This was embarrassing. What could Fred be thinking? Jennifer wasn't having an affair. She'd have told Lexi. How had Fred come to believe something so out there?
"Keep your voice down. The neighbours."
Lexi should just turn around, walk away from this private mess, but she crept further up the path so she could see her friends, not just hear them. She was only human. She saw the couple face one another like warring gladiators, every muscle tense, ready to pounce or run. Lexi could see the tension pulse in the tendons of Jennifer's neck.
"I don't care about the fucking neighbours,"
snarled Fred.
"Then Ridley. You should have thought of Ridley before you started fucking Jake fucking Greenwood."
No, 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 no. Lexi's bones turned fluid. Her body sloshed about underneath her. Jake, her Jake, no. That can't be right. Fred had got this wrong. Jennifer was going to tell him so. This was ludicrous. The moment stretched out to an eternity. Jennifer did not say anything to correct her husband. She didn't say anything at all. Lexi couldn't tear her eyes off Fred's face, which looked swollen with betrayal and despair. She didn't know it, but her own was twisted with shock. The birds tweeted merrily, oblivious to the noxious words that were being thrown, each one a blade, hacking at their lives. A neighbour's dog barked repeatedly, indicating they weren't at home after all. Lucky Jennifer, she didn't have to worry about her neighbours overhearing the domestic. Lucky, bloody Jennifer.
I followed you, Jennifer, for fuck's sake. I didn't want to be right, but week after week the same bill from the same hotel. I told you. It's the cost of spa treatments. That's the cost of a massage and a manicure. Stop fucking lying, Jennifer. I checked. The hotel doesn't have a spa. It's the cost of a room. I've been paying for the room that my best friend fucks my wife in every Tuesday.
Lexi was sitting on the ground. She didn't remember sitting down, but perhaps her body had known she might fall and had protected her. She dropped her head into her hands. She couldn't look at them. This couple, who were ripping her life apart with their accusations, their lies. She heard the sound of breaking glass. Maybe Fred had thrown or dropped his glass. She heard him sob. A grown man crying was always a hideously painful sound. Tuesdays. Jake always worked late on Tuesdays. A greenfly landed on Lexi's arm. She flicked it off and found herself momentarily concerned for Jennifer's roses. Might they get infected? Because that is how it had always been. They were concerned for one another, they looked out for one another. Then Lexi's brain caught up with her instincts, and she wished a blight on Jennifer's roses. Her home, her family, her whole rotten life. The adrenaline surge that Lexi had felt as she'd stormed up the back garden path had vanished as quickly as it had arrived. She didn't feel bolshy. She was broken. It felt like someone was hitting her repeatedly in the chest. Her knees were shaking as she forced herself to stand. She hurried back to the car, her breath jagged, catching in her throat. She sliced through a cloud of midges that hung in the air. No. Fred had this wrong. He had to have it wrong. Jake having an affair with Jennifer. She would know that about her husband. She would have found out. People who had affairs were always found out, weren't they? The thought was ludicrous, because as it formed in her head, she simultaneously realised that was exactly what had just happened. She had found out. She wanted to vomit. She wanted to scream, pull out her hair, lie on the road. She flung herself in the driving seat and fought the urge to bang her head against the steering wheel over and over again until she could gain some clarity. She did not. Instead, she slowly turned the key in the ignition and drove away.
Chapter 29. Emily. Saturday, 25th of May. I'm wearing a pair of bed shorts that I got from Jack Will's when I was about 12. Back then, Mum chose nearly all my clothes, and she bought everything big and comfortable. Now they are tight, like a second skin, but I still like them, even though they're frayed and faded. I wish Mum had not washed Ridley's hoodie. He left it at my house just before we broke up, because he had been kicking a ball around in the garden with Logan, and then they used their hoodies for goalposts. He went home in his t-shirt, and forgot all about the grubby hoodie. Mum popped it in the wash along with my clothes. Now I wish I had stopped her because I miss the smell of him. I wear it at night anyway, but it doesn't smell of him now. It smells of me. Sweat from restless nights where sleep eludes. Although my smell is strangely unfamiliar to me. Am I imagining it? Or is there a strange new hormone? Oh, hell. Oh, bloody hell. Bloody hell! How can this be happening? I can't sleep at night, or through the day. In a way, I'm glad I can't. If I did, I'd have to wake up and remember the reality all over again. My reality. The win! Yippee! A baby! Fuck me! I can't have a baby. I'm a baby myself. I know this. Not just because Mum calls me her baby, but because I just am. But how do I stop having it? I mean, I know about abortions and stuff. I'm not a fucking idiot. But how do I go to a doctor and tell them that's what I need? I am a fucking idiot. Will he be prosecuted? Technically, underage sex isn't just that anymore, is it? It's pedo stuff. It's a big deal. I don't want Ridley to go to prison, but on the other hand, if he was in prison, he couldn't do the things he used to do with me to anyone else. But even so, no. I don't want him to go to prison. Oh my God, I just want this to go away. I can't think about it right now. I won't. I just won't. I get up, pull off my bedclothes and climb into my costume. I check how I look in the long mirror. In our old house, I had to stand on my bed to get a look at my outfit, because my mirror was only face height and not very big. Now I have an honest-to-God dressing room with 2 full-length mirrors facing each other, so there are an infinite number of me, stretching into the distance, getting smaller and smaller until I disappear. My outfit rocks. I spent ages on Amazon trying to source a Zendaya outfit. I wanted a really cool version, not some cheap polyester crap that meant I was in real danger of going up in flames if I stood too close to a hot light. In the end, Sarah had an exact replica made for me. It's so gorgeous. A silky, tiny cami and velvet hot pants. It's sweet and flattering in a girl next door way. Sarah thought that I might regret going too subtle, so she also had an exact replica made of Zendaya's purple performance outfit too. It is so much more glam and sexy. It has a sheer neckline that is cut to the waist, gold boots, even a pink wig. I take off the sweet number and climb into the purple. I zip up the boots, stand tall, place the wig carefully on my head, check my reflection again. Transformed. It's a relief to step out of me. Mum is going to hate it. It's awesome. I smooth my hands over my stomach, still flat. I'm not sure when you start to show, but I'm glad it's not tonight. Tonight, I have to be hot and cute and perfect, which means a flat stomach. The late afternoon sun floods into my new, uber-cool bedroom. I only have to flick a switch and the electric blinds would close, but I don't. I like the way the warmth and light falls into the room, onto my body, which is sticky and hot. I move my hands across my hips, my bottom, my waist, remembering the pleasure we once gifted each other that was beyond words. I'd never felt that way before Ridley. I didn't know people could make each other feel like that. What if I never feel that way again? What if no one's touch can ever bring me to life like that again? I knew everything about Ridley's body before we started to have sex. Or so I thought. I had shared bubble baths and paddling pools with him as a toddler. That stopped as we got to school age, but still we were in and out of one another's homes, tents, gardens, kitchens, lives. So I knew that there are tiny blue veins on his eyelids that you can only see when he's sleeping. I knew he had a chickenpox scar on his jaw, right-hand side, and a birthmark on his thigh that looks like a melted chocolate button. I knew he had a line of hair that ran downwards from his tummy button and a thatch of dark hair under each arm. I did not know what that body could do. Now I do, so I can never be the same We can never be the same. Being friends isn't enough. Suddenly I don't like the heat, or the sunshine, or anything at all. I can't face the party. My body feels heavy, leaden with memories and consequences. My dad keeps saying, life is great, everything is wonderful now and always will be. I want it to be. I want to believe him. But Mum keeps asking if I'm okay, if everything is all right, and I feel I might collapse under her scrutiny. I lie on my bed and stare at the ceiling. I force my eyelids to stay wide open, but a fat tear slips down the side of my face anyway. I brush it away impatiently. I have to go to the party. I have to talk to him. Him first.
Chapter 30. Lexi. I tightly grasp the party planner's laminated timetable in my hand, not unlike a toddler grasps a security blanket. The first version was printed on stiff, creamy card, but as the weather forecast suggests there might be another downpour later tonight, the planner had the plans laminated so that I could refer to them no matter what the weather. She's very planny, I'll say that for her. She considers every eventuality. I can't help but think if she was running the country, we'd probably clear the national debt in the next decade. She's not, though, is she? She's arranging parties for people with more money than sense. And I firmly count us in that bracket when I spot staff handing out glittering monogrammed glow sticks studded with Swarovski crystals. The party is, by anyone's estimation, tremendous. As I've had little to do with the planning, I am surprised and impressed by the props and design. It's not just a party. It's an amalgamation of a fun fair, a circus, and a movie set. People have understood it was going to be spectacular and have made a big effort with their costumes. There are a lot of girls and women in basques and fishnets wearing top hats. There are men dressed as bearded ladies, lions, and ringmasters, depending on their self-view. Funny, cuddly, or alpha, respectively. There are a lot of people in random spangly things, and endless clowns. This is not the place to come if you suffer from coulrophobia. I glance at the plan every few moments, but no matter how often I read it, the details won't stay in my head. The party planner has listed out where and when each event is going to take place throughout the evening. Obviously, like at most parties, there will be eating, drinking, and dancing, but there are also magic acts, performers, and photo opportunities that I have to be aware of. I have never encountered a precision-timed party before, and I'm finding it overwhelming. At the children's parties we've thrown in the past, the only clock watching we did was because we were counting down the minutes until the bedlam ended. We have hosted Christmas parties before. We'd invite all our friends and neighbours to bring a bottle/drink a bottle at our place. If I was feeling very efficient, I sometimes stuck a few mince pies in the oven. I'd expect 30-odd guests to those parties. Tonight, we are expecting just over 300. I had no idea we knew so many people. Having read over the RSVPs, I'm still not convinced we do. Jake made good on his promise to invite everyone and anyone we knew or have ever known, however vaguely, and we've had an extremely high acceptance rate. Only a handful of people have said no, and that was because they're out of the country. I'm surprised, but Jake was right. Even the kids from the new school have said yes. You can't overestimate just how thrilling our win is to other people, commented Jake smugly this morning. We were lying in bed perusing the guest list. His attitude to the response was unadulterated joy. Mine was barely disguised panic. I'm nervous about the large number of unknown faces that will be arriving tonight, I admitted. We have a lot of security. I think they'll spot the difference between a 15-year-old rich kid we haven't met but has come to party because they've been invited and a 50-year-old pierced thug who has come to rob us. Not exactly tricky. I've never before heard Jake stereotype using a piercing as shorthand for trouble. That's the kind of thing Patrick does. We all arrived at the party together at 6 p.m. The early start was Jake's idea. He wants the night to last forever, but that's not possible. Even money can't change the space-time continuum. The children disappeared the instant we stepped out of the car. They melted into the crowds, keen to hunt out their friends, old or new, I'm not sure. Jake wasn't at my side for much longer. There were too many outstretched hands that he had to shake, numerous pats on the back to be received. Inevitably, we became separated as people demanded our attention. Everyone appears to be giddy with excitement and overawed. We are repeatedly congratulated on our win. The party, the cocktails, and our costumes are all admired. I'm wearing a Pierrot, sad clown costume. Loose white blouse with large pom-pom buttons and wide white pantaloons, a frilled black collar, and skullcap. I've completed the look by painting my face white. I have black lips, and I've drawn a fat tear on my cheek. Jake disapproves of my costume. He doesn't like that I'm dressed as a man. He wanted me to wear a figure-hugging, sparkling something or other. He derisively refers to my outfit as my monotone mime costume. But Jake is missing the point. The Pierrot has been a stock character in circus and pantomime for centuries. He creates pity in audiences as he pines for the love of Columbine, who usually breaks his heart and leaves him for Harlequin, the colourful one. The defining characteristic of Pierrot is his naivety. He is seen as a fool, often the butt of pranks, yet nonetheless he is loved. His redeeming feature is that he's trusting. I thought about my costume, long and hard. The baggy get-up and the white face offer me some much-needed anonymity. Once I'm not by Jake's side, who is dressed as a ringmaster. No, make that the ringmaster. I am not easily recognised. I am able to drift through the gentle din of polite early party chatter and clinking glasses. I breathe in the heady perfume of the sun-scorched meadow and delicious food aromas without anyone really bothering me. There is no denying it. The entire party looks amazing. I have never attended something so stupendous in my life, and I don't suppose many, if any, of the guests have either. Every detail has been stage-managed to create an awe-inspiring, magical spectacle. The waiters are dressed as acrobats. They are all incredibly fit and attractive. Bulging biceps and taut abs are everywhere I turn. They are carrying trays of brightly coloured cocktails, poking out of which are slices of toffee apple or candy floss, and red and white straws. There are dozens of primary coloured light bulbs hung in festoons, crisscrossing between the trees. It's still too early for them to be anything more than eye-catching, but they are most definitely that. There are ice sculptures of roaring lions and seals balancing balls on their noses dotted about, and enormous beanbags surrounded fire pits and chocolate fountains that have encouraged pockets of teens to cluster. The teenagers are even enjoying themselves. I see this because they are not sat in a line, heads bent devoutly over their phones. They are talking to each other, laughing, shoving, and then hugging one another. There are a lot of similar-looking girls in tiny, glittering outfits, with dyed blonde hair and dark roots that extend to about the ear. I understand this is deliberate and fashionable because when I once commented that it looked careless, unkempt, Emily rolled her eyes. "That's the point, Mum?" Their young faces are still taut and keen. Later this evening, I imagine they will be flushed with drink, maybe drugs, maybe sex. But right now they ooze innocence and hope. I scan each teen group for Emily, Megan, or Ridley. Habit. I've done this since they were babies. Checked their whereabouts, their comfort levels, swooped in if one of them needed taking to the loo, feeding, or if there was a dispute to be managed. Of course, it's different now. Everything is. I can't manage their disputes. I can't do anything to help. Megan isn't invited, and it would take some cheek for the Pearsons to turn up under the circumstances. But they have that in spades, so I'm not completely ruling it out. We haven't heard anything from them since I called Carla. Their silence is partially disconcerting. They were so loud in our lives for such a long time. But mostly a relief. A triumph. What can they say? What can they do? I feel a small glow of pride that I have managed to deal with them so effectively, so conclusively. But the Heathcotes? They are a different beast. Emily says she's not bothered about whether Ridley comes or not. But I watched her patiently sit while a professional makeup artist spent 3 hours doing her makeup and styling her pink wig in preparation for tonight. So I don't believe her. She cares. Far too much. The volume has cranked up considerably and carries across the field in every direction. There are clashing tunes from the dance floor and the funfair rides. Laughter is more boisterous and committed. People are talking over each other. Everyone convinced that they are funny and interesting, more so than when they arrived, more so than the people they are talking to. From time to time I pass a cloud of the familiar smog that used to pop up at parties when I was younger. We called it weed back then. Now they call it hash. I never partook. I stare intently at the kids and eye them suspiciously, but I can't catch anyone with so much as a cigarette, let alone find the source of the stale haze. They are quick and devious. People are. "Hello, Lexi. Lovely party." Jennifer beams at me. I haven't seen her since the press conference. Weirdly, my first instinct is to hug her. That's my body betraying my mind. Muscles and nerves collaborating because of the long and intimate past we share. Drawing one another into an easy hug or honest conversation was normal for so long. Now, I should slap her. I squeeze my hands together behind my back to avoid that. She lunges at me and kisses the air on either side of my face. As we pull apart, I stay stony silent and simply stare at her. I look at this woman who has lied and hurt me, tried to steal from me. "Are you enjoying yourself?" she asks. Sometimes it's hard to relax at one's own parties. I don't respond straight away. I want it to be awkward. I want the intimacy we had to be missed and grieved for. I want her to feel guilty and ashamed. Although, I must be an idiot to think she has any depth that way. Our past was tissue thin. Our future is tumultuous and confused. My mind is struggling to catch up on the fact that she's had the nerve to turn up. I know she was invited. I know she accepted. But a tiny part of me thought that when it came to it, she might have the good grace to realize that she ought not to be here. No, she's ballsier than that. More threatening than that. I try to understand what it means, her being here. Does she know yet that the bribe Jake offered her is never going to get into her bank account? What must she think about that? Then I notice her costume, and I understand completely. She is wearing a skin-tight, silky catsuit that is a clash of primary-coloured diamonds of fabric, an elaborate ruffle around her face, framing her, and a cute, pointy hat. She is the Harlequin, Pierrot's competitor for Columbine's heart. I am left wondering how it's possible that I have been Jennifer's friend for so many years and not been especially aware of her figure. She's tall, a good 5 inches taller than I am, and I've always known she had long legs, but now I notice the swell and curve of her breasts, her ramrod posture, her tight waist. "Who told you what I was wearing?" I ask. I don't see that there's any point or room for dissembling. "I think Jake let it slip," she says, with a smile that is as dishonest as it is broad. "I want to know when. when she spoke to him and what else was said, but I won't give her the satisfaction of asking. Her costume is a challenge, defiance, a declaration of war.
What was wrong with your own husband? I ask suddenly.
This just burst from me. I wasn't planning on pushing the matter out in the open. Wrong with him? She doesn't catch my meaning at first, or at least pretends not to. She must have known I'd find out sooner rather than later, considering Fred knows. I was going to keep quiet forever, pretend it was beneath my notice, their sordid little affair. But if I facilitate the secrecy, I might be adding to their drama, the thrill. Calling her out is not the same as giving Jake up. Once the secrecy is taken away, this thing they had, or even have, won't be as exciting. It will fall apart. I'm culling it, whatever it is, love or lust.
Why couldn't you just stick to him? I challenge.
Fred? There's nothing wrong with Fred. I love Fred.
No, you don't, I say wearily.
She shrugs. Well, maybe not. No. But I did once, I think. I mean, there is nothing wrong with him, exactly. But your husband is simply better. Don't you agree? It was clear from the start that you had the catch, except for the money thing. He just couldn't hold down a job, could he?
That never bothered me.
Yes, it did. We speak with hideous honesty. A pair of women who have been the very best to one another, and now the worst. We have known each other at our most courageous and magnificent, and at our most vile and depraved.
Well, money problems are behind us now, I point out.
Yes. The sudden intimacy of such cruel honesty only accentuates the void between us. He's a very wealthy man now. That lottery ticket win of yours has made him very wealthy. That's a ridiculous understatement. From anyone other than J-Lo's point of view, he is obscenely rich. I'm not naive. I know what this could mean. Wealthy men are catnip to women like Jennifer. You know, I never thought you were the one I had to watch. I'd always have thought Carla was more Jake's type. She's so much more... Obvious, interrupts Jennifer. I was going to say glamorous. Oh well, they do say the quiet ones are the worst. I didn't watch closely enough though, did I? I can't continue this conversation. I can't pretend to be cooler, calmer, more in control than I am for very much longer. Have a lovely time. Go easy on the cocktails. I understand they are really quite lethal, I say, and then turn to melt into the crowd.
Chapter 31. Emily. The party is off the scale. I'm almost sick with excitement as I watch everyone's reactions as they drive up and see the big top, the dance floor. It's awesome. And when they hear that Radio 1 DJ Greg James is actually going to be gigging tonight, their faces. Scarlett, Liv and Nella are all over me. They stick to me like glue, even though I know I'm moving school and according to both Mum and Dad, in a rare moment of agreement, I ought to be digging out new friends. I cling to my new old ones gratefully. We hang around the vodka luge that Mum, in her infinite naivety, described earlier as a really striking ice sculpture. Ostensibly, the luge is for adults only, and there's even a member of staff stood by. He's supposed to be policing who drinks from it, but he looks bored, and only a smidge over 18 himself, so, big surprise, he doesn't ask 4 scantily dressed girls how old we are. I do 3 shots in quick succession. The first one is disgusting. It burns my throat and makes me want to gag, but the second and third are easier. I realise that under the circumstances this is the worst time for me to start drinking. And also the best. I shouldn't be drinking because I'm pregnant. I need to drink because I'm pregnant. The thought makes me want to vomit with panic. I push it out of my head. I watch as guests gather in concentrated, random groups that cluster together, then effortlessly float apart, as if their movements are part of an elaborate dance. Loads of people come up to me and say they are happy for me, and when they do, Scarlett, Liv and Nella clap or bounce about. Basically just act like cheerleaders because they just hear words. But I hear feelings, and I'm not sure. There's something dark behind the smiles and congratulations. Jealousy, bitterness, resentment. I taste it on my tongue, although it could just be vodka. I smell it in the air. Or is that hash? I constantly scan the crowds, straining my neck almost, in a none-too-discreet hunt for Ridley. Normally, a girl being this desperate would lead to her mates taking the piss, but the girls pretend not to notice. They are cutting me a lot of slack, because there are different rules for rich girls. Eventually, I spot Ridley. And when I see him, I hate it that my first thought is shoulders back, boobs out. I check on my phone that my makeup is still good, no mascara smudges under the eyes. I was depending on his excessive gall. The girls kept saying he'd never have the nerve to turn up, especially without Megan, his sidekick. But I knew him better. He's not short of nerve. Ridley hurls himself at life. That's why, when we got together, it was the gentleness that I valued, that made what we had better than what anyone else had. Megan, his parents, his mates, they could all have his enthusiasm, but only I got the tender ache of him. Until I didn't. He arrives with his rugby friends. The gang of boys all ooze swagger. They're used to being noticed and valued. Other boys hunch and slouch as a matter of course. Ridley ought to be cowed, but he isn't. It's not the same when the hockey girls arrive. Despite coordinating their outfits to create maximum impact, it strikes me that they are noticed in a way that undervalues them. The girls are measured, often as not. They are found lacking, and even if they pass the test of scrutiny, the prize is just being admired by a guy. I'm not saying it's fair. I'm just saying it is. Maybe if we all notice how it is, we can start to change things. He is wearing a strongman costume. It's pretty ludicrous, as it has fake muscles and stuff, but as Ridley is more muscular than most boys his age, he pulls it off. I take a cocktail off the tray of a passing waiter. Holding a glass gives me something to do with my hands. We used to play dress-up together. I don't mean recently in like a sex game way. We're not a sad couple in our 40s. I mean, we played dress-up when we were kids. The three of us. Mum had a huge wicker basket that was the designated dress-up box. There were endless costumes from World Book Day, Halloween, and themed parties stashed in there. But when we played, only Megan bothered to hunt out a complete and matching kit. Ridley and I preferred to rummage and pull together our own mad mix-ups. A fireman's helmet, a Roman breastplate, a ballerina skirt. We'd roar with laughter as we layered one another up in ever-increasing ludicrousness. A multicoloured wig, neon bangles, angel wings. He doesn't look ludicrous tonight. He looks hot. And cool. My insides billow, as though someone has just blown life into me. And I know for a fact I'll take him back in an instant if I can, because wanting beats dignity every time when it comes to people you love. But then the rugby lads jostle about a bit, and I notice Ridley isn't alone. Besides the lads, there is a girl, Evie Clark. In the moment I relax because it's not Megan he's here with, I start to boil with jealousy. I hate Evie with her fake Michael Kors tote. I think of her yanking at my hair, kicking my shins in that nasty loo cubicle. She was not invited. Dad and I deliberately avoided inviting Megan and any of her cronies. What is she doing here? I watch as Ridley casually flings his arm across her shoulder. It could be a gesture between mates. It could be more. I down the vodka I'm holding. I need it. Something to blunt it, blot it up, this hemorrhaging of feelings, this extreme pain. I think, fuck him, I'm rich now. Then I think, imagine not wanting me now when I'm this rich. He must really not want me at all. And that makes me feel so sad, so pointless. I'm going to get Evie Clark kicked out, I tell Scarlett. I expect her to nod, but she doesn't. She just puts her hand on my arm, tentatively, gently. Since this is the first sign of opposition she's shown to anything I've suggested since we became friends, her caring gesture is all the more powerful. I want to cry. Let's go and see some more of this party, eh? She suggests lightly. I try to just enjoy the party. I mean, it's phenomenal. I've been so excited working on it with Dad and Sarah. It's all I want to care about, but I can't stop thinking about Ridley. I am constantly aware of his presence. He is currently the closest he's been to me for 4 weeks now. I thought it would be a good thing, but it's torture. Like Mum said it would be. She said boys are pre-programmed to lose focus, but that's not right, and I hate her for generalising. My pain is particular and absolute. No one understands. I keep putting my hand on my stomach, cradling the bunch of cells that are threatening to ruin my life. That may make my life brilliant. I don't know. Scarlett notices. You doing okay? Does your tummy hurt? Do you feel sick? A bit, I admit. She assumes it's the alcohol. Better that than she has any real idea. I don't mean to, but I find myself moving in roughly the same direction as he does as we explore the party. When he goes on the Ferris wheel, I get in the queue. When he's eating at the pulled pork cabin, I'm just in the next cabin along, picking at candy floss. The loss of the fluency, ease and intimacy between us is catastrophic, incomprehensible. Evie Clark is where I ought rightfully to be, tucked under his arm, sharing his jokes, his drink, his space. I look at him, and I think of the places we did it, and I think of the places on my body that he has touched. My insides lurch. You have to stop stalking him, groans Scarlett. Let's go and dance. I stare at her, or at least try to. The cocktails taste way better than vodka shots. These are sweet and fruity. They go down pretty easily. Drink is beautiful, and it is my friend because it makes things not matter, not to me. Maybe they matter to the person I was, or will be tomorrow, but right now, nothing matters. I'm floating. Drink is awful. I've had too much. I'm wedged painfully between desperation and yearning. I pretty much love Scarlett right now because she's really trying to be a proper best friend, not just a rich person's best friend, but I'm going to ignore her. I don't want to dance yet. The dance floor is in the opposite direction to where Ridley is standing. Then how about some water? We should all have some water. Nella, Liv, go and get some. I'll stay with her. Then a miracle happens. Ridley walks away from Evie Clark, and he walks towards me. He keeps his eyes trained on me, as though there aren't 300 other people in the field. I hear Scarlett make a low whistle sound, and Liv laughs, but then they fall away. Vanish. Poof. Just like that. As does all other sound and sense. There's just him, walking towards me, holding eye contact. He has remained certain of himself. That's because he doesn't know what I know. He thinks he's a boy on the cusp of GCSEs, A-levels, university, a future. He doesn't know what I know, and the thought cheers me, because for a moment, maybe, I have more power. Hiya. Hi. Nice party. Thanks, I say automatically, because it's the same script that I've followed about 50 times tonight. He didn't give the compliment with as much enthusiasm as some. In fact, maybe it had a sliver of sarcasm, but maybe not. The vodka and the cocktails mean I'm finding what people are saying is a bit blurry. Their faces aren't staying still either. Ridley glances at the others that are hanging around us. Scarlett, Liv, Nella, and 3 or 4 of his mates too. Liv and Nella have not gone for the water. No one is going anywhere. All eyes are on us. They are not even bothering to pretend to hold their own conversations. It's quite cool. It's like we're Kim Kardashian and Kanye. But it's also awful because I know Ridley won't be his best self in front of others. His best self is when he's alone with me and mucking about doing daft stuff like throwing Maltesers in the air and catching them in his mouth, or shooting hoops and stopping to kiss me every time he gets 10 in a row, which was often because he's really good at sport. I finish off my cocktail because I don't know what else to do.
You drink now?
Ridley sounds surprised but pleased. Things change, I say with a shrug. This is like the opposite of true. Because yes, I drink now, and yes, my family are millionaires, and yes, our parents have fallen out, and yes, he took photos of me with my pants down, peeing. But I love him. That has not changed, and that's the only thing that matters.
How many have you had?
He asks. Not enough, I reply, giggling. Again, most likely the opposite of true, but it sounds pretty cool, like we're in a film or something. Nella put her hand straight in the air and actually clicks her fingers at a waiter. The others all laugh, and one of Ridley's friends says,
You didn't just fucking do that for real, did you?
Nella shrugs. My girl wants a drink. She pouts, and we all laugh again. The guy with the tray of cocktails appears and lets us all take one, even though he looks unsure about it.
You're all 18, right?
Liv points at me and says, It's her party. Not really answering the question, but also very much answering the question. We clink our glasses and then drink. The boys make jokes about cocktails being for bloody girls and ask where they can get a beer. There's a bar, I say, pointing to one of the tents. It's free, adds Scarlett. Immediately, all the boys dash off. I hold my breath. All the boys but Ridley. He stays, and I breathe again. He chose me over a free beer tent. That's massive. He looks over his shoulder to where he left Evie Clark standing. She's still waiting for him. I see her sort of floundering about in space, not sure what to do with herself, not sure where she fits. And I almost feel sorry for her. Almost. He turns back to me, and I instantly forget her. He stayed with me.
Cool costume,
he says. I wore the purple in the end. Sarah was right. This isn't the moment to undersell. I'm glad I wore the one that made Mum mutter and demand of Dad.
You're happy with her going out dressed like that?
It's pretty obvious Mum's losing her shit, though, because in the past, she ultimately made the decision on what did or didn't happen in our house. I kind of get the feeling that Dad decides now. I don't really know why. I like yours too, I comment. Then I want to punch myself in the face, because it's not really a very imaginative comment. He grabs hold of my hand.
Come on, let's get some privacy.
And now I want to sing and clap and dance and kiss him. Mostly, I want to kiss him.
Chapter 32. Lexi. I'm glad the party is outside. I have seen 4 steaming pools of vomit already. At least if the forecasted rain does come tonight, it will be washed away, or maybe the foxes will get to it. Horrible thought. I search about for the party planner. I want her to check that the staff really are confirming ID and not serving cocktails or spirits to anyone under 18. But I can't locate her. I go and speak to as many members of staff as I can personally. However, they don't look too interested in my instructions. I try to explain that I am the host, although as they've dealt with Jake and Sarah, they seem reluctant to listen to me. Glancing about, I see a fair number of quite wasted teens, but I can't definitively blame the bar staff. As the drinks are free, many are left half drunk, so even if a teen didn't ask for alcohol at the bar, they could easily minesweep. I'm not drinking. I feel a need to watch over the guests, specifically the younger ones. I spot one girl who looks as though she is managing to sleep vertically. Her friends cluster around her, propping her up between them. She's wearing a barely-there clown's costume that is streaked with vomit. Her thin, spindly legs drop into chunky wedged heels. She's swaying about like a rooted tree. I fear if she falls, she'll twist her ankle, or maybe she'll just snap. Her friends are nervous when I approach, fearing she and they might get into trouble. I don't judge, but I do suggest we call her parents. They seem relieved that I've taken responsibility. I sit with the girl until her parents arrive. I fully expect them to have a go at me for letting their daughter get into this state. I know if I was called to collect my teen from a party at 8 p.m. and found she was barely conscious through alcohol, then concern might cause me to lash out. I steel myself. But in fact, they simply compliment me on the beautiful party, congratulate me on the win, and say they look forward to seeing me again once Emily and Logan start at the new school. They bundle their daughter into their car and throw one last wistful glance over their shoulders. I think their greatest regret is that they weren't invited. I haven't seen Jake for a while. I call him, but he doesn't pick up. I'm not surprised. He often has his phone on silent and, whilst planning the party over this past week or so, Jake has said the reason it's been difficult to reach him sometimes is that the reception in the field is patchy. I've nothing to worry about. I've nothing to worry about. It's over. I scour the partying people for Jennifer's colourful costume. There are 2 or 3 other harlequins that catch my eye, but I don't see her. Involuntarily, my gaze is drawn to the woodland at the back of the field. The perfect place for people to disappear into if they wanted to be alone, if they didn't want to be found. I shake my head. It's a stupid, destructive thought. Jennifer is probably at the champagne stack. She does enjoy a glass or 2 of champagne. Jake is most likely watching the magic act, which according to my timetable is happening right now in the Big Top. The party site is vast and the throng thick, so it's actually very hard to find anyone. I haven't seen Logan since we arrived, although he has at least replied to my texts, saying he's having a wicked time and that he is with his friends. Yes, they are staying together. No, they are not causing trouble. This is unlikely to be absolutely true, but it's enough to be reassuring. I can't help but note that his phone seems to have better reception than my husband's. I haven't spotted Ellie, Judy, Heidi or Rob from the bureau yet either, and I really want to see them. I want to ask about a couple of my old cases. There are people who I've been thinking about. I'd like to know how things are progressing. I know they are here because Judy has already posted about 20 pictures of herself on Facebook, her face poking out from behind a great big candy floss, her face open with a roar of laughter as she rode the Ferris. I checked at the Ferris wheel, but I couldn't see them. They'd already moved on by the time I got there. I decide to make another circuit of the party in the hope of catching them, but my progress is almost immediately interrupted as I am stopped by some old work colleague of Jake's. Not from his last job, but the one before that. I smile and nod along with their conversation, although not a lot is being said. Mostly it's a repetition of the mantras, "Who would have thought it? What are the odds?" When my phone vibrates in my pocket, I'm grateful for the excuse to cut it short. "I'm so sorry, I have to take this." I throw out an apologetic grimace and duck away from them. "Lexi? Thomas? You recognise my voice?" He sounds happy, and noting as much reminds me that it's not an emotion I usually associate with him. I think of him as sincere, troubled, determined, angry, thoughtful. a complex kaleidoscope of sentiment that is tight and knotted. "Your name came up on my phone," I reply, matching the smile in his voice. "You have me programmed in your phone." He's buoyant, almost playful. Everyone has everyone programmed in their phone nowadays, Thomas. "Where are you? You sound like you're at a party." "I am, actually. My own." "You are throwing a party without me? How is that possible?" I laugh. "Have you been drinking, Thomas?" "Some." If I was having this conversation with anyone else, I would go so far as to call his tone flirtatious. I suppose that's what happens when you gift a man £3 million. I mean, how is he supposed to read that signal? "Why are you calling? Is everything okay?" "You should not always think everything is a problem with me," he says, his tone changing abruptly, sobering. "It's not that, I don't." I falter, because I do. I met the man when he was sleeping in the street outside my office. It's hard to disassociate him from a feeling of concern. He quickly dissolves the awkwardness. "Well, I am calling for a stupid reason now. You make me feel stupid because you haven't asked me to your party, and I am calling to ask you to mine." There's no real irritation or anger in his voice, just amusement. It warms me. It makes no sense, but my stomach hiccups a fraction. A small glimmer of excitement at the idea that Thomas is having a party, that he is inviting me. "My going-away party." And then my stomach plummets. "You're leaving the UK?" "Yes, because of you." What did I do wrong? I joke, but it's forced. When I gave him the money, I hoped it would help him move on. That's what I wanted to enable. That's what I suggested. But now it has come to it. I feel a faint breath of loss. Thomas laughs. "You are the most right person I have ever met, Lexi." His words slice through me. It's obviously a translation thing that makes his compliment seem so moving. The words seem real and raw, although I know they are not. I am not a right person. Jake doesn't even know about the money I gave to Thomas yet. "I have no idea why you decided to give me that money." He pauses, waiting for me to explain, no doubt. I'd like to one day, but I can't right now, so I stay silent. He doesn't push me. Then I hear him breathe out, deeply. "Okay, so, whatever the reason, it is a miracle. At first I think it is a joke, but then the money arrives in my account. I do not spend it in case you change your mind, have you?" "No. I haven't changed my mind." My voice comes out in a whisper. I grip my phone. Sweat prickles under my arms. "Okay, then it is a miracle. I am going home, Lexi. You gifted me that." "What will you do?" "Something good. Something that will honor Revika and Benke. I plan a... how do you say it? A sponsorship of education. I'll give another child the life I would have given Benke. What am I saying? With that much money, I will give many, many children a good life." I gasp. The air builds in my throat and I can't breathe. It's the first time since we won the lottery that I've been genuinely excited about how the money is being spent. I give it a lot of thought. I make a trust, make the money work hard, go back to home and find kids who need help to flourish. It will be a full-time job if I do it right. I'm in awe of his certainty. I have spent hours poring over endless charity petitions and numerous proposals for beneficial projects. I've been paralysed. Unsure where and how much to commit, I am impressed by Thomas' assurance and clarity. "When do you go?" "Tomorrow." "Tomorrow? So your party is happening?" "Right now," he interrupts to confirm. Lexi, don't think I'm rude. I wanted you to come, but I didn't know how to ask you, and then I have 2 beers and realize I ask you as I ask everyone. So I ring you up. He laughs. But it's too late. You have your own party. Where is your party? He gives me an address in town. It's not too far from my office. I look about me. We've quickly arrived at the point of the evening where everyone is too drunk to keep track of anyone else. Plus, the party is spread over a massive field. No one would notice if I slipped away. He is going away. After tomorrow, I might never see this dignified, decent man again. Okay, I'll be there as soon as I can. I calculate that if I drive back to the new house to take off my makeup and change outfits, then drive back to the address Thomas gave me, I will lose almost an hour and a half just getting there. It's already approaching 9 o'clock, and somehow this sacrifice doesn't seem worth it. I decide to drive directly to Thomas in my costume. I should feel foolish and self-conscious, but oddly I don't. I realise that all that matters to me is getting there as soon as I can. There is a field that has been turned into a car park. I'm frustrated to find that our car has been blocked in by dozens of others. When I challenge the young guys who are working at the car park about this, they point out that they weren't expecting us to leave until the very end of the party. It's a fair comment. I check my watch. There's a bus due in 4 minutes. I run. If I catch it, that'll be faster than calling an Uber. Now I've made the decision to go to Thomas' party, I can't get there soon enough. There are not many people on the bus when I get on it. Just 2 lads, sat at the very back, and an old lady sat near the front, within shouting distance of the driver. The old dear says she likes my costume, and the 2 boys ignore me altogether. Of course they do. A middle-aged woman, even one dressed as a broken-hearted clown, is invisible to them. As the bus gets closer to town, a handful more people get on. Couples mostly, who look as though they are going to spend the night in a pub or maybe at the cinema. They are all dressed up and laugh and chatter between themselves. I'm reminded of Saturday nights, long ago, when Jake and I used to enjoy a night out in town. The memory should make me smile because we had such great times, but it doesn't. I shiver. The memory is too distant to warm me. I get off at the last stop and a plastic bag, lifted in the wind, gets caught around my ankle. I kick it off, glance at Google Maps on my phone, and then set off in what I hope to be the right direction. I move away from the smell of bus diesel and the fast food fat and head down a badly lit street where the strongest aroma is overflowing bins. It's about a 10-minute walk until I'm approaching the house that I was given the address to. The party is not happening at the lodgings where I know Thomas lives. That's not this part of town. So I can only assume a friend is hosting this goodbye party for him. How lovely. Even without the address, it would have been clear to me that this is where the party was being held. One house in the middle of the terraced row has its windows flung wide. There is music floating out of it, old pop songs that never seem to go away, but no one can ever remember when they were genuinely fashionable. Lots of chatter and laughter ebbs and flows onto the street. There's cheap but cheerful bunting hung inexpertly from the gatepost to the doorway. I ring the bell, wait, wondering whether it will have been heard above the noise of the festivities. Thomas flings open the door. He has a bottle of beer in his hand and a beam on his face. For a moment he looks startled to see me on his step, and I am concerned that he's forgotten all about inviting me. Then I remember what I'm wearing, that my face is painted white. I wonder, can he see my blushes through the makeup? "You dressed up," he says with a laugh. "My party is a fancy dress party," I explain with a shrug. "I didn't want to waste the evening going home to change." Thomas' beam widens a fraction more, and I know I made the right decision. He steps forward and flings his arms around me, enveloping me in a huge bear hug. This is the first physical contact I've ever had with Thomas. I'm generally a tactile person, and I tend to squeeze a person's arm to convey sympathy, solidarity, encouragement. However, I'm strict about not doing so at work, as it can be construed as unprofessional. I don't remember my fingers so much as brushing Thomas as I've passed him a cup of tea, or my shoulder rubbing against his as he's held open a door for me. His sudden physicality ought to feel unfamiliar, maybe awkward, but I find my body smudges against his with ease, and we fit. He's tall. I slip under his arms that are raised to embrace me. As we separate, I suddenly feel a lack, notice that my hands are empty. I'm sorry, I should have brought a bottle. I think of all the bottles of champagne, wine, beer, spirits that are stacked at my party, and I am embarrassed that I didn't think to pick one up to bring here.
Lexi, you don't have to bring anything other than yourself.
I nip to the bathroom and wash the makeup off my face. Thomas might not think it's odd I have arrived in full fancy dress, but I'm sure others will. There's nothing I can do about my costume. When I emerge from the bathroom, Thomas is patiently waiting for me. I follow him through to the sitting room, where about 20 people are pushed into a small space. All the seats are taken, and floor space is at a premium too. Everyone is talking to someone. No one is lurking gauchily in the background. As I walk in, everyone turns, smiles, gives small nods and waves. I have been to small dinner parties where there have been only a handful of guests, and sometimes those guests have ignored the arrival of a new person. These people seem extraordinarily inclusive. I smile back shyly. Thomas leads me to a group of 3, 2 women and a man, all about my age or older, I guess. Of course, the first comments are about my costume. I explain I've come from another party, but don't mention it was my own, as I fear that might require more of an explanation than I can offer. Why have I left my party of 300 guests to come to this gathering of 20 people? Thomas touches my arm. It's startling. Drink? Yes, please. I came on the bus. He goes into the kitchen to get me a drink. He returns with a glass of white wine. By then, I have jumped into the conversation that his friends were having about the books they are reading at the moment. They talk passionately about the plot and characters. By chance, I've also read the book that is at the root of their discussion, so I can agree that the ending was deeply satisfying. The thin woman in the flowered dress, Dita, puts her fingers in her ears and makes loud la 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 sounds. I haven't finished it, just 2 more chapters to go, she says, laughing.
Wasn't it a bit predictable, though? Asked the bearded man, Mandek, looking genuinely concerned about this.
Well, sometimes a little bit of getting what you expected is just what you need, I point out. Very true, he agrees. I try to establish which one of them works in publishing or as a librarian, because I can't imagine why they would all be so informed and opinionated about books otherwise. But I discover Dita and Mandek work at the laundry with Thomas. Sabina, the youngest of us all, is a cleaner at the local police station. Good jobs, explains Sabina. Fit around my family. I never take worries home with me. I nod. That's undeniably true. I also discover that it is Dita and Mandek's home that I'm in. I thank them profusely for inviting me. Any friend of Thomas is our friend, they tell me. No one mentions the lottery win. Notable because people rarely talk to me about anything else nowadays. I don't think Thomas has told anyone about my luck or his good fortune. I feel relieved. If he had, I could not have been just another guest. I move around from one group of people to the next. A mixed bunch, they remind me of the sort of friendship groups Jake and I used to make on holiday when we were much younger. Transient people from many different sorts of walks of life. All with stories and histories, but none of those histories are shared. It makes an interesting party. There is a freedom in talking to these people who have been brought together through chance and circumstances. They did not go to school together, nor do their children, They did not meet at child-birthing classes, they don't even live in the same neighbourhood, but are scattered across the town and county. Their lives aren't intrinsically entwined through years of responsibility or habit. There is a sense that they are choosing to spend time together because they value the moment. Within the first hour of being at the party, I encounter people from 5 or 6 different birth countries. Yet despite having come from different places, we have all arrived in the same spot this Saturday night. A terraced house in a small British town. And everyone seems happy about it. Their viewpoints may not have originally been the same, but they have found commonalities, unity, and harmony. They want to make the most of it. We want to make the most of it. I count myself in amongst this mélange of people who wish to harvest joy tonight. The air has a sense of energy and delight. People excitedly try one another's dishes. It appears the catering was a case of everyone bringing the dish they most liked to prepare. No one was given instructions as to whether that dish ought to be sweet or savoury. However, as cling film and tinfoil lids are peeled back, it seems that the rich, thick stews, spicy meatballs, pretzels, strudels, dumplings, buns and breads were designed to complement each other as precisely as if Sarah the party planner had written up elaborate directions. There's a big bowl of punch. If anyone knew the ingredients at the beginning of the evening, by the time I try it, the mix is certainly unclear. It's sweet. I can taste pineapple and rum, but then I witness someone add a bottle of vodka. It's careless and crazy, but I couldn't be enjoying myself more. Toma also catches his friend Vladislav adding the vodka. "Good man, fulfill our cultural expectations," he says, slapping his friend on the back. He turns to me. "You better eat plenty of syr smazany," he warns. "What's that?" "Breaded fried cheese." "Sounds perfect," I comment, and dive in. I meet the couple Toma lives with, Joan and Frank, an English working-class salt-of-the-earth pair. Frank has brought his slippers with him to the party. Joan rolls her eyes at this, but doesn't seem too disgruntled. "It's a party, Frank. You are supposed to dress up." "Like this one?" he asks, pointing at me. I just laugh because his ribbing is well meant. Joan is concerned about the washing up and spends most of the evening in the kitchen, rinsing glasses and moving food from one plate to another to clear some space. It seems every time a dish is finished, another one lands on the table as more guests stream through the door. Not only does each and every one arrive with food and drink, but their entrance precipitates ever-increasing cheers of excitement. "Probably because they've brought drink," comments Frank with a grin. Joan tuts, rinses another plate under the tap and says to me, "I hear it's you we have to thank for finding us our Toma." I smile, sip my wine. "He's like a son to us. We're going to miss him." "Yes." My voice sounds gravelly as though I'm chewing sand. It feels that way too. I put down the wine glass I'm holding. It's empty. I've lost count of how much I've had to drink, which means too much. I should check my phone, see how my own party is going. I should really return to it. But I don't because it feels distant, and I feel detached. I can hear music playing here, and that grabs my attention, holds it fast, more than the thought of my own party. It's not the pop tunes blasting from a phone and a speaker that had people jiggling in the sitting room earlier, but someone has actually started to play a guitar. Requests are being made, and whilst I don't recognise the song that is being sung, many do, and lots of people join in. Raucous and tuneless in some cases, as though self-consciousness had never been acknowledged. I stand at the doorway, nodding my head, never more aware of my limiting British reserve. Then Toma taps me on the shoulder, takes my hand, and leads me away from the singing, through the kitchen and out to the back garden. He took my hand. I let him. I hold tight and tell myself it is natural, normal, not in any way wrong. even though I am a married woman, even though his thumb is caressing my hand, and the warmth of him is shooting through my body like a firework. The back garden is only a few meters wide, but it is surprisingly long as it falls away to the railway track. There are a number of people smoking and vaping on the small patio near the house. Thomas cuts through them with polite determination. We head towards the bottom of the garden. There has been enough rain this spring to mean the grass on well-kept lawns is lush and green. The grass here has bald patches that suggest children's robust play. The plastic playhouse and stray football confirm as much. There is a washing line trailing the whole length, where plastic pegs perch, waiting to secure a new load of clean clothes. There are closed dandelions, buttercups, and less attractive weeds sprinkled everywhere like freckles on a redhead. We head towards 2 beat-up white plastic sun chairs at the very bottom of the garden. I suppose this is where Dieter and Mandek sit and relax after work. I notice there are 2 old-fashioned tartan travel blankets slung over the back of the chairs. It's not the most peaceful place on earth, with trains thundering by, but I can see the appeal of looking out over the urban scene, train tracks, factories, and warehouses. It reminds me a little of London. Maybe Dieter and Mandek came from cities and missed them. As we reach the bottom of the garden, Thomas is still holding my hand. I glance at our fingers interlocked, and then wish I hadn't because he suddenly seems to notice and lets go. We sit down. Side by side, but with a proper distance between us. I pull one of the blankets over my lap. It could be the wine, the balmy night, the varied company. I could find any number of excuses, but I can't pretend to myself there isn't an atmosphere between us. Something shimmering, stretching between us. Because there most definitely is. There was drink at my party. It was the same balmy night, and yes, there was varied company. I felt I hardly knew a soul. Yet I did not feel this sense of alertness when I was with Jake. I did not feel my skin prickle. The sky did not seem so black. The stars so bright. "Are you enjoying yourself?" he asks in a tone of voice that suggests this is the most important thing on earth for him right now. That I am his priority. My happiness is his obsession. Very much so. Don't you have to get back to your own party? I should, yes. For a few moments we don't say anything else. It's 11:30. I ought to reach for my phone. I should call an Uber. Not so much to transport me back to reality, but to take me back to the unreality that is now my world. Instead, I comment, "I like your friends. I've met some good people. Some recently, some from my days with Revika and Benke. I wanted them all here tonight." I nod. "What time are you flying out? Tomorrow?" 8 a.m. All packed? Yes. Thomas turns to me and leans very close. For a mad moment, I think he's going to kiss me, and I wonder what I will do if he does. Will I kiss him back? I have been completely faithful to Jake since the moment our eyes collided in the student union over 20 years ago. This isn't a matter of self-discipline or even an admirable and conscious act of loyalty. It simply hasn't ever crossed my mind to be unfaithful. I haven't found anyone else attractive enough to be disruptive. I have only ever seen Jake. And yes, I made vows and promises. But so did Jake. I don't think a broken promise can ever be mended. Not really. And I do find Thomas attractive. However, he does not kiss me. My hair falls in front of my eyes and he leans forward, tucks the strand behind my ear. He stares at me for a length of time that should be embarrassing. It's not. It's nice. I have to ask you again, Lexi, before I commit the money to the trust. Are you sure? Absolutely, I say firmly. Because I haven't spent any of it yet. It's done a job already, without being spent. Already I have life again. I don't have to take the money. But you are going to do such good with it, I urge. And your husband is in agreement. I consider lying to him, but can't. There are too many lies swilling about my life as is. I can't add another. He doesn't know. Isn't that going to be a problem when he finds out? Maybe, I admit with a sigh. But we're facing a number of problems at the moment. I don't want to be an extra one. I take a deep and determined breath in. The way I see it, worst-case scenario is we have 9 million each to spend as we like. This is what I want to do with my portion. I'm most likely going to give more away. I don't really know what to do with it. Other people need it more than I do, that much is clear. Thomas stares at me with unadulterated admiration. It's the best look one human being can give another. He looks at me with respect, approval, gratitude, and eagerness, as though I have shown him something new in the world. It's embarrassing, but also wonderful. Something flickers, boils, and melts beneath my breastbone. How do you manage it? He asks. Manage what? Caring so much for people you don't even know. In my experience, it's cruel enough caring for those you do. I know you, Toma, I reply. My voice comes out as a whisper, although I didn't mean this to be a secret. He replies in a bolder tone, one that shakes and sobers me a little. I think maybe because of the alcohol, I'm having a moment here, but he is not. I'm being dreamy and romantic. He wants to check that he's not going to get sued for accepting my gift of £3 million. Yes, but it's not just me. You care for everyone. I'm just one in a long line of people, he insists firmly. I find his comment infuriating, hurtful. How can you say that? I didn't split my winnings with everyone. In fact, I didn't split my winnings with anyone other than you. You gave me 2.976 million exactly. Yes. A very particular number. Precisely a sixth of what we won. Your share. My share. I need to change the subject. You are going to make a new life, Toma. You are going to give many people a new life. For a long, long time, all I could think of was my old life, the one I lost. I imagined Benka growing up, playing football with him in a park, walking him to school, sitting with his teachers, whilst they tell me he's a smart boy, a kind boy, and I think of more babies, another son, maybe a daughter. She'd also play football, or if she didn't want to, I'd sit with a plastic cup and pretend to sip from it at tea parties. I'd look ridiculous. I wouldn't care. Thomas' gaze is on the grass a foot in front of him. Also, if Benka didn't want to play football, if he was into music, theatre, or drawing, that would be good too. Tea parties. This kid could be anything he wanted to be. I wouldn't care. And Rebecca. He rolled her name around his tongue, around the dark night, and I could hear the longing, as clearly as I could hear the happy singing, drift from the house. She'd pass her exams and become an accountant. She'd be very good, very dedicated. She'd become a big boss. She might come home and be angry with me because I didn't do the ironing, didn't make supper the way she wanted, and I'd apologize, and I'd try harder to do more in the house. Even though this is not our tradition, we'd adopt a more modern and fair way. He turns to me now. I look at him even though his pain is hard to witness. I'd have thrown myself at all the bright possibilities of the world, exposing myself to anything that might blow in, a kid that needed expensive dentist work, an exam badly failed, a teen scraping the side of my new car, even finding a stash of drugs in their room. The stuff that happens to my friends. I'd have borne it all, because those cold winds would have ruffled, possibly brought down a fence or two, but nothing more. I love the way Thomas talks. He tries harder to grasp at what we mean, what life means, than most people bother to do. I don't know if it's because he comes from a different culture or language, or because of what he's shouldered in losing his wife and child. I just know I could sit here and listen to him all night. He sighs. I spend a lot of time thinking about that life and being angry with my different life, the one with storms, hazardous, brutal storms, where I tried to numb myself, where I became a man who drank too much and took antidepressants, a man who ended up living on the street. He shakes his head. Rebecca would have been so sad to see that. Or angry, she could be fierce. She hated waste. I smile. I'm certain I would have liked Rebecca. Yes, you would. But you would never have met. I suppose not. When they died, I lost everything. Them, yes, but also the glorious impulse to be better. Without them, I had no one to let down, but myself, which I did. He sighs, shakes his head. You gave me a chance, Lexi. I can't live that life. It's gone. But you gave me a chance to live a different life. You gave me back the wish to be better. I think you have given me the chance of a very, very good life. I just gave you money, Thomas. You are deciding what to do with it. I shrug. Question. Thomas taps a finger against my hand to get my attention. He has it anyway, but his touch sends a pulse ricocheting through my body. Do you think less of me, Lexi, because I stopped searching for the people who owned the property? The people ultimately responsible? I shake my head. I thought maybe now I have all this money I should stay and hunt them down. The records are obviously purposefully confusing, but now we could hire private detectives. What then? I ask. The man won't be brought to justice because Winterdale took the fall. It's a dead end. If we found him, we could hire thugs to kill him. My eyes widen, and Thomas laughs. I'm joking. I'm not a killer. There was a time when I raged that way, but you poured oil on those waters, Lexi. It's better that you move on. That's what I want for you. That's why I gave you the money. Thomas stretches out his hand. His thumb touches the bit of forehead above my eyebrow, and he strokes me there. I close my eyes and allow the caress. It is slow and gentle. It is as though he's just found that bit of my body, and it is the most erotic part of me, or precious. He soothes away my cares. I feel my body slacken. He pulls the rug up to my chin, and I feel his firm hands tuck it tightly around me, so I'm snugly cocooned. He pauses, looks me in the eye, and then moves forward, kisses my forehead. Chastely, but not really so. Tenderly. I can smell the cold night air clinging to him. I should call an Uber, I murmur. Yes, you need to go back to your party. Back to my life. Or whoever's life I am leading now.
Chapter 33. Emily. Ridley keeps hold of my hand as he strides through the party, across the field and towards the woods. He's walking quickly, I can hardly keep up. The boots I'm wearing are high, and even though the heels are quite chunky, I fall off them 2 or 3 times, hurting my ankle a bit. Every time I do, he rolls his eyes and says, "Seriously, Emily, how much have you had to drink?" And I like it that he's concerned for me, even if his concern comes out sounding a little like a condemnation. He's right. I am drunk. I like it. It's as if my fingers are candy floss, all malleable and melty, vapid. My fingers, my head, my body. The neatly mowed grass gives way to longer, wilder stuff, and then soon a tangle of brambles, twigs, foliage. I'm glad of the boots, otherwise my legs would be ripped to bits. Ridley only lets go of my hand when he pushes me up against a tree. The bark scratches my bare shoulders and back, but I don't care because his tongue is down my throat. He's kissing me hard, and I know what this sort of kissing means. I'm glad. I kiss him back, just as hard. Our teeth bang and our tongues clash, as though they've forgotten how to move with each other, but I don't stop. I tangle my fingers in his hair and pull his head towards me so he can't stop either. His hands are running up and down my body. It seems neither of us have forgotten how good that is. His kisses make everything else just fall away, as though there is just us up against one of those green screens they use in movie making, our own space to create of it what we will. A moment ago, I could hear the party blaring in the background, the DJ, the fairground rides, shrieking and laughter. Now, there is no sound, except our breathing, heavy and fast. Someone has hit the mute button on the world's remote. There is nothing to see. My eyes are closed. All there is him, his touch, his warmth, his presence. After a bit, I know I have to ask. I don't want to. I want to carry on with his lips on mine, with his hands exploring my body, but I have some self-respect, and so I break my mouth away from his. He just attaches his to my neck, to my ears, to my arms and face. His breath is warm and perfect. I can smell beer and toffee apples on him. His fingers are edging into the leg on my leotard. Panting, I ask, "So, Evie Clark, then?" He stops kissing for a moment to face me and grins. "Jealous?" I am, obviously, but can't see it would help to admit it. "Curious," I say. I'm pretty pleased with that retort. I think I sound witty and sophisticated, not quite as anxious and worried as I am. He shrugs. If I didn't love him so much, I'd say he looked dumb, or maybe embarrassed. I freeze, understanding this even through the haze of alcohol and lust. I thought he'd say she was nothing. He's not saying she's nothing. Which means she is something. The latest thing. But then he was just a second ago kissing me. I block out the memory of him standing at the door of the school toilets while Megan slapped and kicked me. I try not to think about him taking photos of me with my knickers around my ankles. He starts to look about him. He seems confused, almost as though he's suddenly unsure as to how he came to be alone in the woods with me, as though he's forgotten he was the one who took my hand and practically dragged me here. "I'm really drunk," I say. I've heard people say this by way of an excuse when they've done something they regret, or when they want to do something they know they shouldn't, and are already making excuses even before it's happened. And sometimes people say it just because it fills a gap in conversation, and they can't think of what else to say. I'm not sure which of these applies to me. Maybe all of them. The ease between Ridley and I has been hacked apart. He's nervous and jumpy, and can't look at me. I want him to look at me more than anything in the world, because my costume is cool and I had my makeup done professionally, and if ever there was a time for him to want me, it is now. I'm pregnant. So now he looks at me. His head snaps around so damn quickly, I think it is going to fall off. I expect to see some level of regret, or sympathy, maybe even excitement, or is that too much? All I see is rage. You are fucking lying. His voice breaks on the word fucking, which, 'cause I'm drunk, makes me sort of want to laugh. Laugh for two reasons. I mean, one, his voice is still unreliable and he's going to be a daddy. Plus two, the word fucking is definitely the pertinent one here. We had sex, more than once. Now there's a baby coming. It doesn't take Einstein. My brain is thinking this, but lots of other stuff too. Once again, I feel like I'm floating above this conversation, not really in it. It's too much. I guess I'm technically hysterical. I shake my head, try to focus. It's true, I took a test. Fuck. He drops into a low crouch, goes down like he's been shot. Balancing on his feet, his elbows resting on his haunches, his shoulders bent, head in his hands. He stares at the ground. It's a familiar stance. He squats like this when his team loses a match. Fuck, he says again. It's okay, I say, although I don't think it is. I don't want to be a mum. I'm too young. We've just won the lottery, and I've bought all those cool clothes. I won't be able to get into them because I'll get fat. But, on the other hand, we've just won the lottery and I am 16 in a few weeks, so maybe it could be okay. If Ridley wanted the baby. If he wanted me. I crouch down next to him. Very close. Our heads are almost touching. I want to put my hand on his back, stroke him, comfort him. I start to, but daren't. Not quite. My hand hovers near his skin, but not on it. I can feel the heat coming off him. It drives me mad. I hear him mumble something, but it's tricky to make out exactly what. I'm swaying. Crouching in heels after debut vodka chugging is hard. He repeats himself, clearer this time. I don't want this. This? I ask, dying. You? A baby? This? He looks straight at me now. Arrows fly from his eyes and literally pierce me. I don't want you at all. His words knock me over. I fall back onto my bottom. The ground is damp. I look at Ridley. He is shaking. His hands and lips are quivering. I think he's going to cry. He hasn't cried since he was 11, not even when his granddad died, and he loved his granddad. He looks really scared. Really sad. I feel bad that I've made him feel this way. That not wanting me is weighing so heavily on him. I know this is weird, and I should just hate him, but I don't. I love him. All I ever wanted was to make him happy. To be happy with him. I've known him since before I can remember knowing anything. He is so familiar to me. He is the boy me. I watch him withdraw. It hurts as though I am being split in half. How can I mean nothing to you now? I ask. When we were that? All that? I don't know. But you don't. He stands up and looks longingly back at the party. I know he wants to be there. Probably with Evie Clark. He does not want to be with me. Or to be a dad. Have you told anyone? He asks. I shake my head. You need to tell your mum. She'll sort it out. You have enough money to fix everything now, he says over his shoulder as he strides away. I can't watch him walk. I turn away and clamber onto all fours like an animal. I start to puke. My vomit is cocktail-coloured, red. It looks like blood is pouring from my mouth. I'm sick and sick and sick until I'm just retching and spluttering and there's nothing more to bring up. I don't know if I'm being sick with the pregnancy or with the alcohol. I know, lousy combo. Maybe I'm just sick because of life. My eyes are closed, as I can't face the world. But then I hear footsteps behind me, scrambling through the brambles, twigs and grass. I freeze. Ridley has come back. My heart lifts again. He's come back! Maybe to apologise. Maybe to hold me close. He's come back and it will be okay. I quickly wipe my mouth with the back of my hand. He won't want to kiss me if I'm covered in vomit. I don't want him to see me crawling on all fours, surrounded by puke and self-pity. I need to get up, look a bit dignified, look a bit sorted. As I move, something hits me from behind. Really hard. Sudden and unexpected. I think a log has fallen from a tree above and bashed me. It's like accidentally belly-flopping into a swimming pool when you are trying to dive. Hurt and shock invade, but the pain is not on my belly, but in my bottom, as though I've literally been kicked up the arse. Instinctually, I scrabble away from the pain. As I do so, I put my palm flat into my vomit, which causes my arm to slip and give way beneath me. Whack! Another hit. Terrified, I think the sky is falling in. I cannot control my limbs. I crumble and fall flat to the ground. Instantly, frenzied hands are all over me, and I understand it's not logs falling, not the sky. It's more ordinary than that. I'm being assaulted. It's a man. Or men. I'm a young girl in a leotard. This sort of thing happens all the time. I start to scream, but a hand is clamped over my mouth. I wriggle, I struggle, I try to bite the hand, but tape, thick, blue tape, is wrapped around my mouth and eyes. In just seconds, I'm made blind and dumb. I still kick out and try to push them off me, but there's 2, 3, maybe more of them. Men, not boys. I can smell them and feel their rough hands gag and bind me. My heart is thumping against my chest cavity. I think I'm going to split wide open in fear. They tie my feet together. They tie my hands behind my back. It's fast and unspeakably terrifying. I'm powerless. They straddle me, and I think they're going to rape me, but realise that they are just subduing me. At least at the moment. They are probably going to take me somewhere else to rape me. I'm sobbing, but neither the tears nor the sound can escape. I think I might suffocate. I am so utterly petrified, more petrified than I have ever been in my life. This is 1,000,000 times worse than the beating in the loos. This is 1,000,000 times worse than the blue tick on the window of the pregnancy test. This is the worst thing I can ever imagine. I beg them to let me go, but they can't hear me because of the tape. And they don't care. I'm hauled up, and 2 people carry me between them. I think I'm going to die. "Shut the fuck up and stay fucking still or you'll regret it," says a man's voice. I believe him. I want to be quiet now because he could hurt me more, but I sob and kick instinctually, my body flaying and bucking uselessly. Then someone punches me in the stomach. I'm too winded to shout out. Then I smell something odd. Like at a dentist.
Chapter 34. Lexi. In the Uber, the effects of the wine and the punch start to wane, and I immediately feel the responsibilities of my family, of my life, settle back on my shoulders. I shouldn't have just taken off without telling anyone where I was going. What was I thinking? Just because I felt a bit lonely and neglected at my party isn't a good excuse to bail. I check my phone, feeling guilty that I hadn't looked at it while I was with Thomas. However, there are no messages for me. Irrationally, the guilt is immediately shoved aside, and I feel a flare of irritation. It's 11:30, and apparently no one has missed me. My reaction makes no sense. It's better that I wasn't missed. I'm behaving like a teenager. I call Logan, and he picks up after the 3rd ring. "Hi, having fun?" "It's awesome, Mum! Where are you? I've been looking for you." I smile, grateful that after all they haven't been completely forgotten. I had to go out, do something, but I'm on my way back now, 5 minutes away. Meet me at the dance floor. We are not dancing together, Mum. I can almost hear him roll his eyes in despair. No, I know. I just want to see you. I want to hold him. My baby, who is now only a couple of inches shorter than me. I suddenly feel a very keen need to be reassured by his solidness, his simplicity. Things are so complicated right now. Have you seen much of your dad tonight? I feel wrong asking. I can't really expect Jake to have been too hands-on considering I dashed off to be at another party. With another man. He's with me now. We were looking for you and Emily. Neither of you turned up to do the cake-cutting photo thing. Oh, sorry, I forgot all about it. You forgot about a metre-high cake? Logan is still young enough to have an unashamedly sweet tooth, and the 4-tier cake has been a source of endless discussion for him over this past week. He was the one who had the final say over the layers. Red velvet, chocolate, coconut and lime, and carrot. Does Dad want to cut it now? No, it's okay, we did it. Jennifer and Fred and loads of other friends just piled in. It's like a big gang photo now, not a family one. I seethe, but bite my tongue. Okay, well, nearly there with you. As I re-enter the party grounds, I swiftly help myself to a glass of champagne from a tray. Hearing that Jennifer crashed the family photo op somehow means I require liquid fortification. I know it is partially my fault for not being there, but really, did it have to be Jennifer who stood in for me? The server holding the tray looks bored. I see her casting longing looks in the direction of the loud party. She's only about 19. I flash her a sympathetic smile. I did a lot of waitressing work for extra cash when I was young. It was basically an exercise in managing older men's roaming hands and older women's unreasonable dietary requirements. I hope she hasn't been met with too much rudeness tonight. I hope everyone has smiled, made eye contact, said thank you. I head towards the main marquee where the dance floor is. The costumes make it harder to pick out faces I know. Most people are happy in their own cliques now, dancing, drinking, chatting, and no one turns to say hello as I thread through the crowds. The dry ice smoke swirls, catching the amalgam of lights, dazzling blues, perky greens, loud reds, that are clashing and dashing through the hot, fused bodies. The DJ knows what he's doing. The songs he's picking are clear favourites with Emily's friends, who are all on the dance floor and thrashing their bodies around with wild abandon. Logan's friends look less sure. Many are lined up around the edge of the tent, trying not to look self-conscious and therefore looking exactly that. I spot Jake and Logan by the cake and make my way towards them. The music blasts at a volume I've long since identified as too loud. It reverberates through my chest and spine. I drop a kiss on Logan's head. His scalp is sweaty and familiar. He looks about him, checking none of his friends have seen me. It's just a truth universally acknowledged that parent affection is uncool. I have no idea why being loved is deemed embarrassing. In my experience, loving is the thing most likely to lead to humiliation. I look around for Emily but don't see her. Where's Emily? I ask Jake. What? He yells back. Have you caught up with Emily yet? I yell again, louder this time. A flicker of annoyance skitters up my spine when Jake just turns to me with a broad, obviously drunken smile. Not for ages. You should be keeping an eye on her, I snap. Why? She was drinking earlier. All the kids are drinking. Jake makes a big, benevolent gesture with his arm, which takes in the entire room. He's right. No one is sober. Me included. The beer he is holding slops over the glass rim and splashes on the floor. Yeah, but it's her first time. She won't know when to say when. Anyway, Where have you been? He asks. What? I am playing for time. I can't tell him the truth. He would never understand why I had to say goodbye to Toma. I hardly understand myself. The memory of the man stroking my forehead with his thumb scalds. I can still feel his fingers tapping on the back of my hand. I rub over the spot he touched, as though trying to wipe away words off a blackboard. Jake doesn't even know Toma's name. I really need to tell him about the £3 million. I'll do that tomorrow, after we've cleared up from the party. I saw you take off a few hours ago. I've been looking for you all night. Where have you been? Jake is showing an interest in me that has been lacking of late. However, it doesn't feel as though it's coming from a place of concern. Oh, we ran out of limes. I thought I could go and get some. I stop. It's nonsense. If we had run out of limes, which is unlikely as Sarah thought of everything, then why would I be the one to go for them? It's not that sort of party where the hosts pop out to the corner shop to get more crisps and alcohol, something that did happen fairly regularly at our old parties. We have staff now. Jake is incredulous too. Limes. For the margaritas. I'm bluffing. I'm not even sure they are serving margaritas. I'm not just bluffing. I'm lying. I'm a liar. Where is Emily, do you think? I need to speak to her. Jake shrugs. Have you called her? Straight to voicemail, and I have texted now 3 times throughout the evening. Nothing back. I pause. Will you call her? Me? Yes. But you've just said you've tried, he points out. I glare at him. For all his incredulity, I know he understands perfectly. I think she might be blocking me, ignoring me specifically because I am the parent most likely to call time on drunken exploits. I'm the one who will want to know if she's cold, and if she is, then I'll be the one to make her change into something warmer. Her outfit is ridiculously skimpy, and whilst I'm not an idiot, I realise most of the girls' outfits are equally tiny, and I get the importance of making an entrance. I also think being comfortable enough to have fun is important too. I insisted she pack a pair of leggings and trainers to put on as the night wore on. I just think heels, a skimpy plunging leotard, alcohol and fair rides are a combination that amount to an accident waiting to happen. The leggings and trainers are purple and sparkly. They go with her costume, but she still wasn't keen. They remain in a bag behind the bar. I know. I've checked. The fact is, Emily is more likely to take Jake's call than mine. She might think he's calling her about some party planning issue. He smiles obligingly and presses her number. We both listen, as it rings and rings. I look around me onto the crowded dance floor and spot the 3 girls who got ready at ours tonight. Scarlett, Liv, Nella. They're dancing with a bunch of boys, writhing around like eels in a bucket. I think the boys must be from the new school because I don't recognise them. They are all tall, handsome. They have floppy hair, loud laughs, and ooze confidence, as though their raison d'etre is to fulfil the stereotype of what it means to be a private schoolboy. I realise that if I go and talk to them, I'll be killing their mood, but I do need to know where Emily is. It's after midnight, and I'm not sure when anyone last saw her. Apprehension skitters up my spine. I squeeze my way onto the dance floor, and although it is rammed, somehow a space opens up for me. The girls are all shiny and sticky. Their makeup has run and smudged, but they still look gorgeous because they are young and they are clearly having a lot of fun. That combo makes for gorgeous. I'm glad for them. Have you seen Emily? I yell above the music. They exchange a look that clearly tells me they have, but they are weighing up whether to tell me. My first thought is relief. She's not in trouble, I just haven't seen her for a while, I say to encourage them. I think she went off with... Liv doesn't get to finish her sentence because Scarlett nudges her in the ribs. It's a forceful shove, effective but indiscreet. With whom? I ask, firmly. Liv looks nervous. Her eyes drop to the dance floor. The boys snigger and then start to melt away into the crowd, not interested in girls who attract parental attention. Nella stares at them, something close to anguish in her pretty, plump face. I watch as she makes a quick calculation. She does not want to lose the boys. She needs to wrap up this conversation and get rid of me. She's probably just somewhere with Ridley, she garbles. With Ridley? I try not to alter my expression. Are they back together? I hope my tone is lighter than my heart. The girls shrug and then move away from me to chase after the boys they were dancing and flirting with. That's far more important to them right now than Emily's goings-on. I return to where Jake and Logan are standing. Logan is looking tired, pale and shadowy. I suggest he goes home. One of the security guys could go with you in the taxi. He just scowls at me, unimpressed by the idea. I know he wants to be here until the bitter end. We have a license to play music until 1 a.m. I guess with all the sugar he has undoubtedly consumed, he'll manage to push through until then. Her friends think she might be with Ridley, I inform Jake. I think she might have got back with him. He nods. Most likely. Why would she want to do that? I demand, thinking about how Ridley stood by and allowed Megan and her monsters to beat Emily. I should never have agreed to him being here. Because she's still in love with him, replies Jake simply with a sigh. No, she isn't. I say this forcefully because I want to be right. She'd have told me, I insist. But then would she? Emily and I haven't been having many heart-to-hearts of late. Did she tell you? I demand. She didn't have to. I know my daughter. It's an accusation. I hear it, loud and clear. When did that happen? When did Jake start to know what was going on in Emily's head better than I do? I check my phone, but there are still no messages. Have you tried that Find My iPhone tracking thing? We all have this app on our phones. I can't tell you how many times it saved the day when one or the other of us has believed we've lost our phone. It won't be specific enough in a field this size. Jake takes a big gulp of his beer, lets his gaze fall on the dancers. I try it anyway. Knowing she's on the field would be some sort of reassurance. I mean, of course, she must be. Why would she be anywhere else? But even so, I'd like the matter confirmed. No joy. It just says her phone is offline. She's probably out of power. She was fully charged when we left the house. But she'd have taken loads of photos and been posting on Snapchat all night. That drains the battery. It's a brand new phone with a huge capacity, but I grab the thought anyway. I quickly look at her Instagram account. She last posted when the sky was still light. I tell Logan to check Snapchat, which I don't have and I don't understand. He does as I ask him, and I stand by, watching intently. Nope, nothing, he says. Most likely she's just switched off her phone, says Jake. I told her to keep her phone on tonight. The anxiety begins to swell and solidify. It grows into a throbbing apprehension, cementing in the base of my back. It's pulling me to the ground. I stagger a bit, prop myself up against a bar table, legs and hands shaking. My brain behind my body. I breathe in, deeply. So our teenager doesn't want to be found, Jake says, grinning. That's not exactly breaking news. My guess is she's sneaked off with some of her new friends, probably trying dope for the first time. And that doesn't bother you, I snap. Of course it bothers me. I'm just saying most likely whatever she is up to, it isn't Armageddon. Jake has always taken a looser position on drugs than I have. He sees them as inevitable, experimental. I really do see them as Armageddon. I force myself not to sound too frantic, but can't stop myself asking. So, you do think something is up? I didn't mean that. Look, have a drink. Try to enjoy yourself, Lexi. I can't enjoy myself, I insist. That's half the problem, he sighs. I want to ask him what the other half is. I want to tell him what it is. I shiver despite the sticky heat in the tent. The heat is intensified by the sentences that also hang in the air, half-formed, too lethal to commit to. We should call Ridley and her friends, everyone in her school year, everyone we invited from her old school and the new one. We have the new class list. I think I have it on my phone. As I scramble to open contacts, Jake places his hand over my phone. Just take a breath, Lexi. She's just out there, drunk and sleeping it off. Let's not make a fuss. Blow this out of proportion. What sort of first impression are we going to make on the parents at the new school if we call and say she's missing at her own party? If we call it this time of night, they'll all just worry about their own kids, half of which have gone home with different friends, etc. It will cause a panic. I glare at Jake, but reluctantly accept he might have a point. I leave Logan in the dance tent with Jake and go outside to look for Emily. I tell myself that most likely there is nothing seriously wrong. But my years of mothering mean that I do know one thing. If a child doesn't want to be found, they probably should be. The weather forecast was accurate. The night air has turned cold. Rain starts to splatter on the ground, mocking the British optimism in summer. Many people abandon the outside attractions and head for shelter. Others call it a night and start falling into minicabs. Like a salmon heading upstream, I walk out into the blackness, scouring the crowds and the shadows for my daughter. Chapter 35. Lexi. Emily! Emily! My voice pierces the night. The sounds from the party fall away into the distance. The laughing, the noise from the fair rides, the music from the DJ. I don't hear any of it. I only hear my heart beating against my ribcage and my ears strain as I wait for her to yell back a response. I've scoured the entire party site, but there's no sign of her. I've asked everyone I've bumped into if they've seen her recently. I'm met with nothing other than blank shrugs and vague apologies that no, they haven't. Most people just want to get out of the rain, and I don't think they really give my question much thought. She was dressed as Zendaya as she appeared in The Greatest Showman? A shrug. You know, purple leotard thing. I lose patience with their glassy eyes, their dumb indifference, and rush on with my search. I start to run. I'm not as fit as I should be. I've spent too many long hours behind a desk. My breath never makes it to and from my lungs, but instead it harbours in my throat, and I'm suffocating. I imagine her unconscious, choking on her own alcohol-induced vomit. I imagine her cold, wet, alone. The woods loom in the background of my every thought and breath, shadowy, threatening, overpowering. She's nowhere to be found at the party. I need to head into the woods next and search there. The trees are dense. Some fat and ancient, others scrubby and slight, saplings, really. Their combined canopies block out any moonlight that the clouds haven't already stolen. I stumble around, possibly in circles because there are no clear paths, and even if there were, I wouldn't know how far to follow one, or in which direction. Brambles rip at the thin cotton of my costume, and soon my legs and arms are scratched. I wish I was wearing jeans. I wish I'd just spot her lying asleep under a fat tree. I wish I had kept her by my side all night. I wish we'd never had a party. I wish so many things. My slashed calves are the least of my problems. Even using the torch on my phone, it's too dark to see anything much. I decide I need to go back to the party and rouse security. They can help me search. We need to do this systematically. I run back to the dance tent. I only realise how long I've been searching when I notice that the music has stopped. The DJ has packed away. He's probably back on the motorway by now. The dance floor looks like a crime scene, pocked with spilled drinks and shards of crushed plastic glasses. The colours from the party popper streamers have bled into the puddles, caused by wet and muddy footprints. With the lights up, the scene that had seemed thrilling just a short time ago now has the dank, grubby quality of a public toilet. No one is tidying up. The staff are too exhausted to bother to paint on smiles when they see me. They sag and slouch, suppress yawns and reach their arms into coat sleeves, no doubt very glad of the decision we made to clean up tomorrow in daylight. The guests have thinned out to a few stragglers. Jake is still deep in conversation with one of them. I don't recognise whoever it is he's talking to. I spot Logan, asleep, I think. He is slouched on a tall stool, his head resting on the bar.
"I can't find her!" I yell. "Jake! Jake! We need to get security! We need to call the police! I can't find her!"
Of course, this draws everyone's attention. The staff immediately swap their exhausted demeanours for ones of alertness, curiosity, or panic. The laggard guests fight through their drunkenness and stare at me with confusion and the sort of ghoulish interest rubbernecks give at car accidents. Jake walks swiftly towards me. He moves me away from the fray by placing a determined hand on the base of my spine. In the past, this gesture has felt tender and territorial, but now I feel the manipulation. His first priority seems to be avoiding causing a scene, avoiding anyone else becoming upset or alarmed. Anyone other than me, that is. I don't give a damn. All I want to know is, where is Emily? "I've looked everywhere for her. No sign." "She'll turn up." He smiles. If he's trying to be reassuring, I just find him arrogant and annoying. "When?" "Everything's fine." "It's obviously not." We are talking in splintered sentences. They stutter out like gunfire, abrupt, deadly. Jake takes a deep breath, waves goodbye to the last few guests, tells the staff they can go. Why is he letting people slip away? We need these people to help us search for her. I feel drained and powerless. A flat, sputtering battery because I don't throw out contradicting instructions. I let him have his way. "You know what? I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. I bet our first guess was right. I bet she's with Ridley." I want this to be true. I wouldn't care, I really wouldn't. Him or any boy. The rich, pompous ones who arrived with vodka and attitudes, or the scruffy, meaty ones who arrived with bad haircuts and acne. Right now, I'm desperate for it to be this level of deceit. Praying for it. "Have you seen Ridley?" I demand of no one in particular, but the entire room. "Someone asking for me?" I turn, and there he is, head hung, looking for all the world as though he wants to vanish, rather than be brought into the limelight. I pounce on him. "Have you seen Emily?" He shakes his head slowly. "Not at all. Not all evening." "Well, a bit. Earlier." He's clearly reluctant. "When? What time?" His eyes are glassy and red. Drink? Drugs? Tears? I don't really care. I just want him to answer my questions. "About 8. Over 5 hours ago." My heart sinks. "What's going on?" asks Jennifer. I'd been so intent on interrogating Ridley, it's only now I notice he is flanked by his mother and father. He looks protected, defended. My daughter is absent. Jake's and my inadequacies bite. And although I hate Jennifer, loathe her with a base, visceral certainty, at this moment I just remember that she's known Emily since she was a baby. Thoughts clash about my head, pleading for attention. Jennifer once drove us at breakneck speed to the hospital because Emily had fallen out of a tree which she, Ridley and Megan had been climbing. Jennifer makes separate gravy for Emily because Emily is veggie. So few people bother to do that. She has always sewn the name tags onto Emily and Logan's school uniforms for me because she has a sewing machine and it takes minutes, whereas hand sewing swallows hours. She has driven to my house with Calpol because my kids were running fevers, Jake was away, and I was housebound. She's plonked a sun hat on my daughter's head when she spotted her running in the garden unprotected. She taught Emily to sail. She might have let my husband fuck her, but right now I don't care. All I care about is finding Emily, and I think that will happen sooner if the people who love her are galvanized. So I tell her, Emily is missing. I see Jennifer's face crumple in horror. I feel vindicated that she sees the agony as I do. Has someone taken her? She asks. I gasp. A new horror. You think that's possible? I had not thought of that. My fears just ran to alcohol and accidents. Well, you are so wealthy now, she might have been kidnapped. My knees start to shake. I stagger. Someone lowers me into a chair. I let them. I'm guessing she's just passed out somewhere, adds Jake. I see Jennifer's face change, suddenly relieved. Well, that would be better, adds Fred. I know it would. A teen in turmoil, a teen in a sulk, a teen legless and lawless is infinitely preferable to a teen who's been kidnapped and held for ransom, but I suddenly feel a deep despair crawl through my being, and I'm certain Jake is wrong. Yes, that will be it, says Jennifer. I noticed she was drinking earlier on tonight. I'm sure it's nothing serious at all. I hate Jennifer for instantly siding with Jake, for instantly accepting his version of events and diminishing my fears, dismissing them. But of course she would. Sucking a man's dick trumps putting a sun hat on a child's head in terms of allegiances and commitment. I feel sick with anxiety and can't be bothered with either of them. Now Jennifer has put the thought of kidnapping in my mind, I'm delirious with fear. Even whilst I look for Emily and imagined her choking on her vomit, cold and unconscious, part of me doubted it, couldn't accept it. She's not the sort to allow herself to get into that much of a mess. She would have found help, even if she didn't want us to see her hideously drunk. She could have gone to her friends, or her brother. Where is she, Jake? Jake doesn't respond or move. I want to rip his head off with my bare hands. Why isn't he more concerned? Where is she? Obviously, he doesn't know. I realise that, but I want something from him. Anything. Who has taken her? We don't know anyone has taken her, he mutters impatiently, dismissively. He clearly thinks I'm being hysterical. He moves towards Ridley. Ridley, mate, I know you think you're being a friend to her by covering, but you're not, says Jake. I'm embarrassed for my husband that he called Ridley his mate. On no level is this appropriate, and it's so obviously a desperate attempt to ingratiate himself and pretend he's somehow cool and down with the kids. Embarrassment flourishes into disdain when I consider that specifically he wants to be down with the kid who broke his daughter's heart. Just tell us where she's hiding out and we can all go home to bed. Where is she? I don't know. You do, you're just not telling us, says Jake, a little more firmly. I don't. Ridley's gaze is bolted to the floor. I sigh. I fear he probably doesn't. I watched him during the earlier part of the evening, and from what I could gather, he didn't seem in the least bit interested in Emily. She trailed after him like a devoted dog, but he kept moving along. If he was at the Ferris wheel, over she'd saunter, only for him to leg it to the bouncy castle. When she turned up there, he went to get something to eat, always with the girl he brought along. He seemed pretty focused on her, not interested in Emily at all. It was heartbreaking to watch. I was fuming with Jake for inviting him here and allowing him to rub Emily's nose in his new relationship, or fling, or whatever it is. I believe him when he says he doesn't know where Emily is. It's just not what I want to hear. My desperation makes me focused, hostile, and disapproving, all at once. I glare at him, every centimetre of my body emitting loathing.
"Are you sure you haven't any ideas, son?"
asks Fred, his tone jovial too. We're the sort of parents who've read all the books telling us not to get riled with our teens because they simply shut down and you hit a wall. Better to create an environment that suggests safety and belief. Right now, I want to climb down Ridley's throat and haul out his tongue to force him to spit out any words that might help. "I'm not her babysitter," Ridley mutters sulkily. "But I am." His response slaps me. Because in fact, I am more than that. I am her mother, not even a substitute. I should have been here, watching over her, taking care of her, not with Thomas. At that second, my phone buzzes. I think it's going to be a message from Thomas that I've somehow conjured him up by thinking of him. I glance at my screen. At first, I don't understand what I'm looking at. But then I do. It is a photo of Emily. I can't see much of her face. There is gaffer tape wrapped around her eyes and mouth, leaving just her nose free. Her neat little nose is slimy. Tears, snot. Her hands are tied behind her back. Her legs are tied at the ankles. Her long, coltish legs look bruised, battered. She's still wearing her purple leotard. It clings to her body, and I am beaten by the thought of her vulnerability. "We need to call the police," I say, my voice barely a whisper. As the words leave my mouth, another message comes through. "Don't involve the police, or we will hurt her." There's an audio clip. I play it.
Mum, please."
She's sobbing, gasping.
"Do what they say. I'm frightened, Mum. Please."
Then there's the sound of a scuffle. Then nothing. It goes dead.
Chapter 36. Emily. I can't see anything. I can't see anything, so everything I feel, smell, and hear is magnified and terrifying. I feel a man's rigid grip around my forearm. It's too tight. He's hurting me. I can smell his sour breath. I freeze, recoil. You think your instinct is going to be to kick and fight. But I don't. I can't. How can I, blindfolded and bound? How can I escape? Then another man roughly picks up my legs, and I have no chance. I know I have no chance. They carry me between them, as easily as a bag of shopping. Are they going to kill me? They are going to kill me. The second man's hands on my bare legs is like a slap, and suddenly I'm flinching, writhing, but the more I struggle, the tighter he grips. I'm not thinking straight. A vision of Logan and Ridley as small boys poking caterpillars with tiny sticks for no other reason than the amusement of watching them loop and coil crashes into my head. They were not usually cruel boys, but I always hated it when they did that. It was nasty. The prodding could hurt the caterpillar, injure it, kill it. I wanted to see it left alone to become a butterfly. Just let it become a fucking butterfly! I force myself to go limp, even though every instinct is screaming to do the opposite because I think they might want me to struggle, for me to writhe and wriggle in their hands, for my leotard to ride up my backside, for them to get to feel my bare thighs, arms, and the thin silkiness of my costume, which only just covers the rest of my body. They are talking to each other. Foreign voices, speaking a language I don't recognise, which makes it harder for me to work out how many there are. There are two carrying me, and there's another man. He has the tone of someone speaking on a phone. Sometimes he seems to bark out orders at the two carrying me. The boss. The worst one. They are going to kill me. They throw me into the back of a van. I land on my shoulder. I'm winded and sore everywhere, but the pain I'm feeling doesn't frighten me as much as the pain I'm anticipating. The metal doors slam behind me. Then I hear them climb into the front. They set off at speed.
Because I'm tied up and there are no seats, let alone seat belts, I roll around the floor of the van every time it goes around a corner. I bang my head, my back, my knee. Eventually, I orientate myself enough to sit up. I crawl backwards on my bottom, shuffle into a corner. But then I consider a van's layout. By pushing myself into a corner, I am either moving closer to the seats they must be sat in, or the door. I think of leaning against the door and somehow opening it, it swinging open, and me falling onto the road. Would that be better? Probably not at this speed, but I don't know. I might die, but there are fates worse than death, aren't there? Mum would say not. She always says you can come back from everything but that. So I lie flat again and get thrown from one side of the van to the other. I imagine the men looking at me, smirking at my struggle, my lack of direction or coordination. The thought of them looking at me makes me want to heave again. I smell of my own vomit from earlier. I don't feel drunk anymore. I wish I did, because maybe that would numb the fear. But my terror has punched the alcohol out of my system. I wish I was wearing more than I am. The thought of the leotard, which leaves little to the imagination, horrifies me. What are they going to do to me? I wish I had changed into the clothes Mum made me bring to the party. I think of the trainers, the trackies behind the bar. I want to cry. I think of my mum, and I do cry. I sob for the whole journey, panting for breath. And although my nose isn't obstructed, I feel certain I'm going to suffocate. I can't get enough air. My gasps are shallow, strained. After some time, the van comes to a sudden stop. The back is opened again and I am pulled out. This time, just one man carries me. He throws me over his shoulder. I can tell he is taller than my dad, broader. It's raining. I can smell trees and wet grass, but it doesn't smell fresh and spring-like. The ground smells of decay, dirt, death.
Chapter 37. Lexi. I freeze for a moment. Never, ever so completely destroyed with fear. I vainly try to find the number from where the message just came from, but of course it's withheld. Kidnappers are hardly likely to give out their contact details. I look at Jake and see if he can make any sense of this. If he can do anything about this. But what? I feel I've just been thrown off a high-speed train. What's going on? Jake's face mirrors my own. Confusion, terror. I start to hit the numbers 999 on my phone. Before I manage to touch the 9 for a third time, Jake snatches the phone out of my hand.
What are you doing?
He demands angrily.
I'm calling the police. We can't. Don't be a fool.
I lunge to retrieve my phone, but he holds it above my head. As I stretch to reach it, he calmly passes it to Jennifer. She takes it from him and then passes it to Fred. Fred shakes his head at me and puts my phone in his trouser pocket. He keeps his hand on it. I stare at him, disgusted. Fred, too. Ganging up on me, siding with these two. I sense that he's not going to budge and have no time to argue with him. I turn my attention back to Jake, Emily's father. Surely he'll see sense. We have to, Jake. This isn't a matter of choice.
You saw the message. They told us not to.
Well, they are bound to tell us not to, aren't they? They're criminals. Kidnappers. The word strikes me as disconcertingly inadequate, almost comical. They may be rapists, torturers, murderers. I can only bring myself to say kidnappers. The police will help us. That's what the police are for.
We can't afford to have them sniffing around when the kidnappers specifically told us not to call them.
Sniffing around? Jake, they'll find her. That's their job. We need them. Jake's face curls into a snarl.
And what if they don't find her? Crimes do go unsolved, you know, Lexi. The police aren't infallible. What if we call them, but they can't retrieve her, and yet the kidnappers know we've called them? Then they'll hurt her. Is that what you want?
No, but...
Don't call the police.
His instruction is icy, fearsome. I stare at him. I have known this man for so long, and he is a stranger. I see the same dark brown, almost black hair, just to say feathered, with a breath of grey around his ears. I recognise the strong, square jawline that is cloaked in a fashionably shaped, neatly trimmed beard, but I don't have a clue who he is. In the past 5 weeks there have been surprises. Shocks. The way he has behaved since we won the money, his affair, are not things I would have expected of him. But they were things that I managed to accept are in the realms of possibility. But this thumps me in my solar plexus. I can't breathe. I stare at him, this strange man. Obviously, we have to go to the police. We can't follow the instructions of kidnappers because they are fucking kidnappers, criminals. They will outsmart us. They will outwicked us. They will think of doing things that we can't even imagine in our worst nightmares. Our daughter is in serious danger. There are no words. There are no limits. What the fuck is he thinking, suggesting we don't call the police? Something awful, unthinkable, might be happening to her right now, and I am powerless to stop it. I glare at Fred, and then at his pocket, where my phone is nestled. You are siding with him, I demand. Fred won't meet my eye. He doesn't so much as nod. He just pushes his hand further into his pocket, as though securing my phone a little more tightly. You weak bastard, I mutter. No one responds. It's as if I haven't spoken. Let's get Logan home. We'll decide what to do from there, suggests Jennifer. What in God's name has it to do with her? I try to hold it together in front of Logan. He was asleep when I received the photo of Emily, so when we wake him, the first thing he mumbles is, "Where's Emily?" "She's sleeping at a friend's," replies Jake. I let the lie roll. I just can't bring myself to tell him what is going on. It would terrify him. What good would it do? We walk in a numb, ominous silence to the car. I am shaking so much that I can feel my organs rattle inside my body. I think it is a miracle that one foot finds its way in front of the next. I am undoubtedly in medical shock, but no one attends to me. No one slips their arm around my shoulder, hands me a hot, sweet drink, squeezes my hand. Maybe they don't bother because they know any gesture will be simply that. A gesture. Empty. And useless. No one can make me feel better when my daughter is God knows where, and God knows what is happening to her. Jennifer, Fred, and Ridley climb into our car with us. I'm horrified. I don't want to be anywhere near them, but Jake is acting as though this makes perfect sense, and this somehow means I can't find the words to stop it happening. I can't waste energy on them. Once we're at home, Logan goes upstairs to bed, mumbling something about us not waking him in the morning. When he's in the bathroom peeing, I check the windows in his bedroom are locked. When he climbs into bed, I tuck the duvet around him and remind him about the panic button next to his bed. He is too sleepy to ask why I'm now giving the device a sense of gravitas. When we moved in just a few days ago, Emily and I joked that it was crazy to have a panic button so close to Logan's bed. Emily said he'd constantly be hitting it when he wanted my attention. The police would be called every time he wanted a glass of water. It abruptly occurs to me that I could hit the button now. The police would respond. It's more dramatic than calling 999, but my daughter is in serious danger. Things are dramatic. I can't call 999. I feel like a prisoner in my home as my phone has basically been confiscated. To underline that thought, I hear Jake on the stairs. Then he is in the room, stood close behind me. "Night, champ," he says to Logan. Of course, it's natural he wants to check in with his son, especially tonight, considering everything. But his presence means I can't lunge for the panic button. Had he too suddenly remembered its existence? Was he saying goodnight to Logan, or was he checking up on me, stopping me from getting the help I think we need? We go downstairs, where the Heathcotes are gathered around the kitchen table. It's unfucking believable, but I notice Jennifer's eyes swivel greedily around the pog and pole units. I see her check out the expensive worktops, the enormous state-of-the-art fridge. I see her nostrils widen a fraction as envy flares. She is envious of me. A woman who has a child bound and gagged, abducted, missing, lost. I can't begin to understand her. I have always tried to understand people. Not because I'm intrinsically kind, nor do I think that I value empathy any more than anyone else. It's simply an urge, an instinct, to get to the bottom of human behaviour. I thought I'd be safer then, if I understood people. But people are infinitely unknowable, mysterious. They have smiley talk, but give hard stares. They kiss you, but hurt you. Tell you they love you when really, they hate you. Where are the security men you hired? I demand. Jake glances at his watch. They've knocked off now, gone home. But I want someone here right now outside our door, outside Logan's bedroom door, 24 hours. This house is perfectly secure. You know it is, and anyway, we need to keep a lid on this, like the kidnappers said. Security guys would quickly pick up on the problem. His words are infuriating, too considered and reasonable in light of what is going on. I glare at him. But then my heart swells and slackens. I see that he's not indifferent. There's a milky white sheen on his skin that puts me in mind of meat sweating on a buffet on a hot day. He is trembling. He is more stressed and terrified than I have ever seen him before. We just don't agree on how this should be managed. Naturally, we don't. We agree on so little nowadays. The problem is Jake is far too used to getting his own way now, but this is not the same as going along with a choice of car or even house or school. This is a matter of life and death. Doesn't he see we need all the help we can get? Jake asks. Anything, Fred? Fred reaches into his pocket and hands Jake my phone. Jake checks my phone, presumably for another message. We need to get her home, I cry, frustrated. We need help. I want you to call those security guys, I blurt. Someone, do something. They are basically glorified bouncers. They can't do much in a situation like this. But that's not what you said when we first employed them. You said... I trail off. What is the point? Jake is not consistent. I know that much by now. Shall I put the kettle on? Offers Fred. No one answers him. Coffee, then? Fred starts to play around with the Krupp's coffee machine. He doesn't have to take our orders. He knows who drinks cappuccinos, lattes, or Americanos. We all know that, and so much more, about one another. Jake places my phone in the middle of the kitchen table. I suppose he thinks I've accepted his commands, and I suppose I have, at least for the moment. If I reach for the phone, they will only grab it from me again. They all seem so clear that not calling the police is the correct thing that I'm becoming confused, overwhelmed. Maybe they are right. Maybe we should follow the kidnapper's instructions. I don't know. We pull up chairs, sit around the table and stare at the phone, waiting for it to ring or beep. We look ridiculous in our fancy dress costumes. Pierrot, Harlequin, a lion, A strong man. A boy pretending to be a strong man. I pull off my cap, but I don't want to go upstairs to shower and change. What if the kidnappers call, and I miss it? Fred places the mugs of coffee on the table. I notice only the Heathcotes manage to drink theirs. Fred eats a couple of biscuits too. Jake and I let our drinks go cold and slick. We don't reach for a biscuit. The phone does not ring. Jennifer is the first to comment she wants to change out of her fancy dress. She asks if she can borrow something of mine. I agree, but don't go upstairs with her to dig anything out. She's more than capable of rooting through my wardrobe. I don't care what she purloins. Not anymore. I just can't leave my phone. She returns 30 minutes later, showered, fresh-faced. Men would think she's not wearing any makeup, but I can tell she's applied mascara, blusher, and even lip gloss. At a time like this. Unbelievable. She's wearing a denim skirt and a clingy emerald shirt. I know both things were still in a shopping bag on my bedroom floor. I hadn't hung them up because I bought them for Emily. I just hadn't got around to putting them in her room. They fit and suit Jennifer. The men and Ridley also shower and change. It comes to my turn. They are all insistent that I'll feel better if I follow their lead. I think of Emily wearing a purple leotard and high gold boots. She doesn't have the comfort of a shower, the relief of slipping into joggers. I refuse to change. You don't need to be a martyr about this, Lexi. You are not helping her by being uncomfortable yourself, comments Jake. I don't respond. I hate it that he doesn't understand me. How do you think they got my number? I ask instead. I don't know, Lexi. Who do you give your number to? Jake stares at me, cold and challenging. I flush, although I don't know why. Just regular people, I mutter. People that you help at work? Probes Jennifer. No, I'm careful not to do that. Thomas is the only person I've ever helped at the bureau and then given my number to. I don't tell her that. It isn't any of her business. None of this is. She shouldn't even be here. Do you think this might be connected to those desperate people who broke in and stole your laptop? I didn't tell her about the laptop, so I assume Jake has filled her in on that. Clearly, they are still seeing each other. That doesn't necessarily mean they're still sleeping together, but it might. It probably does. I find I don't care. I don't care where my husband is shoving his dick. I can't imagine why I thought that him sleeping with someone else was a tragedy. It doesn't matter to me now. I just want my daughter home. I glance at Ridley. I keep forgetting he is here with us. He probably shouldn't be. He should be in bed, sleeping off the party excess or excitedly messaging friends about how much fun he had at the out-of-this-world party, like a normal teenager. Nothing about this is as it is supposed to be. I notice he is sobbing, silently. Tears roll down his face, leaving a snail's trail of sadness. I almost reach across the table and squeeze his hand. He's just a kid, but can't bring myself to. This boy crushed my daughter, and now my daughter is gone. He's here. Normal things like decency have been wrung out of me. I almost hate him and everyone around the table for being safe and here. I would change places with her in an instant, but he is sobbing, and Emily would want me to comfort him. I make myself behave like a proper person. I lean across the table and pat his arm. However, my gesture doesn't help. Ridley flinches, withdraws from me. You should try and get some sleep, Ridley. You can take a bed in one of the spare rooms. I think they're all made up. He shakes his head. I won't be able to sleep. I'd rather be here. I nod, respecting his decision. I keep checking the wall clock and my watch. They agree. Time is passing. The last time any of us saw Emily was at about 8:30. It's now 3 in the morning. I don't want them to, but my thoughts start to traverse down dark and disturbing paths. You are a winner. 4 words, and the whole world shifts. I can't find her. Just 4 more words, but they are the ones that shove me from fortunate to damned. She was there in front of me, all hopeful and sulky and glorious and angry, and then she was gone. It's strange that the good news, the winning, took time to sink in. This horror I accept instantly. I've been waiting for it. I wish more than anything that she was here by my side, being annoyed by my clinginess and what she calls righteousness, resenting me for being her buzzkill. I should have known that we'd pay. I did know. I would have paid in any other way. I've never felt so alone in my life. I want to be doing something, to bring her home. I want to be out there, looking for her. It's not enough to just sit and wait and see what happens. I go and dig out Logan's laptop, start to Google the procedure and statistics around kidnapping. It's a mistake. Like most things on the internet, facts are drowned by hysteria and cruelty, worst-case scenarios. I try not to click and wander down the rabbit warrens of despair and dread, but I can't help myself. I feel sick, faced with videos of men in hoodies, men on CCTV cameras, men driving vans into the distance. I am immobilized by the fuzzy, faded pictures of smiley young girls never recovered, but destined to stay forever in school uniforms. Not allowed to grow up, grow old, to live. I see pictures of heartbroken parents at press conferences, at tombstones. My eyes slide from one article to the next, but I am too much of a coward to read anything properly. Words morph on and off the screen, like ants at a picnic. They won't stay still. Often the word kidnapper is linked with the words teen and murder. The Wikipedia definition, the unlawful carrying away and confinement of a person against their will, punches me in the gut. Carrying away where? Confined. Where? I read that the police consider the first few hours to often be the most vital in offering up clues in a missing person case. Again, I am swamped with doubt that Jake's decision not to involve the police is the right one, but I don't challenge him. I don't trust myself. Or anyone, come to that. If the kidnappers hurt her because they somehow find out I've contacted the police, I'd never forgive myself. How could I live with that? Soon, they will send a message. They will ask for money. We can give money. That we can do. I Google the word ransom. It's a silly habit of our time. Something is wrong, a rash, weaning problems, sleeping patterns, we Google it. Something is unknown. School catchment areas, inoculation, guidelines, dates for the Topshop sale. Google it. Someone is lost. What then? I Google it. I'm hoping for some advice on how to handle this impossible, unimaginable situation because I'm clueless, alone. Maybe we all are, trapped in a terrible space where there are only digital responses, digital solutions, pixels on a screen, placed there by strangers. I want to talk to my husband, but I don't have the words. I want to talk to my friends, but I don't have any of those. In a way, the search does help. I am stunned that the first thing that comes up is adverts for companies that insure people against ransom. I feel a peculiar, uncomfortable relief that we are not alone, and yet a profound, distinct terror that this is a business. Hostage situations, kidnapping and extortion occur often enough for people to insure themselves against it. I have insurance for accidents in the home, For luggage lost on holiday, I should have known things were bigger now. I should have protected her more. Jake, did you know that there are companies that work to cover monies lost to ransom? I call through to where he is still sitting in the kitchen. Too late for that. He bites back. No, I didn't mean we needed cover, I mutter impatiently. Of course not, but my point is, if it's a business, then... I quickly add a few more words to the search engine. Look, here! Jake swiftly walks over to where I'm sat and bends over me to read the screen. For a moment, I feel it again. The old intimacy between us. I feel shored up, hopeful. Perhaps I can lean on him. Perhaps we can make it through this. But then Jennifer and Fred crowd around the screen too, and the intimacy is loosened, lost. I push on. There are companies that say their aim at all times is the safe return of a kidnapped victim, that they can help with that. Yes, there are specialists. I should know that by now. There are specialists for everything. Accountants, lawyers, florists, image consultants, party planners. Whilst planning the party, I learnt there are people who make a living out of being hummus specialists, balloon sculptors, and adding edible glitter to jelly. Of course there are people who specialise in safely returning your kidnapped child. It's just a matter of money. And we have money. We should get in touch with these people. I click on the link, but again, Jake stops me. Just wait. Don't do anything rash. We have to research these sites. How do we know we can trust these people? They might be scam artists. We don't know if we can trust them, but as our daughter is currently bound and gagged, God knows where, we have to do something. Let me do some reading, offers Jennifer. It's an eminently sensible suggestion under normal circumstances. Due diligence and research before employing someone is a good plan. I want to stab her. We're so far from normal circumstances. She is close at my side, her hand hovering over the mouse. I realise she's expecting me to relinquish my control of the laptop. I'm not sure I can. So much seems outside of my control. I need to cling to this. Jake puts his hands on both my shoulders and gently guides me to my feet and leads me away from the laptop back to the kitchen table. He guides me into a chair, and when I resist, the pressure exerted increases fractionally. I flop into the chair, and he releases me. The moment he does, I leap to my feet. I can't just sit here. I rush into the hall. All eyes are on me. They look concerned and a bit exasperated. They are looking at me as though I'm a crazy woman, but they are the crazy ones, just sitting here, accepting this, waiting. Where are you going? Demands Jake. I don't know. I need to be out there to comb over the party site again. I need to find her. I'll come with you, says Fred. I nod, grateful, willing to enter another truce with him, even though he collaborated in the seizure of my phone. People are not queuing up to help me. I'll take what I can get. I am aware that it should have been Jake offering. Jake, who wants to be with me, hunting for his daughter. Instead, he says, I can't imagine it will do any good, though. If we are dealing with professionals, which I think we are, they are hardly going to have left a big arrow pointing to where they've gone. We have to do something! I scream. At that moment, my phone buzzes. We all rush back to the table. I'm the most determined. An animal, I snatch at it first and answer. Hello? Have you called the police? The voice is not recognisable. Whoever is speaking sounds like a robot. I remember from some spy film or other that you can get apps and devices that can be attached to your phone which disguise your voice. I could be talking to a man or a woman, someone from the home counties or someone speaking in a second language. It's impossible to tell. I curse the person with the mind dark and clever enough to invent this app. No, we haven't. Don't, or else. The mechanical way the threat is delivered in no way diminishes its power. I don't need to know what the or else is. I can imagine it, but still, in order to underline the point, I hear my daughter yell out in pain. Her voice is not disguised. I don't know what caused her to yell. Did they hit her, kick her, pull her to her feet by her hair? Worse. I start to cry. Jake impatiently gestures to me that I should hand over the phone, but I just move further away from him, glad the table is between us and he can't snatch it from me again. We want £10 million. The robot again. Okay. It doesn't cross my mind to argue the point. I'd give them every penny I won and every penny I had before the win. I would. Bank transfer. We'll send details. When we have the money, we'll tell you where she is. Okay. The line goes dead.
Chapter 38. Emily.
I don't know how long I've been here. I'm too terrified and disorientated to be able to keep track. I wish I could sleep. Let some time pass without this horrendous, impossible to describe fear. But I can't sleep. I am trying, really trying to stay calm. That's what Mum and Dad would want. If they were here, they'd tell me it was going to be okay. They'd tell me I am brave and strong and that it will all be over soon. Mum would be the one to say, "Don't think about the pain, Emily. Don't anticipate it. You make it worse. Try to think about something else." That's what they said when I had to go to the doctor for injections or had to visit the dentist. It's almost laughable that I was once scared of those things. Now I see that those things are nothing to be scared of. Nothing at all. I also see nothing is laughable, and that maybe it's not all going to be okay. I wish my Mum and Dad were here. Where are they? They will be coming for me. I know that. I cling to that. They will come for me soon. They will have called the police, and there will be a massive search for me already underway. Mum will be insisting that helicopters with big, beaming lights scan the dark night. Dad will be walking through fields, searching for me with gangs of other people too. Everyone who came to the party will be looking for me. We have friends. We have resources. They will find me. I listen hopefully for the sound of a helicopter engine, or my dad calling my name. Nothing. I think we're in a barn or farm building of some sort. The ground is uneven and doesn't feel tiled or wooden. It feels like earth, but I can't be sure because I'm too woozy. Shock, drink, dehydration, plain old-fashioned terror. All this combined has left me confused, unsteady. I'm sat on a hard plastic chair, my arms tied to it behind my back, and my legs splayed, tied to each front leg. The rope is thick and hurts my wrists. I am freezing cold, and my feet have gone numb. I'm parched. When they tied me to the chair, they took off the tape from my mouth.
Don't scream. No one hear you. I hit you if you scream. I hurt you. Understand?
I nodded. I understood. Totally. Still, I thought as soon as they take the tape off, I'll scream. But ripping off the tape was so painful I didn't scream. I was too shocked. Stunned. Then there was a moment where a plastic bottle of water was put to my lips. I chose the water over yelling. It wasn't really a matter of choice. It was about survival. Instinctually, I gulped it down, a lot of it running down my chin and neck. Before I'd had enough, the bottle was snatched away.
Make a message for your mother,
one man instructs in a heavy Eastern European accent. Mum, please, do what they say. I'm frightened. Mum, please. I don't get a chance to say any more before they gagged me again, this time with a scarf. The thin fabric of the scarf means I can breathe a bit better than I could through the tape, but it holds my mouth open unnaturally, cuts into the edges of my lips. I think my mouth is bleeding. No one has interacted with me since then. Maybe an hour ago. Maybe 4 or 5. I don't know. I can't tell. From time to time, I can hear the 3 men talk between themselves. They don't say much. I think they are waiting for something. I gather at least one of them is playing a game on his phone, because intermittently he throws up a small cheer and the other men laugh at him. They are playing games. I am shaking, bruised, bound. I try not to panic or, despair. I think I finally understand that word as I fight it. I used to use it a lot with Megan when we were about 13. "Megan, I despair of you," I'd say if she, mucked up her eyeliner or something, and we'd both laugh so hard. Now I know what despair might mean. What if my parents can't find me? What if these men are going to rape and kill me? That's what men do, right? I feel my body tremble so violently I make the chair rattle. I don't know if it's cold or fear. Both are ripping through my body, squeezing every internal organ. The rope on my wrists and ankles rubs painfully. No, stop, I can't think that way. They play games. That makes them human, right? Or maybe just psychopaths. Maybe they play games and then rape and kill. I think that most likely I have been kidnapped for money. If these men were going to rape me, they would have done so by now. But they are waiting for something. A message from a boss. Word of a drop-off. I allow myself a moment of hope. They won't hurt me if they want money for me. Then I hear movement. They're coming towards me. All 3 at once. They are untying my feet, my hands. I should run, fight, kick, but pins and needles, numbness, something stops me. I collapse like a sack of potatoes. I hate my body for not being as strong as my mind. I don't want to give in, but I have no ability to fight. One man picks me up. I start to cry. No, no, no. He throws me like I'm a doll, and I land on a mattress on the floor. The mattress is thin and cheap, and as I land, I feel the impact of the ground underneath. No. No. Please, no. One of them takes my right hand and ties it to something solid. I pull, but there's no give. I can't sit up. I can only lie down on the mattress. I scramble about, thrashing, wriggling, trying to dodge them, but I don't know how. I don't know where they are. They're not touching me yet. Just watching me, I suppose. Checking I'm secure and can't escape. I realise I'm wetting myself. I try to clench and stop, but it just comes. I feel it on my thigh. A warm gush. The smell of ammonia. "Peace, peace!" yells one of the men. I can hear his disgust. Neither of the other 2 responds. I'm crying, but the tears can't escape. The tape on my eyes is so tight. I think I am going to go blind. I think I am going to suffocate. I am going to die rolling around in my own wee, and maybe that's the best I can hope for, dying now. Someone kicks me in the stomach. I scream and pull up my legs to protect my baby.
Chapter 39. Lexi. Terror is leaking in, a drop at a time. Drip. Drip. The clock tick-tocks and the hours pass. Now there is enough terror that we can drown in it. No one suggests we change into our pyjamas, clean our teeth, get some sleep. I'm glad, because doing something so automatic and familiar and ordinary would be a betrayal. Ridley, Jennifer and Fred all nap for periods of time on chairs and the sofa in the kitchen. Every time they wake with a start, they look guilty, embarrassed that their frail bodies have overwhelmed them with the need to sleep. They rub their eyes, mumble, "Any news?" As there is none, they fall back to sleep. I can't blame them. Their being awake doesn't help anything. I'm glad that Jennifer in particular isn't hovering around Jake, looking concerned, patting his shoulder, squeezing his arm. I'm under such extreme pressure I don't know how long I can continue to turn a blind eye to the way she searches for a connection with him, tries to assert her special place with him. Has she always been that way? How have I missed it for so long? Neither Jake nor I get a wink. I can't stand the idea of sleep, the passing of the night, and a fresh day because I want to halt time, turn it back, ideally. I want her home. Now. But it doesn't matter what I want. Some things can't be changed. Time trundles on, insisting that now is later and later, further and further away from when I last saw her. Then and now. An unbridgeable chasm. Then, when she was in my care, when I had choices and chances. Now, this fresh hell. Jake and I stay upright on the kitchen chairs, a personal penance for being the sort of parents who lose their child at a party. We stare at the ceiling, the table, the walls. We can't look at each other. If I did look at him, what would I see? I wonder. Fear, undoubtedly. But what else? Regret? Accusation? Jake aggressively rubs his eyes with the heel of his palm as though he wants to scrape them out. The silence sits about us like a storm cloud, dense and heavy, menacing, foreboding. Eventually I force myself to break the impasse. Maybe I want to hear the thunder. I wish we'd never won the lottery. Well, we did. But look where it's brought us. It will be okay. You don't know that. Jake stands up and walks towards me with real purpose. For a crazy moment, I think he's going to hit me. This makes no sense, as he's never hurt me physically. It makes much more sense that he puts his arm around me and pulls me close to him. Him doing so doesn't offer the comfort I imagine he hopes it would. It just underlines the fact he hasn't touched me since we discovered she'd been kidnapped. I breathe in the smell of his sweat and fear, the smell of human frailty. I could nuzzle into his neck, feel the warmth of him, be eased, but I think of Emily. Wherever she is, she has no one to console or support her. Allowing myself the luxury of being soothed by Jake is a betrayal. I break away. We sit in silence, unable to think of a single thing to say to one another. Eventually I say, I'm going to check on Logan. I nip upstairs and pop my head around Logan's bedroom door to reassure myself that he at least is in his bed, sleeping like the proverbial baby. He is. Then I look into her bedroom. It's crazy, but as I edge into the room, a tiny part of me imagines she's going to be there, curled up, under her brand new white company duvet, waiting for me to talk about the party, to discuss costumes, whose was the best, whose was the worst, to gossip, who had too much to drink, who danced with whom. Although of course I don't know the answers to most of these questions because I was at Thomas' party. I was not where I was supposed to be. I was not looking after my family. A wave of shame threatens to knock me over as my eyes scan the teenage girl debris that litters her room. Abandoned clothes, glossy magazines, makeup, the cables of her hairdryer and curlers are tangled. The room is chaos, even though she's only lived in it a few days. I nagged her about it this morning. That thought nearly kills me. I can smell her hairspray, body spray and perfumes dawdling in the air. Ghostly. I need to tell you something, Lexi. Jesus, Ridley, you scared me half to death. I jump and turn to him. Actually, he looks scared half to death himself. His face is so pale it is translucent. I can almost see the wall behind him. Normally he's one of those teens who is forever flush with a dewy tan that shouts hail, health and happiness. There are dark clouds under his eyes, which are bloodshot with lack of sleep and crying. "Do you think Emily is okay?" he mumbles. "Well, she's been kidnapped, Ridley," I snap. "So not exactly, no." He looks stricken. "I know, I just meant—" I soften. "I know what you meant. Do I think she's okay under the circumstances?" "That's it. That's what I meant. Well, do you?" He stares at me hopefully. He wants me to reassure him, fix things, take away some of his guilt and torment. I wish I could. I remember when he was a small boy. He was the last of the trio to give up his belief in Father Christmas. How they teased him. He asked me if Santa did indeed exist, or if the others were right. I remember his wide, bright eyes shining up at me, and I told him he was right, the others were mistaken, they'd get coal for Christmas. I couldn't resist his innocence, his need to believe. Now I find I can. No. Emily is not okay. You saw the photo, Ridley. She's terrified and in danger. I know I'm punishing him for standing by when Megan beat her, for abandoning her. We just have to hope we can get her home soon. Ridley nods, looks at the floor. We did talk tonight. I wasn't. He breaks off. What weren't you? I ask, although I think I know the answer. He wasn't very nice to her. He didn't want her. I wasn't very supportive or brave. Brave. He has colour in his cheeks now. He's flushing, embarrassed, stammering, nervous. She told me something. She wanted my help, but I didn't help her. What did she tell you? Had she been threatened? Did she tell you something that might be to do with this kidnap, Ridley? I've grabbed hold of his elbows, and I don't mean to, but I'm shaking him as though I'm trying to spill information out of him, like seasoning from a pepper pot. No, nothing to do with that. She told me she's pregnant.
Chapter 40. Emily. The men don't rape me. They don't touch me at all. Maybe because when I wet myself it disgusted them. Or maybe all they were going to do was move me from the chair to the mattress. I don't know. But I lie still on the soiled, thin mattress, and thank God I'm being left alone. Even though I'm hungry and thirsty, hideously uncomfortable, it's better when I'm left alone. I literally thank God. I pray. Something I've never done since junior school. And I beg, and I bargain. I can't believe this is happening to me. I want my old life back. The life before the lottery win, when I didn't have designer clothes or a cool house or holidays, but I did have a boyfriend, a best friend, and no one wanted to beat me up or kidnap me. My life is so fucked up. It might get worse. It might even end. I don't want to die. I'm too young. I have too much I want to do and see and feel and be. I want my mum. Where are my mum and dad? Why aren't they here yet? Will they come? I don't want to die. The thought ping-pongs around my head, sending me mental with fear. Eventually, I must fall asleep, though it isn't restful. My nightmares are so close to my reality I can't tell when I am asleep or awake. My head aches with dehydration. My limbs ache because I've been tied up so long and because of them beating me when they captured me in the woods and flung me in the van. I can't gauge how long I slept for. I only realise I'm definitely awake when I hear new voices. Different ones. English ones. And I listen really carefully. Maybe a woman? Is it my mum? Is it the police? Has someone found me? Hope vanishes almost the moment it bloomed. The voices stay outside the barn. No one comes to save me. Whoever it is, they are angry, rowing. I close my eyes again, too weak to resist sleep. Someone lifts my head. Rough hands, fast and careless, cradle my head, and then hold a cloth under my nose. I smell that funny smell again. The dentist. I realise I'm being drugged, and I'm glad in a way, because, unconscious, I can't feel pain or worry. The next time I wake, the hands on me are much softer. A woman? If so, I wonder if she owns the voice I heard earlier. I don't know because she doesn't speak. She takes off my gag. She gently brings a plastic bottle to my lips, and I sip. The water is cold and fresh. She then slips some chocolate in my mouth. I think I'm dreaming again, but this time it's not so. Yes, I am, because I can smell her perfume, and I can hear Megan too. She's swearing and upset, like when her mum won't let her go to a party or something. I wish Ridley would come to me in my dreams. I wish my mum would, and Dad. I need them. Where are they? Where are the police? I will myself to stay in the dream, but I think I'm weeing myself again, and that wakes me. The wet stickiness between my legs.
Chapter 41. Lexi. Sunday, the 26th of May. We have heard nothing more from the kidnappers. I watch as the sky turns from black to an early morning pink. The promises of a warm day. The light pulses its way into the kitchen, but it can't bring any cheer. The glossy, perfect space is somehow exposed for what it really is. Harsh and cold. Impersonal rather than reassuringly expensive. The place is pocked with tea and coffee cups, half full of forsaken, slimy drinks that couldn't warm or console. Jake puts on the lights, but they can't seem to chase the gloomy shadows. Logan's laptop is droning quietly. I don't know what else to Google. I don't know where to find answers. At 7 o'clock, the Heathcotes, who have slept, wake up because the sun is now fiercely shining in through the wall of windows. This was one of the features the estate agent pointed out to us. She said it was very LA. It's hot as hell, and the heat combined with everything else makes me feel drowsy, cloudy, unfocused. I need to focus. I need to get my baby home. My pregnant baby. Not that this is my home. The house is something other. Without Emily, it is not any sort of a home. It's nowhere in particular. I look outside. The grass is wet from yesterday's downpour, and the early morning sun rays make it look as though it is dripping with diamonds. It is beautiful, but I can't feel the beauty. Until I get Emily back, I can't feel beauty, taste, or smell. I'm numb, sitting in a glass house, waiting for people to throw stones. Ridley and Logan are both being archetypal teenage boys and sleeping like the dead. I'm glad I could finally persuade Ridley to go to bed after he told me everything he knew about the pregnancy. I don't want him around when I tell Jake. Our circumstances are extreme and peculiar, but this news is age-old, and no father ever shakes the hand of the 15-year-old who impregnated his daughter. I have nursed one cup of coffee after another all night. Making it, if not drinking it, is at least something to do, and once we admitted to ourselves that we were awake and never going to find sleep, we needed things to do. I made coffee. Jake has been on his phone all night. When I asked him who he was messaging, he said he is sending texts to friends and family. holding the pretense that the big news in our life was how the party went. He shouldn't be wasting his time disseminating false news. He should be doing something real. Although, I'm not sure what. Certainly not comforting me. I don't think he can do that. I imagine calling Gillian or Thomas. I crave their sensibleness, their steadfast sympathy, but I know they'd both insist we call the police. So it's impossible. I suppose I could have told Jake about the pregnancy when the light first eked into the kitchen, when it was just the two of us. I could have made it our thing, about our daughter. But I know that's not how he sees us anymore. Otherwise the Heathcotes wouldn't be here. Jennifer means a lot to him. She's not just a fling, a dalliance. I see that now. I'm going to tell them about the pregnancy at the same time, not because I respect her position in his life, but because I couldn't bear the pain and humiliation of watching his first response be to look for her, hunting her out, wanting to share the news with her. This way, I keep things on a more even keel. Anyway, this pregnancy is technically as much to do with her as it is to do with him. The Heathcotes and Jake shower and dress. After being asked multiple times to do the same, "For God's sake, Lexi, you were still in your fancy dress." I haul myself upstairs. I don't shower. I don't want to waste time in case the kidnappers call again. I pull on the first thing that comes to hand. Something I was wearing before the party that never made it into the wash basket. It's not quite clean. I possibly smell. I haven't the energy to care. Jennifer, Fred, and Jake eat breakfast. It's all I can do to swallow down more strong black coffee, which I force myself to in order to sharpen my day. I need to push through this fog of fear. I watch Jake chew, his strong, confident jaw moving with purpose. I only just resist hurling my scalding coffee in his face. I'm enraged at his ability to carry on. Watching him bite into his toast used to turn me on. I thought his appetites were sexy. Now they disgust me. I loathe his greed, his hunger, the man who wanted it all. I wait until we are all sat around the table. There has been a surprising amount of normality this morning. I find it irritating, offensive. There is a lot of, "Pass the butter, please," and "How would you like your eggs?" It's unbelievable to me. There should be no semblance of normality. We are waiting to hear from kidnappers who want us to deposit £10 million in an offshore account. Why are they pretending a choice between marmalade or jam matters? I take a strange, secret pleasure in knowing that I have the information and power to destroy this facade of ordinariness they have created. I won't be comforted, and they shouldn't be either. This situation is dire. Why would they try to minimize it? I'd respect everyone more if they were wailing and panicking. I take a deep breath. So we have even more in common than ever now. I throw this comment on the table, landing where they can all make of it what they will, but I keep my eyes on Jennifer. I've always thought she's been a little overprotective of Ridley. Let's see how this bombshell blows up her perception of her precious, innocent son. I know I'm behaving like a basic bitch. Fear can do that. My child is gone. No one seems to be doing anything to get her back, and they are stopping me doing what I want to do. They are just munching whole wheat toast. My child has been ripped from me. I am going to take Jennifer's baby boy away from her and deliver a procreating man back in his place. It doesn't even take 4 words, just 3. Emily is pregnant. Jaws and spoons drop. They clatter on the breakfast table. "What?" demands Jake. He turns so white he's almost blue, like snow on a field. Ridley confided in me last night. Naturally, he's terrified for her. The colour empties from Jennifer's face, too. Fred reaches for her hand, but she snatches it away. I take it you didn't know? I ask, faux sweetly. Well, nor did you, challenges Jake, even though I had directed my question at Jennifer. I move my focus to him now. I see that there are deep lines of panic scratched onto his forehead. He shrunk inches in just moments. I imagine I look equally terrible, but I don't have the will to put myself in front of a mirror. Ridley told me that Emily planned to tell me after the party. She only told him yesterday. Honestly, delivering this information doesn't give me any satisfaction. Even though I am accurately retelling what Ridley said, it breaks my heart that Emily hadn't turned to me first. She must be terrified. Why didn't she tell me? I feel a surge of horror and adrenaline swamp me, suffocate me. I didn't even know they were having sex, mutters Jennifer. People do tend to be very secretive about sex, I point out. And then, although I think it might choke me, I bite into a slice of toast. With my mouth full, I won't be able to blurt out everything else I know. Suddenly, Jake jumps up from the table. Where are you going? I ask. To look for her, he yells back over his shoulder. I hear dread and horror in his voice. I wish I didn't, because he has insisted that everything was under control, that everything was going to be fine. He said we'd get through it, we'd get her back safe and well, although I've thought his perpetual optimism was delusional, exasperating. Deep down, I was seduced by it. I longed for him to be right. I've believed and trusted Jake forever. He is that sort of man, a man that might just be right. Now he's afraid too, which is horrifying. I feel a tsunami of anxiety swell, threatening to wash me away, but I know Emily needs me to be calm now, not distraught. Jake is already in the hallway with the car keys in his hand, and now he's through the front door. It slams behind him, cutting off Jennifer's offer. I'll come with you, I can... I stare at her, and she understands. I'm not jubilant. How can I be, under the circumstances, but I am somewhat vindicated. As much as the evidence of her precious only son having had sex will be bothering her, she'll be mourning her place as his number one woman. Her emotions are unlikely to compare to Jake's. A father's protectiveness of his daughter is fierce. Emily is underage, she's pregnant, and now she's abducted. Emily has never needed her father more. Her pregnancy will change everything for Jake. Maybe now he'll find a way to get her home. I just want my baby home. I stand up and start to clear away the pots. Jennifer rushes from the room. I presume she's gone to wake Ridley. I feel a bit sorry for him, but a dressing down is inevitable under these circumstances. Fred and I listen to her feet clatter as she runs up the stairs. Fred looks apprehensive, unsure what to say next. Baby, hey? He offers eventually. Certainly a pregnancy. You're saying she might not keep it? I mean, they are very young. He looks hopeful. I have no idea what she will decide. Obviously, I haven't had time to discuss the matter with her. I snap. It doesn't surprise me that Fred's first thought is to have this tided away. Apparently it was Ridley's too. He confessed as much to me last night. A confession hiccuped out between tears of panic, regret, fright. I can't imagine how horrendous things must be for Emily right now. An unplanned teenage pregnancy would be enough for any 15-year-old to cope with, but she's been abducted by strangers, too. She's tied up like a badly treated animal. I feel faint with fear every time I think of her, and I'm thinking of her constantly. All I want is to hold her, comfort her, tell her everything is going to be all right, because whatever she decides, I will make sure that much is true. We will all be all right. I just need her home. She might be having a baby of her own, but she is my baby still. My job, until she is home, is to protect her right to choose her future. I know Jennifer and Fred will be pushing for a termination, sweeping this under the carpet. They want Ridley at Cambridge. I can't even begin to think what I want for Emily, beyond wanting her to walk through the door. I ache for that. Fred looks uncomfortable. He coughs as though clearing his throat. I expect him to start talking about the fact all teens are curious, but that doesn't mean they are ready to be parents. I expect him to give me statistics about the slim chances of teenage parents going to university. Will I still get my cut? He asks. Wow. You are asking this now. I drop back into the chair and glare at him. I'm owed it, Lexi. You know I am. No, Fred. I know no such thing. I'm being generous in offering you a share. My tone is steely. And you'll still do that, even though the kidnappers have asked for 10 million? I mean, you promised me 3 if I changed my statement for the inquiry, and I did so. Funny that Jake thinks he sorted this with his bribe to Jennifer. He never really asked why Fred might have changed his statement in advance of being offered the 1 million. I suppose he thought Fred was doing it to spite Jennifer, considering everything. He didn't know he had me to thank. 10 to the kidnappers, 3 to Thomas, 3 to Fred. That would leave us with just under 2 million. It's possible that Jake has spent most of that already. On the cars, the party, clothes, the house rental, the holidays he's booked and cancelled, his brother's mortgages, my sister's house. I find I don't care. I said 3. You'll get 3, I tell Fred, with a sigh. He looks relieved. You don't think it's over between them, do you? He asks. I don't care whether it is or it isn't. I realise that there is a chance Jake will leave me anyhow. When he discovers I've cleared out our bank account, that there is no more money, I think he will leave. I think they are done, says Fred firmly. Are you thinking of staying then? Isn't it a condition of the gift that I leave her? I never said that. Not in so many words, but if I've learnt anything from the lottery win, everyone has their price. Stylists, security guards, bar staff, husbands. I wonder what Jennifer is worth to Fred. The way I recall it, Fred, is that you said you wanted to divorce her but were worried she'd take you to the cleaners, despite her being the guilty party. As your friend, I promised you that when you did divorce her, I'd help you with setting up a new home, living expenses, securing custody of Ridley, etc. Of course, £3 million does this and more. Fred's eyes widen greedily. I've already spoken to a lawyer. I'm not staying with her.
Chapter 42. Emily.
Oh my God. Oh my God, what have they done to her? We need to get her to a fucking hospital.
Dad?
Jesus, it's okay, baby. It's okay, I'm here. Daddy's here.
My dad hasn't called himself Daddy for ages. I'd laugh at him, usually. I think I want to laugh, but I'm crying. He is stroking my head and my face like he does when I'm ill. Is this real? Please let this be real. He usually smells of instant coffee, my dad, but now he smells of something darker and richer. His aftershave is different too. Is it him? Is this different since the lottery win?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry I let this happen to you.
It's not like he could have actually stopped them. This isn't his fault, but his words make me cry harder. Tenderly, as though he doesn't quite trust himself to touch me. He carefully takes off my blindfold and my gag.
Oh, my princess. What the fuck have they done to you?
I guess I must look pretty bad.
Chapter 43. Lexi. Just when I believe the longest day of my life will never end, it does so with a sweet, sudden abruptness. At 10 o'clock on Sunday night, Jake does exactly what I need him to do. He finds our girl. I had not even noticed until it was too late that when he'd strode out the house this morning, he'd taken my phone with him. He must have discreetly pocketed it, knowing it was the way the kidnappers would communicate. When I realised, just 10 minutes later, I was wild. I felt thwarted, infantilised, isolated. I had no way of reaching him, and more importantly, no way of hearing from the kidnappers. In frustration, I threw a plate at the kitchen wall. It smashed satisfyingly. The shards splintered in every direction. The discarded jam toast that had been on the plate clung to the pristine white wall for a moment. I watched in fascination as it slowly loosened and then slipped, smearing jam, the colour of blood.
How dare he!
I yelled.
He's trying to protect you, for fuck's sake,
snapped Jennifer. I saw that it hurt her to acknowledge as much. She was defending a man that she, loved, to his wife. She was pointing out her lover's kindness and responsibility to his wife. Not an easy position to take. She must have been wondering where she stood now. I had no choice but to accept the situation Jake had left me in, but I clung to my dignity and a semblance of control. Send him a text. Tell him he has to keep me informed, I instructed. He needs to give me updates regularly, or I'm calling the police. She swiftly texted. Almost instantly, her phone pinged in response. Wherever he was, he clearly didn't struggle to receive her messages the way he struggled to receive mine, all the time. He says, okay, he'll text updates and he'll call on my phone when he has news. Jennifer placed her phone in the middle of the kitchen table, just where mine had been. I fought the urge to think the replacement was symbolic. The day passed at a snail's pace. On about 1,000 occasions, I reached for Jennifer's telephone to check to see if I had somehow missed a call from Jake. Time after time, I was faced with a blank screen. He didn't keep his promise to keep me informed. Why did I think he would? I'm going to call the police, I said more than once. No, you are not, replied Jennifer or Fred, sometimes forcefully, though as the day mooched on, they were less forceful, more bored, as though they had identified my threat as empty, dull, as though they knew I was ultimately weak and would do what Jake had asked. When the phone finally rings, it is like an ambulance siren. It fills the house with dread and promise, threat and hope. Jake cries out, I have her, Lexi, I have her. The relief is so overwhelming it feels as though my body explodes into a million pieces and then in a fraction of a second pieces itself back together again, sharper, more focused, euphoric. I have never in my life felt such happiness. Is she okay? Tears are in my throat and eyes. I rest my forehead on the kitchen table. It feels solid and steady. It might shore me up when I hear his answer. I rest my forehead on the kitchen table. It feels solid and steady. It might shore me up when I hear his answer. What they could have done to her has played around and around my head and heart for nearly 24 hours. Yes, he pauses. Mostly, we're on our way to the hospital. I'm coming. Yes, come at once, meet us there. Can I talk to her? She's not herself. I hear the catch in Jake's throat. Please put the phone to her ear if you can. I assume he has followed my instruction, and I murmur down the phone. I'm coming, my baby girl. I'm coming. I think she understood, says Jake. She's not fully conscious. I don't want to talk any longer, I just need to see her. I hang up. Naturally, Jennifer tries to muscle in on this deeply personal family moment. You shouldn't be driving. You're not in a fit state, she says. I'll drive you. I'm perfectly capable. Thank you. Which car will you take? Jake took the Audi. Are you even insured for the Ferrari? Are you? I challenge. She might be, for all I know. I'll get a taxi. Please stay here with the boys. Keep an eye on Logan for me. Logan is still oblivious to what we've all been going through. He spent the day playing video games with Ridley. I'm not sure whether Ridley showed impressive maturity in protecting Logan from the reality of what was going on, or whether he simply wanted to keep out of his parents' way. But whatever his motivation, I'm grateful. I'm a fast learner, and copying my husband's trick, I pocket Jennifer's phone, unnoticed. I call an Uber, and then I call the police.
Chapter 44. Emily. Monday, 27th of May. When I open my eyes, I am beyond relieved that everything is cream and light, not black and shadowy. I can hear the beep and hum of hospital machines. Mum and Dad are at my bedside. They look like shit, and from the look on their faces, I guess I must be worse. Mum looks as though she's bruised, but I squint a bit to try to focus. The bright lights are a bit much after the darkness. I realise Mum's face is swollen red, purple and blue through crying, not because she's had a beating. I try to move a bit. My body protests loudly, suggesting I might have taken a beating. "Hello, darling. How are you feeling?" murmurs Mum. She has hold of my hand. She leans forward and kisses it, like I'm royalty or the Pope or something. "Okay," I mumble back. I don't feel okay. I ache from head to toe. It's more than pain. It's like a fragility. If I move, I'll fall apart. I'm in a private room. Of course I am. We are rich. I'd forgotten. When we won the lottery, I thought being rich meant I'd be indulged, protected. I guess it can mean that, but it can also mean I'm exploited, threatened. "I'm thirsty." Mum reaches for some water at my bedside. She drips it carefully into my mouth, like a bird feeding a chick. It reminds me of something. Something to do with the abduction, but I can't remember what. "What happened?" I ask. "You were kidnapped," says Mum. "Some very bad people held you hostage for money." I almost want to laugh at Mum's words, "some very bad people." That doesn't get close. They kicked me, starved me, bound me, and drugged me. Yes, I think I was drugged. I guess she will know all this now. There will be medical evidence. I suppose she's trying not to distress me by being too explicit. I'm far too weak and weary to point out that she can't protect me. I was the one who lived through it. "Hey, Dad." It shouldn't be up to me to cheer things up, but Dad looks literally done for. Like battered. Suffering. He stands up and kisses my forehead, then says, "I'll go and get a doctor. Tell them she's awake." I get the feeling he's making himself scarce, as though he's finding it a struggle to be around me. I glance at Mum, afraid. Dad often leaves the tricky stuff to her. Like when me and Logan really wanted a dog, and they'd more or less agreed we could have one, and then they changed their minds. Dad left it up to Mum to tell us. Or if we weren't allowed to go somewhere like a gig, or buy something, before the big win, Dad would avoid answering the tricky questions and just say, "Check with your Mum." "What is it, Mum?" "You've lost your baby, Angel." He just says it like that. Like we both knew there was a baby before. She makes it uncomplicated. "I'm sorry, my darling. I'm sorry," she whispers. "Don't cry, Mum. I'm not sure I wanted it anyway." I try to make it sound like I've just lost out on buying a dress, because they didn't have it in my size. But then suddenly I'm sobbing. Ridley's baby is gone.
Ridley and my baby is gone. I didn't look after it. I didn't keep it safe, I say. Mum jumps up and wraps her arms around me, buries her face into my neck. All this hurts, but it's worth it. She tells me over and over again that it's not my fault. None of this is my fault. Eventually she tells me the police want to talk to me when I'm ready. We are going to catch these bastards that did this to you. I agree to be interviewed, but ask Mum to stay with me. She immediately understands it's not the police I'm afraid of. Obviously, I'm actually safer if there are a couple of coppers in my room. But I don't want Mum out of my sight. You are safe now, she says firmly. What happens if someone does it again? I demand. She smiles ruefully. That's unlikely. There's no money left. I wonder whether they've given her some sort of tranquilizer drug, a happy pill, because how come she's not acting like that's the end of the world?
Chapter 45. Tuesday, the 11th of June. We have paid to stay in the rental house for 6 months, and the money is non-refundable, so there's no point in suggesting we leave it and find somewhere more affordable, although there's no more talk about buying it. Jake now knows that there's only just under 4 million left in the bank. I thought we had more, he groaned on discovering the balance. I gave a lot away, I admitted. Away? To charity. I'm vague, and whilst he looked shocked, confounded, he didn't pursue the matter. I had expected him to be more challenging. I'm disturbed by his passive acceptance. It seems just a smidge away from indifference. Okay, well, we have 4 million, Lexi. We don't need to panic. It's a substantial amount of money. It just seems less substantial because not so long ago we had almost 18. He's right. 4 million is a huge amount of money. What he doesn't know yet is that I have promised Fred 3 of it after he divorces Jen. That's not a conversation I can find my way into. Things are not great between the two of us. I don't know if Jennifer has told him about what I said to her at the party. Is he aware that I know of their affair? We should probably get it all out in the open. Fight, say dreadful things to each other, hurl hurt and abuse, and then move on. Or at least around it. But could we move on or around? I don't know. Bringing the matter into the open is too risky. I'm hideously aware that once it is out of the bag, I won't ever be able to put it back in. I will forever be the woman who accepted his affair, and whilst initially he may be grateful for that, somewhere down the line he might feel smug about it. Invincible. He might have another affair, assuming I'll stomach that one too. Or, worse yet, once it is an acknowledged thing, he might confess to loving Jennifer. He might just leave. The tissue-thin veneer of family life carrying on as usual shrouds us, for now. The children have been through so much lately, I can't bear the idea of putting them through anything more. We just need some time to let things settle. We are still a family. Although I'm not sure we are a couple any longer. We sleep in the same bed, but have consciously uncoupled, as the A-listers might say. We are tremendously careful never to make any physical contact, not even an accidental banging together of feet. We cling to our own bed edge, like bookends with invisible fat volumes between us. We are giving each other space, and I'm able to hide the £3 million gift to Thomas in that space. Luckily, the police are more tenacious in the matter of investigating the kidnap and trying to recover our 10 million ransom money than Jake is about understanding how our bank balance came to net out, as it has. I understand the police carried out a forensic search of the place where Emily was found, and all the surrounding area. The criminals apparently weren't quite as professional as we first assumed. They have left a raft of physical evidence: fingerprints on casually discarded food tins and drink cans, tyre tracks that will help the police identify what vehicle they used to abduct her, and even a jacket from which they can collect DNA. Besides this physical evidence, the police have fraud experts pursuing the paper trail. They took our phones, and I presume they might have ways of tracing calls that we thought were impossible. We only had our phones returned today. I've been managing without one. It's actually quite liberating. As long as my kids were close beside me, I found it peaceful to be out of reach, off-grid. It gave me some thinking time. Jake disagreed. He was really narky about giving his up. Apparently, he can't go without a phone for a matter of hours, let alone days. He went out and bought the top-of-the-range latest model. We have all been interviewed at length. Emily was brilliantly brave as she recounted her ordeal as well as she could. Her medical exam confirmed she'd been sedated and that she was beaten, restrained, starved and severely dehydrated, so it's no surprise that her memory is patchy. The police are encouraging. They say everything she recalls, no matter how small a detail, is a help. Jake and I sat in on her interview. It was harrowing to hear exactly what she had gone through. Jake actually wept. I stroked Emily's back, held her hand, whispered that I was sorry. I feel I let her down. How did I let this happen? I should have been more vigilant. I should have anticipated this threat and guarded against it. Whilst she was missing, I had imagined every possible degradation and torture that she might be enduring, but that still did not prepare me for hearing my child talk about what actually did happen. Her absolute fear, her pain, her humiliation. When Jake sobbed, Emily took hold of his hand and said, "Don't cry, Dad. It could have been worse." This only made his shoulders shake more, because no grown man imagines his baby girl will one day have to be comforting him about her own misery. It's an unnatural perversion of order. Still, I'm glad I know exactly what she has endured. We shouldn't be protected from it, and maybe I can support her most effectively, now I know. Jake's interview took a long time, as he is potentially very useful, being the one who had the most contact with the criminals and the one who recovered Emily. I found my interview excruciating, especially when asked, "Why didn't you call the police straight away, Mrs. Greenwood?" I wanted to. I thought we should, but I was too scared. They said they'd hurt her. "They hurt her anyway," pointed out Detective Inspector Owens. I can't resent the man for stating the truth. She was kicked and punched in the stomach. That's most likely how she lost her baby. The police seem confident that they will find a lead. Whether we ever recover the money or not, which Jake deposited into an offshore account as demanded, I don't know. But I do want those monsters who hurt Emily brought to justice. I want them to rot in a prison cell for years. Emily constantly assures us she is fine. She's certainly being strong, but that is often different from fine. She was in hospital for 3 days and she's been home a week now. Mostly she stays in her room. She hasn't started at the new school. She isn't ready for it. Logan has used her non-attendance there this term as an excuse for him to return to his old school. We've all agreed we can discuss the matter of which school they will settle on over the summer holidays and make a final decision then. I have put the idea of returning to their old school back on the table because first and foremost, I think they'd both benefit from having their old friends around them, but also because I know that after I have paid Fred the promised money, we probably won't be able to afford private school. Jake has not railroaded through his preference for the private school. I guess he's aware of Emily's fragility. As far as I know, she has not been in touch with Ridley since she was rescued. I told him that she'd lost the baby. He was palpably relieved. An uncomplicated, understandable response. I envy him because I fear things may be a little more complex for Emily as she carried the fetus. Bloody biology curses women every time. This evening, Logan went to Scouts as usual, and I was delighted when Emily emerged and announced she wanted to visit her friend Scarlett. It's great that she's feeling robust enough to venture out of the house and to gently kickstart her social life. I immediately drove her there, and Scarlett's dad kindly offered to bring her home by 10 p.m. I'm not sure where Jake is. He's often out, and I don't ask where exactly. That space thing again. Or more honestly, that fear of having all the cards laid out on the table. I plan to spend an evening drafting an email to my old boss, Ellie, at the CAB, asking whether I can have my job back now that we aren't multimillionaires. My plan is to make a public announcement that we have given all the money away to charity. Obviously, we can't admit to paying kidnappers. I sit in front of the family computer, painstakingly perfecting my note, when suddenly the screen turns black. A fraction of a second later, the lights flutter and then turn off. I had music playing, but silence now throbs all around me. Not even the fridge is humming. A power cut. It's just a power cut, isn't it? The blackness settles, and I wait. Has someone cut the power? Is there someone here with me? I'm so glad the kids are out. I used to think being alone was frightening. Now I know there are far more horrifying things. I wait, straining my ears for a creaking floorboard, a door opening or closing. I glance about for my phone. Where did I put it? I should keep it close to me at all times, the way the kids do, the way Jake does. But as I've been without one for a few days, I've got out of the habit of keeping it close by. I tend to pick it up and put it down wherever I happen to be standing. Tentatively, I begin to edge around the house. It's pitch black. The blinds are down, blocking out the streetlight. I can't open them manually because, of course, they are designed to rise and fall at the flick of a switch. The combination of privacy, security, and convenience renders me powerless. Even if I could rid myself of the fear that there is an intruder, which I can't, quite. I am not familiar enough with my surroundings to walk confidently through the house, so I creep and steal. I feel my way, painstakingly. An inch-by-inch blind search reveals that my phone is not on the kitchen table or units, not on the hall console or on any of the coffee or occasional tables in the sitting room. I carefully edge upstairs, trailing my fingers along cool, unfamiliar walls. Finding my way around corners and through doors, there is no sign of an intruder. But they wouldn't advertise themselves, would they? My phone is not by my bed, nor in the bathroom by the basin. Eventually I find it in my dressing room, the last place I searched because I'm not used to having a dressing room, and it didn't pop into my head to look there. I'm relieved to have the phone in my hand. It feels like a lifeline out of the blackness and silence. I could call an engineer, or Jake, maybe even the police. I don't think there's anyone here, but perhaps it's better to be safe than sorry. I call Toma. Lexi. Toma. How good to hear from you. The joy in his voice floats across the miles that separate us. It fills my room, even lights up the room, and I can't deny it. My heart, too. What are you doing with yourself? Well, right now I'm sat in the pitch black. What? We've had a power cut. Suddenly I'm certain that's all it is. Hearing his voice has made me feel more secure and rational. The fear that was causing my shoulders to hunch, my pulse to race, ebbs away. Although my pulse remains speedy. I sigh. Oh, Tama, I have so much to tell you. Then tell me, Lexi. You have time. For you, always. Jake doesn't come home until after midnight. By the time he does, I have already called the mother of one of Logan's scout friends to explain about the power cut and make arrangements for him to have a sleepover. I have also called Emily. Unsurprisingly, she didn't want to return to a pitch-black house. She's staying at Scarlett's. The power cut is an inconvenience, but the silver lining is that both the kids will enjoy their impromptu sleepovers. Jake strides into the house, using the torch on his phone to light his way. I heard a taxi drop him off, and the slight heaviness in his step suggests he's had a fair bit to drink. I wonder who with. I pressed the buzzer. Why didn't you let me in? I had to climb over the fence. I ripped my trousers. Then, almost an afterthought. Why are you sitting here in the dark? He demands. Because we've had a power cut. A power cut, or has a fuse flipped? I don't know. You didn't check? I don't know where the fuse box is, I mutter. Jake laughs at this as though it's amusing rather than what it is, humiliating or frustrating. I should know where the fuse box is in my own house. Anyway, I think it's bigger than a fuse because everything is out, I mutter defensively. Why didn't you call me? I hesitate. My phone was dead. How do I explain that I called Thomas first and that we chatted all evening until the battery of my phone drained to almost nothing and I could only make the 2 calls pertinent to the kids' arrangements? I told Thomas about the kidnapping, walked through every moment of horror. It felt good to talk about it, almost like therapy. Why did you let your friends bully you? Thomas asked. You should have called the police. You know it was the right thing to do. I was weak. I regret it. I let Emily down. I just thought, as they all believed one thing and I was the only one to believe another, then I had to be wrong. I was scared I'd make things worse. I would think this Jennifer, she is your friend, yes? I would think she would support you, not your husband's decision. And so I told him about the fact Jake is having an affair with Jennifer. Or at least he was. I don't know if it's still going on, but maybe that complicated things on the night. Maybe that's why Jennifer agreed with Jake. I can't quite explain it. Thomas went silent. I could almost hear his brain ticking over through the telephone. You don't have to stay with him, Lexi. I felt suddenly ashamed, as though I had betrayed someone. Jake, perhaps, for telling Thomas about his torrid affair. People have affairs, Thomas. They make mistakes. We've been together for so long. I'm not throwing in the towel on my marriage after just one mistake. I do believe that, so I'm not sure why, now Jake is finally home, I seem to be picking a fight with him. It was really scary. At first I thought it was an intruder, and then I felt trapped. I couldn't get the car out of the garage because the garage has an electric door and our gate is an electric gate. You know, we are overly dependent on our gadgets. I didn't know what to do with myself without the computer or TV. You could have had a swim, points out Jake. Our pool is not electricity dependent. This is not actually correct. The heater and filter are both dependent on electricity, but I know what he means. The truth is, it hadn't crossed my mind to have a swim. I haven't quite taken on board the fact we have a pool, or a gym, or a cinema room, come to think of it. So what did you do all night? I read a book, I mutter sulkily. The truth is, I didn't miss the computer or TV. I had Thomas. I feel guilty lying to my husband. I almost ask him what he's been doing all night, but I guess he'll just deliver up a lie, too. Jake picks up his phone and calls the electrician, or at least he calls the property manager, who I assume will call the electrician. It takes only 15 minutes before the electricity is restored. It's managed remotely. I feel like an idiot for sitting shivering in the dark for so long. The police have a lead, Jake announces. They do? I sit up, excited. Who? Have they said? Yes, it came off the back of Emily describing the kidnappers' voices and something to do with suspicious movement in our bank account. They didn't really explain it to me, but they are looking for a man called Thomas Albu. Chapter 46. Lexi. Wednesday, the 12th of June. I called the police station at the crack of dawn and asked to speak to Detective Inspector Owens. They tell me I can come to the station at once. As I dress, Jake asks where I am going. When I tell him, he says he wants to come with me. I shrug. He can if he wants. I just want to get there as quickly as possible and put the record straight. We are shown into a room that has a small, chipped Formica table and 3 plastic chairs in the centre of it. Nothing else. There is no window, and so the air feels stale, as though it has been inhaled and exhaled too many times. I can't help but think of who else might have sat in this room. Hardened criminals, vicious or desperate types, the guilty and the innocent. I think I can smell their fear, and maybe remorse, that has to have dripped onto the tiled floor. The chairs are arranged so that there is 1 chair on one side of the tatty table and 2 on the other. The setup is stark and intimidating. I'm glad Jake is with me as we sit side by side. My previous interview took place at our home. This one feels much more serious. The inspector comes into the room with a junior policeman. Presumably 2 police officers generally interview 1 person, so the younger policeman has nowhere to sit. He stands against the wall, close to the door. Admirably, he resists the temptation to slouch. "Do you mind if I record the interview?" asks D.I. Owens. I am instantly reminded of the inquiry held by the lottery company a few weeks back, a lifetime ago. Now, as then, I agree. "And you want your husband to attend this interview?" I nod. "And you don't want to call a solicitor?" "No. Why? Should I?" "Entirely your decision." D.I. Owens has a very dour face, the sort it's hard to imagine ever breaking into a smile. When I first met him, I liked his no-nonsense approach. I thought he might be the person to get results. Now I feel his face is daunting, almost threatening. Dour people rarely like admitting to mistakes. If he is spending time pursuing Thomas, he is wasting time that should be spent pursuing the real kidnappers. "It wasn't Thomas Albu who kidnapped Emily. He has nothing to do with it," I state firmly. "How do you know?" "Well, firstly, I was with him at the time of the kidnapping, so he has a watertight alibi." D.I. Owens sits up a little straighter, looking excited. "He was at your party?" Placing Thomas at my party would strengthen their case against him. No, I was at his, the other side of town. There are a lot of people who can vouch for that. I don't look at Jake. "Thomas is my friend." "A friend?" "Yes." I pause. I understand the inference and decide to take it full on. "Just a friend. We met through work. The night of my party happened to be the night Thomas threw a leaving party, so I left mine to go along to his for a bit." "Where is he going?" "He's gone. He went the next day, very early, back to Moldova." "He's skipped the country!" shouts Jake, banging his fist on the table. I turn to him. "No, don't be stupid. He's just gone home." "He's from Moldova. Emily's captors were foreign." "That's quite a broad church. Thomas wasn't in the country most of the time she was captured." "He didn't have to be there in person. He could have masterminded it from a distance," insists Jake. "He didn't. He wouldn't." I lose patience with Jake and turn back to the DI. "I have Thomas' telephone number. You can speak to him yourself if it helps clear this up." "Oh, we will be. Don't you worry. We have his number already. In fact, we knew you were..." The DI pauses. "Friends. We have your phone records." I blush and hate myself for it. He knew nothing of the kidnapping until I told him about it last night. He was horrified by it. "You spoke to him last night?" demands Jake. "Why?" I don't answer his question, but press on. Secondly, the money he has that came from our bank account, there's nothing suspicious about that. I gifted it to him. You gifted £2.976 million to your friend?
Yes.
Why did you give it to him?
It was his share.
What do you mean?
I squirm, uncomfortably. Jake throws me a complex look. Anger, warning, anguish. I answer carefully, hoping he'll understand. If the lottery numbers had come up a week before they did, my friends would each have been entitled to a share of the win. Each couple would have got just under £6 million, or each individual would have got £2.976 million.
Of course, that didn't happen on account of them dropping out of the syndicate, adds Jake. What has any of this got to do with Thomas Albu? Asks D.I. Owens.
I gave him Patrick Pearson's share.
Why?
Because Patrick Pearson murdered Thomas' wife and son.
Chapter 47. Tuesday, the 23rd of December, 2014.
Revecca carefully handed Benka the glittery star that they had made together earlier that afternoon. Then she hoisted him onto her hip. He was getting heavier, but still fitted quite comfortably into the side of her body, like two jigsaw pieces snapping together. Benka hooked one chubby toddler arm behind her neck and then confidently lunged forward towards the tree, excited to be placing the final ornament, trusting she would hold him steady, keep him safe. He propped the star up against a branch, but couldn't manage to secure it in place with the ribbon. He turned to his mother, eyes wide and gleaming with pride and excitement. She kissed his face enthusiastically, breathing him in. The star was fashioned from tinfoil and cardboard from a cereal box, things they had in the house. Revecca had bought glitter glue, which Benka had joyfully and inexpertly smeared everywhere. The star, the tiny kitchen table, his clothes. There was more glitter on his hands than on the decoration. That had delighted him. He clapped and repeatedly yelled, "Me have Christmas magic! Me have Christmas magic!" "You have indeed," laughed Revecca. She gently lowered Benka back down to the floor. They both took a step back to admire their handiwork. "Beautiful," she enthused. Revecca had brought about half a dozen Christmas ornaments with her from home. Benka had been besotted with the jewel-coloured glass trinkets. He'd teetered on the verge of a tantrum when she wouldn't allow him to handle them. The tantrum had only been diverted because she persuaded him that he could instruct her as to exactly where they ought to go, that he was in control over all. All 6 decorations were currently huddled at Benka's eye level. The rest of the tree looked a little Spartan. She'd rearranged them tonight, spread them about a little, after he was in bed. Revecca had bought coloured Christmas lights from the pound shop. They cost £2, not £1, but still. She knew a lot of people only ever bought white twinkling lights, but Revecca liked colour. She'd also bought tinsel, 5 streamers, all different colours. They filled up the tree nicely. It looked wonderful. Revecca loved the pound shop. She had once watched an old film called Breakfast at Tiffany's. The beautiful actress was supposed to be poor, and she felt happiest, safest, at the jewel shop Tiffany's. Revecca didn't think the actress seemed very poor. Although she was very thin, she was beautiful thin, not penniless thin. Still, Revecca understood the film, liked it even. The pound shop was her Tiffany's. Tonight, when Benka was in bed, she would wrap up his Christmas presents in the paper she had bought there. It had cheerful little reindeers on it. She'd taken ages deciding which wrapping was the most perfect. She had not bought ribbons. Ribbons were lovely, but even at Christmas, Revecca had to make choices and she didn't need to spend the extra £1. She drew the bath, tested the temperature and lowered her chattering son into the warm water. It was always the same. A busy full day did not make him tired, just more excitable, more buoyant. He babbled on nonsensically,
happy in his make-believe world where an empty washing-up liquid bottle passed as a rocket that could whoosh to the sky and land on a star. "Do you think you might want to be an astronaut when you grow up, Benke?" Revika asked her son, knowing perfectly well that he had no idea what an astronaut was. He nodded enthusiastically. "Or maybe an engineer." He nodded again, compliant, happy to see his mother smile. "You can be anything and everything you want to be, Benke," Revika whispered. The emotion caught in her voice. She believed this, but she also believed that the more often she said it, the truer it was. "This is why we are here, Benke. For the education, for the chances. You can be anything and everything." And for the first time in a long time, it seemed possible that this was true. Now the flat was usually warm. Thank God the landlord had finally had the boiler fixed. For the first 2 years of Benke's life, the only heating they'd had was from one small electric fire, which they moved from room to room, depending where the baby was sleeping. It was expensive to heat a flat, even one this compact, with an electric fire. Every time the orange bars glowed, Revika was torn, partly relieved that the icy air would thaw, mostly anxious about the money they were burning. More often she would put on another layer, another jumper, a second pair of tights under her trousers. During last winter, the baby wore so many layers, he looked like a little boiled egg. She put the fire on when they were all at home. When it was just her and the baby, she tried to save money by walking the streets to keep warm. She pushed the stroller from shop to shop, where she would wander round with no intention of buying until a security guard started to follow her, or the 4th, 5th, 6th stiff inquiry from a shop assistant, "Can I help you with anything?" embarrassed her into leaving. Then she would walk to the library, her favourite place. Free books, comfortable chairs, warm air. But crying babies were not welcome in libraries for sustained periods of time. Her feet often felt like blocks of ice. She was sometimes so desperate, she'd stand in the public toilets at the civic centre to warm up. She'd learned to ignore the smell. A flat as cold as theirs had been was not a home. But this year, there was Christmas magic. Benke was right. Now the boiler was mended, the air was warm, the water was hot. This winter, since the heating had been fixed, they stayed at home more. Today, they had not had to venture out at all. Better to stay snug and safe than walk the streets. The man who fixed the boiler had been very young, not much more than a boy, really. No overalls, no badge. He had drunk the tea she offered, eaten 3 biscuits off the plate. She had only put 3 biscuits on the plate. She and Benke went without. The boy talked a lot. She didn't understand everything he said. Maybe he said he was still in college, still training. Maybe he said something about cash in hand, beer money. He did jobs for Mr. Pearson often. "Anything, really. I can turn my hand to anything," he said confidently. Revika had no idea who Mr. Pearson was. She didn't care. Her flat was warm. The glitter had loosened from Benke's hands and floated on the bathwater. Revika yawned and Benke caught it. He opened his mouth wide, flashing his tiny, pearly baby teeth. The bath seemed to have calmed him. She hauled him out, wrapped him in a towel. Her head hurt. Benke was pulling at his ear, something he did when he was in pain. Maybe a toothache. She hoped they hadn't caught a cold or flu. No one wanted to be sick at Christmas. She dressed her boy in soft cotton pyjamas, and he was almost asleep before his head touched the pillow. She leaned over the cot to kiss him goodnight. He really ought to be in a bed. They might find one in a charity shop after Christmas. As she straightened up, the room slipped. She felt dizzy, a little nauseous. She had so much to do. Besides wrapping the gifts, she wanted to finish the ironing, make a dish for Thomas' return. It was important he came home to something good. He worked so hard. Double shifts at that factory were grueling. noisy, demanding. He was on his feet all day. He never complained. She went into the kitchen, picked up a knife, onions, potatoes, carrots. They all needed chopping. But the pain in her head was so fierce now. Maybe she should sit down. Or even lie down. Just for a few minutes. She was so tired. All she wanted to do was sleep. Rebecca dropped the knife. It narrowly missed her foot. She looked at it lying on the floor and was surprised. What was wrong with her? Why was the room swimming? Rebecca collapsed onto her hands and knees. What was wrong? Something was very wrong. She started to crawl to her son's room. Fear shot through her body. She needed to see him. She was sick. Was he sick too? She placed one hand in front of the other, dragged her knees and legs along behind her. She just wanted to sleep. Lie down on the kitchen lino, but more, she wanted to check on her baby son. She dragged her body into his room, lit by the cheerful golden glow of the tractor lamp. There he was, sound asleep. So still. Perfectly still. She had thought he might be dreaming about stars and gifts and Christmas treats. But when he was dreamy, his eyes usually flickered. Tonight, he was stone. Rebecca stretched to put her hand through the bars of the cot. Exhausted, she knew she couldn't make it into her own bed. Didn't want to. She must have a bug. Her head screamed from the inside. So much pain. Thomas would be home soon. He would get her paracetamol. She couldn't get it herself. Didn't want to be that far from Benke. She lay down on the floor, next to him. Close by, if he woke and needed her.
Chapter 48. Emily. Thursday, 20th of June. Oh my God! Patrick Pearson has been arrested for kidnapping me. Mum and Dad are reeling. I don't know if they were even going to tell me. Well, they'd have had to at some point, but I guess they were going to struggle to find the right moment to drop that one. As it happened, I overheard them talking in the kitchen.
D.I. Owens has been in touch,
says Mum.
Oh, yes?
Replies Dad. My parents have a weird way of speaking to one another at the moment. It's all sort of stiff and narky. I don't know if it's the stress of me being kidnapped or what. I think it was there a bit even before that. Not sure. Anyway, when they talk to one another now, it's like they're constantly waiting for bad news or are about to deliver it. Something like that. I miss them just being, I don't know, themselves. Sort of relaxed and nice to each other.
The police have checked out Thomas' alibi, and since the funds he has in his account are a certified gift from me, there is no case against him.
Who is Mum talking about? Who is Thomas? I sit at the top of the stairs that lead straight into the kitchen. My parents have their backs to me, so they don't know I'm listening. It's a funny thing. We now live in a massive house, but honestly, because it's all open plan, there are no secrets. Or rather, there are loads of secrets, apparently, but it's easier to find them out now than when we lived in our small house, when everyone had a door they could close. I'm guessing Dad didn't take that into account when he picked this place.
So what now?
They said they had someone else in for questioning.
Who? Patrick Pearson.
Patrick Pearson? Dad sounds stunned.
Yes. They haven't arrested him, but I think it's only a matter of time.
Mum sounds satisfied with this. Vindicated.
Shit.
Dad takes a step backwards, staggers a bit, rests his hands on the kitchen unit, as though he needs something to keep him upright. Mum snakes her arms around his back and rubs him, like she's comforting a child.
I know. This is huge, isn't it? D.I. Owens said there is a paper trail to enormous sums of money in various offshore accounts that can ultimately be linked back to our account. Well, a digital trail, I suppose. How much money? He didn't say. And you didn't give him the money? It's not another one of your gifts, is it? Ha ha, Jake, Mum says dryly. I'm serious. No, of course I didn't give him any bloody money. I hate the man. Dad nods, but doesn't look at her. Mum is staring at him, trying to make eye contact, trying to read him. She used to be very good at that. She used to say she knew his every thought. Then she'd joke that it wasn't tricky, as all he ever thought about was food or sport. I think he has a lot more on his mind nowadays. Must be hard for you to process the betrayal. It's a massive shock, she says. No, it's not that. Well, yes. Yes, obviously, but... My dad shakes his head. He seems bewildered. I mean, it's also a relief, right? Now we've found out who did it, the kids are safer. Mum sounds shrill. I can see her face side on. She looks hard, furious. Then her face sort of collapses and she starts to cry. This is her thing. She behaves aggressive and tough just before the moment she shows her vulnerability. I think she needs to take some evening primrose or something. I am devastated too, she admits. I've known for months that Patrick is a vile, despicable criminal, but I never imagined he'd hurt our daughter, the child he has known since she was born. I suppose that's self-absorbed of me. After all, he killed Thomas' child through greed and neglect, so actually planning an abduction isn't such a jump. What the fuck? Patrick killed someone? A child? Mum goes on. The man disgusts me. You saw her, Jake. You saw the state she was in. I know. Dad looks like he's going to cry again. He's been like an emotional wreck since I was kidnapped. They both have. But Mum tries harder to tough it out. It's like she doesn't want to worry me. Dad's eyes follow me around. Scarred, scared, sorrowful. I wish he wouldn't. It's hard enough dealing with my own crap. Dad turns to Mum and pulls her to his chest. She sort of collapses against him. I shiver. I mean, I'm home now, right? Safe. But yeah, Mum is correct. I was in a state. Totally fucked up. It was so beyond awful. I rub my stomach. I feel empty. Since, I wasn't even sure I wanted it. I probably didn't. So why am I so sad? It's a relief, right? That I didn't have to make a decision. The doctor said I'd still be okay, in the future, when I'm older and I'm with someone. So that's good. Only it doesn't really feel good. Not totally. I feel so sad. I try not to think about it too much. Probably for the best. But even though I'm not trying to remember stuff, bits keep coming back to me. Like nothing in a coherent run, but flashes of sounds or smells. The memories choke me, deafen me. Like I can still feel the gag in my mouth, tearing at the side of my lips, the actual texture of the cloth, and I keep wanting to spit it out. And the smell of the damp, fucky mattress lingers in my nostrils, makes me feel sick and faint. The perfume the woman wore hangs about near my hair. I mean, that's not possible. Perfume doesn't transfer from one person to another, and even if it did, I've washed my hair like 5 times since then. But the smell won't go away. I'm going to go and visit Megan, I yell as I clatter down the stairs. What? No, why would you do that? Asks Mum, breaking from Dad's embrace and turning to me, the habitual look of perpetual worry etched into her face. I've just heard you say Patrick has been arrested. Well, taken in for questioning, Mum corrects cautiously. She doesn't yell at me for listening into their conversation or anything like that. Since my abduction and the baby thing, Mum and Dad have started to treat me differently. Differently from before, and differently to each other. Mum and I are closer. She seems to, I don't know, almost respect me as another adult now. Dad seems embarrassed, if anything. I guess there's no way either of them can see me as their baby girl anymore. Can you imagine what she is going through? Her dad is like a proper crim. My dad, who is basically a hero, negotiated my release, recovered me, got me to hospital, steps up again and says to Mum, "I'll drive her. She shouldn't go on her own. You stay here with Logan. We won't be long." Mum, who was probably going to have like a million objections and probably also wants to come with us, not to offer Carla any consolation, just to punch her in the face or something, looks torn. "Mum, we were best friends for forever," I add. "You can't leave Logan here alone," points out Dad. Mum is pretty stressed about our security at the moment. Understandably. Even if Patrick is behind bars, and if he was responsible for kidnapping me, he's hardly the only greedy nutter on the planet. There's no way she'll leave Logan alone. Mum nods stiffly. Chapter 49. Emily. We drive to the Pearsons' house in silence. Dad keeps his eyes on the road. He looks tense, stressed. Everyone does, all the time now. We haven't spent much time alone together since he found me in that barn. Any time, really. If I walk into a room and it's just him, he makes some excuse to leave, saying he's looking for a book to read or has an errand to run. He is obviously uncomfortable around me. I get it. I'm not exactly cool with him either. It's the pregnancy thing. Dad hasn't talked to me about it. Not mentioned it once. I get it. He saw my baby bleed out all over my leotard. He can't hide from the fact his princess had sex. I swallow hard, chew on the inside of my cheek, as though I'm eating gum. It stops me crying. I don't know if Dad is angry that I had sex per se. I mean, under normal circumstances, he'd be furious. Clear-cut furious. But it's so complicated. Maybe he's not angry as such, just sad about how it all turned out. I don't know. Mum says he feels bad, like really, really bad. Daddies are supposed to protect their little girls, right? She says she feels really bad too. She cried when she told me this. "We're so sorry we didn't keep you safer. That we didn't protect you." She said this over and over again. It's not like it's their fault. They didn't hit me and bundle me into a van. I think it's a good thing I'm not going to be a parent yet. I really couldn't cope with the constant guilt and self-blame that obviously comes with it. I can't stand the silence, so I ask Dad, "Do you think he did it?" "The police obviously do." Why would he, though? Why would he do that to me? Patrick isn't like a great dad to Megan and her brothers, the way my dad is a great dad to me and Logan. He doesn't make jokes or hot chocolates when she has friends for a sleepover. He doesn't get up on a Saturday morning and suggest something fun like go ape or a trip to London to do some shopping. He doesn't really sit and talk to her much. My dad does all this stuff. Well, the talking bit is on a temporary pause, but usually Patrick was often absent. He left for work before Megan got up. He arrived home late, loosened his tie and asked Carla for a drink in a way that always made any kids that happened to be about, his own or guests, feel we should go into another room, that we were in the way. It seemed he put his work ahead of his family. I know Megan has always thought my dad is better than hers, but Patrick wasn't like the worst either. He bought her cool stuff. He helped her with her maths homework. He wasn't like a totally crap dad. Or at least, not until now.
Kidnapping, false imprisonment, extortion is totally crap. New level crap. I think Dad has hay fever because his eyes are red and watery. He can't be actually crying, can he? Why now? I get crying in the hospital when I was all battered and stuff. But why now when the police have basically solved it, caught the bad guy? He still doesn't look at me, but he does answer my question.
Well, he missed out on a lot of money. A lot. And I think that might have sent him a bit nuts. People do a lot of really bad stuff for the sort of money we won. Really bad stuff.
I suddenly get nervous when we pull up at Megan's. I could be mistaken. What if my hunch is wrong and she thinks I'm mental? Or what if I'm right and she just doesn't want to talk about it? And if I'm right? What if Megan was there with her dad, and she was the one who gave me that water, who helped me? Because honestly, at that moment it was so dark that I think her kindness saved me. And I don't mean dark so I couldn't see, I mean it was dark in my head and heart. I thought I was going to die. I thought they were going to kill me. I was lying in my own piss and blood, never more alone or scared in my life. I remember hearing a car pull up. Voices. Probably she was told to stay in the car. Probably she didn't know what was going on, but Megan rarely does as she's told. She's too nosy to stay in a car when clearly something big was happening. I can just imagine her sneaking out of the car and into the barn, wondering who her dad was meeting. She must have been shit scared when she found me. Was she the person who contacted my dad? They haven't told me all the details about how Dad found me. They said they will, but only when I'm ready. I do know that he got a tip-off and acted on it. Didn't even call the police. Just charged in, unconcerned for his own safety, just desperate to get me home. Sadly, the intel on where I was being kept came after he'd paid the cash, but someone sent him a pin drop of where to find me. Someone was trying to help. To save me. Megan loves pin drops. She used to always send me them if we were going somewhere new. I've never known anyone who loves a pin drop as much as she does. Who knows what might have happened if she hadn't done that? Once Patrick had the money secured in his offshore account, might he have instructed those men to kill me? I don't know. It's possible. But as Dad arrived, he scared them off. Megan saved my life. Carla answers the door. She doesn't seem surprised to see us. She pulls my dad into this big over-the-top hug, like hangs on his neck, and then she starts to cry. I'm getting a bit bored of everyone crying all the time. I just stand there. After about a year, she seems to remember I'm there and says, "Megan is in her room." Pretty rude. Not even a polite inquiry into my health. On the other hand, everyone is treating me so carefully, it's almost a relief to be treated normally. I don't wait to be asked twice. I bound up the stairs. On Megan's bedroom door, there is a tin sign. It says, "Megan's messy room, enter at your own risk." I have one that says the same, but Emily's messy room, obviously. We bought them at Camden Market when we were about 10. We'd come to London because the three mums wanted to take all of us to the Tower of London to see the crown jewels. The crowns were flashy, but the best bit of the trip was the market. Ridley sulked that you couldn't buy the room sign with his name on it. We teased him and said he wasn't in our club. I don't know where my sign is anymore. At the back of some wardrobe until we moved, I guess. Maybe in the loft now, or a bag that ended up at a charity shop. I've always thought it was funny that Megan kept her sign up. In so many ways, she's so cool and conscious of being seen as adult. But then she'll just do something funny, like keep up a sign that basically advertises her kid status. Megan can do that. She can make something uncool cool, just by her disregard for caring whether it's cool or not. I've missed her. The last time we saw each other, she was punching me in a loo. Or was she feeding me water and chocolate? I'm still gathering my nerve to knock on the door, or maybe just open it and go in without announcing myself, when Carla shouts up the stairs, "Your dad is just going to run me to the shops. With everything that's been going on, we have nothing in for supper. He says you're staying." Megan obviously hears her mother, and she flings open the door. I try to pretend I've just walked up the stairs and not admit that I've been hanging about, gathering courage to go into her room. She stares at me, but doesn't say anything. It doesn't seem like she's going to answer her mum, so I yell down the stairs, "Okay. Keep an eye on your brothers, Megan. Text your mum and tell her you're staying for a bit, Emily." I guess Dad knows Mum will be less than chuffed with this news, which is why he's letting me deliver it. Cheers, Dad. I decide I'll text in a bit, put it off for a while. Megan and I stay on the landing until we hear our parents leave the house, the door bang behind them, and the roar of my dad's Ferrari down the street. "She's been dying to get in that car," comments Megan, rolling her eyes. "I promise you, there is food in the house. She's just looking for an excuse for your dad to take us somewhere in the Ferrari. She is so shallow." "Total puddle," I add. Megan grins and then grabs me, folding me into a tight hug. "It is a fucking cool car though, hey?" she asks. "Totally," I murmur into her neck. I inhale her, and I'm not mistaken. Of course I'm not. Her smell is as familiar to me as my own.
Chapter 50. Lexi. Logan and I play FIFA. He is Manchester City and I am Real Madrid. He wins all 3 games. I get a text from Emily saying she is staying at Megan's for supper. I'm conflicted. Emily needs all the friends she can have around her right now, but how can Megan be a friend when her father is responsible for the kidnapping? It's a lot to process. I decide to let it go. Emily needs her space. Logan and I order a pizza delivery. He thinks he's died and gone to heaven. I grin at my son, glad I can make him so happy so easily. I don't hear from Jake. I guess he could be eating with them, or maybe he's gone to the gym. Or maybe somewhere else. Jennifer's. The thought keeps creeping up on me. I wish it didn't, but I can't quite shake the fact that for years I thought I knew where he was, what he was doing, but I didn't. Logan gets bored of beating me so easily and says he's going to play with his friends online now. I've enjoyed our mother-son time, but honestly, I hate video games, and am relieved. I go downstairs into the kitchen and pour myself a glass of wine. I am not planning on snooping. I'm planning on picking up a book and losing myself in someone else's world. But I find myself in the room that Jake designated as his office. I flick on his PC. A subconscious part of my brain has taken over, and my body is just following instructions. Whilst the PC is warming up, humming into life, I open his desk drawers. I idly flick through his paperwork. I don't know exactly what I'm looking for. Emails or cards from her, phone records that prove they are still talking to one another. I wonder if he's changed his password. It used to be our wedding anniversary.
Chapter 51. Emily. Megan keeps her room really tidy. She always has. Ridley and I used to tease her and say she had OCD. But my mum said we weren't allowed to do that because mental disorders weren't a laughing matter, and just because a teenager keeps her room tidy, it doesn't mean she has a syndrome. My mum can be really worthy. Megan sits on the stool in front of the dressing table, and I sit on her neat bed that could have been made by a soldier. I wish there was some clutter lying about, something for me to pick up and play with, something to distract us both. "Do you want to listen to some music?" she asks. I nod. She puts on Billie Eilish's latest release. I downloaded this recently too. It cheers me that we have continued to listen to the same music, even when our lives were spiralling in different directions. It means something about us, our friendship. "How have you been?" she asks eventually. I shrug. Where to start? Rich, euphoric, lonely, terrified. I go with pregnant. For real? Her eyes are saucers. I almost want to giggle. It's always felt pretty fun shocking Megan, because out of the two of us, she's probably the most daring. It's no fun, though, when I have to add. I lost it during the abduction. She nods and looks out the window. "Are you sad?" she asks. "What would I have done with a baby?" She shrugs. "I dunno. Cuddle it?" It's so true. That's what I could have done. I flop back on the bed and let the hot, silent tears fall onto her duvet. She gets up from the dressing table stool and comes to lie next to me. "Does Ridley know?" "Yes." "What did he say?" "He didn't want it. I guess he's happy now. I think he's with Evie Clark." "That won't last," she says loyally. "I don't care." "Yeah, you do." "Yeah, I do." She holds my hand and says nothing more. We stay like that for ages. The light in her room starts to change. It becomes orange, then pink. The sun is setting. I feel peaceful. Placed. "I'm sorry about that thing we did to you. In the loos, you know." Megan is mumbling, embarrassed. She hates apologising. "It's okay. It seems a long time ago. So much more and so much worse has happened since." "Why were you so angry, though? You know I would have shared everything with you." "My mum said it was unfair." Megan shrugged. "Your mum and my dad are taking ages with the shopping," I point out. "Most certainly gone to the pub. I guess they have a lot to talk about. Or maybe my mum has had a call from the police station." Megan keeps her eyes on the ceiling. I slide my glance towards her. I'm so happy in this moment, bathed in friendship and an orange sunset. I don't want to spoil things, but since she's brought it up... "It was you, wasn't it?" "What was me?" "You were the person who gave me water and chocolate." The words stutter out of my mouth, like a faulty firework that you can't trust because you don't know when it will explode. "I think you tipped off my dad. Am I imagining this, Megan? Or am I right?" Megan doesn't answer straight away. She takes a deep breath. "It was really fucking scary, seeing you bleed like that. I thought you were going to die. I had to do something." "So you were there, with your dad?" I turn to Megan, and she's crying hard now. So many tears. "No, Emily. I was there with my mum. And your dad."
Chapter 52. Lexi. I can't believe what I'm looking at. And yet I can. Confirmation of my worst fears. No, more than that. Confirmation of a betrayal I couldn't ever have imagined. An email confirming 2 flights to Acapulco International Airport, Mexico. One way. Leaving tonight. Leaving in 2 hours. I call Detective Inspector Owens and tell him what I found. "You are quite sure?" "I'll forward the email to you." I sound calm, dispassionate. The DI probably thinks I'm heartless. I am. My heart has been ripped out. It's as though Jake has plunged his fist through my chest and grabbed my heart, gouged it out, bloody and beating, stomped on it. Just as easily as someone might break a window. I am shattered. The DI says he'll alert the airport, get people there immediately. They are probably at the gate. We can get the flight stopped. The doorbell rings. I have no idea who to expect. Not Jake. I hope it is Emily. I've texted her already. She confirmed she is at Megan's. Even though the app on my phone told me this, I needed to have her confirm it. I don't want her alarmed, but I have to keep her safe. I've told her to come straight home in an Uber, but I guess, even if she follows my instructions to the letter, she'll be another half an hour. It's Jennifer. I almost pity her. We were once so close. Ostensibly, we were 3 legs of a stool, equally involved and committed to one another. But we both secretly knew Carla was the most glamorous, the most sexy, the most spoilt. We did occasionally allow ourselves a moment when we shared a look of envy as we noticed Carla's long, smooth, tanned legs, or her new designer dress, new diamonds dropping discreetly from her earlobes. That's why discovering Jake's affair with Jennifer had been such a shock to me. I'd have had my money on Carla being the one he fancied. I guess because I was right in the end, I backed the right horse. I'm holding the winning ticket. It doesn't feel like it. I feel like a loser. Where's Jake? Jennifer demands, crossing the threshold of my door, coming in uninvited. Not here, I say simply and honestly. She throws me a look of pity. I absorb it and wait for the moment I can spit it back at her. Lexi, I'm sorry, but it's time you accepted the situation. I know you know that Jake and I are... What? What are you? I demand. She colours. Not a blush exactly, something closer to a flush of irritation. We're together. I raise my eyebrows, but bite my tongue. I've left Fred, and Jake is leaving you. We're leaving tonight. It's all arranged. You lost, I won. Where are you going? I ask. I don't want to discuss that with you. Mexico. She looks surprised, but nods. Wrong, Jennifer. You are not going to Mexico with my husband. Carla is. Understandably, Jennifer looks confused. He's upgraded, apparently. Having money allows you to do that, doesn't it? I don't believe you, she stutters. I'm sure you don't, but I'm telling you the truth. He played you as he played me. He played us all. Her mouth falls open. I can see her little pink tongue, a tongue she used to lick and suck my husband with. I feel strangely close to her, but loathe her too. I remind myself she is not the worst. She had an affair with my husband, but Carla is worse. She had an affair with my husband and kidnapped my daughter to secure a £10 million ransom. And Jake is the vilest of them all. How could he have plotted and hurt, the way he most surely has? How could he have put his own daughter in such mortal danger for money, for sex? The police are on their way to the airport. They'll arrest the 2 of them there. I think Patrick was in on it too. The kidnapping, that is, not the affair. They double-crossed him too. He's already at the police station. Jennifer starts to tremble, and now I can throw back that look of pity. She was in such a hurry to land on me. She starts to turn away from me, reaching for the door handle. She's shaking too much to manage to grasp it, turn it, and leave. I guess she is in a hurry to get home as quickly as she can. Tear up the letter she left her husband. I wonder where she left her note. Possibly pinned on the fridge, maybe on a table in the hallway. The letter that says she's sorry she's leaving him, that she has fallen in love with Jake and wants to start a new life. I am not heartless. I open the door for her. But I wonder when she gets back to her comfortable home in Great Chester. Will her husband be waiting for her, or will he already have left, taken Ridley with him? I suppose I'll find out if Fred requests his $2.976 million. I've put that aside in a separate account. It's his, whenever he earns it. Chapter 53. Lexi. Thursday, the 24th of October. It made the papers, naturally. Not just a discreet little piece in the Buckinghamshire Gazette, a few column inches, the way Reviker and Benker's deaths were reported. No, our story was splashed across tabloids and broadsheets for many consecutive days as the trial played out. Of course it was. It had all the elements to titillate the morbidly curious, the wickedly gossipy, a lottery win, an extravagant lifestyle, illicit sex and shocking violence. Our family's pain was trumpeted. We were exposed. Everyone got to know that my husband betrayed me, not once but twice, both women ostensibly my friends. Friends for 15 years. It was revealed that, more horrifyingly, he placed his child in extreme danger for financial gain. He was the one who hired the thugs who beat her, bound her, starved her for 24 hours. He cried in court, sobbed, swore that he hadn't given specific instructions for any of that the thugs went too far of their own accord. He had only asked that they hold her. He had thought they were taking her to a hotel, but the thugs had decided that was too risky and made their own plans. Jake had underestimated the vileness of the people he had mixed himself up with, the underlying throbbing brutality. He begged the judge and jury to believe him. I want to believe him because he would have to be the absolute devil to have planned to put Emily, his own daughter, through such horrors, but even if I believe him, I still blame him and can never forgive him. There's no getting away from the fact that he was the one who was responsible for the loss of her child, the loss of her childhood. And Logan's. Come to that. Jake wanted more. Always more. A wife, a lover, another lover. During the trial, it transpired he'd never offered Jennifer and Fred $1 million to change their testimony. He'd offered Jennifer a life with him and his half of the win. But it wasn't enough for him to walk away with close to $9 million, which he would have got if he'd divorced me. He staged the kidnap to siphon off $10 million. If we'd divorced, we'd have split what was left and he'd have bagged the majority of the cash. But he still wanted more. Jennifer wasn't enough either. Carla was in on the kidnapping plan. Patrick continued to protest his innocence. He also continued to insist that he was due a share of the lottery win and that they had never left the syndicate. I went along to watch the trial. It was distressing, humiliating, but how could I keep away? I noticed that when Patrick insisted that they had never left the syndicate, that they were due a share of the money all along, the judge sneered. Judges are supposed to keep their faces entirely neutral, but he couldn't stop himself sneering. He seemed disgusted by the whole lot of them. I think that is why he threw the book at them. Custodial sentences. 3 years for Carla and Patrick, 7 for Jake. The judge was a father of 3 teenage girls himself. He must have been sickened. Jennifer, Fred, and Ridley have moved away. Somewhere up north. Leeds, I think. They want to start again. They want to try again. I wish them well, but mostly I wish them well away from us. I still have an account with almost £3 million put aside. It's Fred's, if ever he should want it enough. He knows the terms. And if he never claims it, I might give it to Ridley, when he's old enough to manage that sort of wealth properly. We've put money in trust for Megan and her brothers too. We wanted them to come and live with us, but the social services decided it was too complicated. They are living with Carla's sister in Surrey. Apparently she's a lovely woman. They are settling well enough. I know they will be taken care of, looked after and loved. Emily has stayed in touch with Megan. Their relationship isn't as tight as it was. How could it be? But they send one another snaps and messages. There's talk of a meet-up in London. I don't know if it will happen. Time will tell whether they can remain close after everything. It might be better if the friendship fades, if they move on. Like the social worker said, it's complicated. My children are doing okay. Considering everything, they are doing brilliantly. They have had to deal with so much. They've been hurt and horrified in a way that will take years to heal properly. They'll never get over what's happened, but I think they will get through it. I'm impressed by their courage, their resilience. We spent the summer in Moldova at Toma's School for Underprivileged Kids. It was just what we all needed, to get away, to climb out of our own lives and skins for a while. The work he is doing there is astonishing. He's genuinely making a profound difference, offering opportunities through education. Lives will be changed for the better. I love him for it. I love him for many reasons. The kids have returned to their old school. Logan was delighted. He has a great friendship group and simply slipped right back into it. Emily seems to be getting along very well with Scarlett, Liv and Nella. They are sweet girls. Sadly, I never went back to CAB. Our family name has been dragged through the mud, and I'm basically a reluctant celebrity. Ellie couldn't, in all conscience, sanction my return. It would be too disruptive. I miss the bureau, but I understand. You can't have everything in life. Besides, I want to offer the kids as much stability as I can, and being at home helps with that. I don't need the money. The police recovered the 10 million Jake pretended he'd given to kidnappers. It was spread through various accounts, most in his and Carla's name, about 1 million in Patrick's accounts. The money in Patrick's account suggested his guilt, no matter how much he protested his innocence. I don't know if that money was his cut of the kidnapping or Carla leaving him a bit of money to assuage her own guilt. Or was it crueler than that? Did she and Jake frame Patrick? I guess that will remain a mystery forever. The money has been returned to me. Emily, Logan and I have spent a lot of time talking about what we might do with it next. Following the experience in Moldova, they both seem keen to set up something similar here in the UK. A trust that gives opportunities, creates light, where before there was only despair.
Not all of it, though. Right, Mum? Emily asked. I mean, we can spend some of it on clothes and stuff.
Of course. I promise. We ended up staying in the rental longer than I expected. It seemed sensible to stay somewhere gated throughout the trial, to avoid being doorstepped by hungry journos. But we're moving back into our old home. Whilst we've been here, we've had some work done on our old place. An extra bedroom, a sunroom. I'm looking forward to going home, to getting back to normal. Chapter 54. Saturday the 13th of April. Not this week, announced Jake, looking up from his phone, his face pulled into an expression that approximated a comedic take on disappointment. Not a single number. Situation normal, said Lexi. No one else responded at all. The lull in conversation seemed heavy. Fred had been talking about, something or other. Lexi couldn't recall. His car engine, tyre pressure? It hadn't been gripping, but Jake's interruption to announce they weren't lottery winners had created an atmosphere. No one liked to be reminded that they'd lost at anything, even if there was never any real expectation of winning. "Oh, by the way, it's time to chip into the kitty again," she said. "Why are we even doing the lotto?" asked Patrick, his face flushed, his voice booming. "What's the bloody point?" Lexi couldn't understand why he was suddenly grumbling. He'd hit the bottle of red hard that he'd brought with him, polished it off before she had even served the main. "Well, we do it because we've always done it, haven't we? Since we first met. It's our thing. Our gang's thing." She smiled coolly. "Do you remember we used to say if we won, we'd invest in 24-hour childcare? The absolute dream of all exhausted, shell-shocked new parents." "That would still seem like a good investment," commented Carla with a wry grin. "Perhaps not a nanny, but a private detective, someone to follow Megan around. I never know where she is or what she's up to nowadays." "Or a clairvoyant," added Jennifer, "to read Ridley's mind. You were so lucky, Lexi, to have a chatty girl. I don't get more than a grunt out of my son. Typical boy." "Is that the best you can come up with? Spending the dosh stalking your kids?" Jake challenged. "If I won the lotto, I'd have much more fun spending it." "You'd buy a Lamborghini and a yacht, I suppose," said Fred with a grin. "Absolutely," Jake beamed. "You?" "A bigger house. Several bigger houses, actually. One here, one in London." Jennifer joined in. "South of France." "California," added Carla. "What about you, Patrick? Would you invest in property?" Lexi couldn't stop herself sounding challenging, not considering all she knew. Patrick had a lot of property already. Most of it wasn't fit to keep an animal in. Lexi had found it difficult to sit at the same table as Patrick tonight, to feed him, considering her suspicions. She now was fully aware that he was a slum landlord. Her investigations with Thomas had uncovered as much. She was waiting on one more piece of information to discover if he was the slum landlord, the one that murdered Revika and Benka. She would know for certain next week. Everything would change next week. "Maybe," said Patrick. He yawned. He looked bored. "Or would you perhaps just make improvements on the places you already own?" she asked hopefully, desperately. Part of her wanted to keep the show on the road. They had all been friends for so long. If they weren't friends, what would they be? "Oh no, not that," he chuckled. His big belly, the result of too many indulgent work lunches, shook. "Don't want to spoil the tenants." Lexi felt sick. "I think I'd send Ridley to a posh sixth form, Marlborough or Eton," chipped in Jennifer. Jake excitedly took up the mantle. "I'd want swimming pools in all my properties. I'd only ever fly first class from then on in. I'd dress entirely in haute couture, even to do the housework," said Carla. "You don't do the housework," muttered Patrick. "We have a cleaner." "Wouldn't any of you do anything good with it?" All 5 pairs of eyes swiveled to Lexi, who had asked the question. "Good," they chorused. "Give to charities. Set up trusts or foundations." "Oh, yes, of course." They hurried to reassure her. "I'm just saying it would be great fun to spoil oneself, totally," commented Carla. Patrick looked irritated. As far as Lexi could tell, he did a good job of spoiling his wife as it was. The woman could be so greedy. Did she have any idea how others lived so she could wear Jimmy Choos? So her husband could get fat? Surely not. Lexi hoped not. If Carla knew about the state of the properties, that would be too much. That would be unbearable. "I'd buy a really decent watch for every day of the week," said Jake. "You know, a Patek Philippe for Monday, a Chopin for Tuesday, a Rolex for Wednesday." "Oh, for God's sake, man, grow up," Patrick snapped. Startled, Lexi and Jake turned their heads towards him. The others all dropped their eyes to their plates. Lexi felt something in the air. A chill. "Will you cut the crap? All this talk about lotto wins doing my head in. That's not how you make money in this world. You need to graft." "Patrick, playing the lotto is only a bit of fun," said Lexi, in what she hoped was a placating tone. "It's crass," he muttered aggressively. Lexi felt the hairs on her body stand in revolt. Crass, coming from him. She wanted to slap him. But she also wanted to preserve what they had around this table. 15 years of friendship. "It's a few quid, man. What are you making a fuss for?" Jake asked, with a laugh that may have been designed to mollify, but sounded a bit insistent. Patrick looked uncomfortable, shifted on his seat, fingered his collar as though his tie was too tight, although he wasn't wearing a tie. "It's not the money, of course it's not the money." He paused, and then added, "It's what it says." "What it says?" "About us." No one was making eye contact. Lexi thought about offering pudding or another drink, but she didn't bother. "What does buying a lotto ticket say about us, exactly?" challenged Jake. He held his smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Come on, mate, you know what I'm saying." "I really don't." "It's for losers." "Even the winners are losers." Patrick sniggered to himself. "You know how it goes. Someone wins a huge amount and they buy a big house or two, fancy cars, just as you've described. They snort a fortune up their nose, go on flash holidays, and in less than a few years they're back riding the bus, living in a rented house. They can't hack it, these people." "These people?" "And the sad thing is, they're not as happy as they were before, because they've tasted the high life, seen how the other half lives." Patrick reached for the whiskey bottle that Lexi's mum had given Jake for his birthday. Patrick poured himself a generous measure. Then, with some bitterness, added, "The wrong sort always wins. Statistically, they have a better chance because it's idlers and dolies that buy tickets." Jake snorted. "Does anyone say dolies anymore?" "I just did," replied Patrick, seriously. "It's such a waste. Those people aren't used to having money. They don't know how to deal with it, how to invest, how to spend, how to save, most importantly. Losers." "Well, dreamers," Lexi suggested. Jake laughed. It was a strained, overly dramatic laugh. "If you think this way, why have you been doing the lottery for 15 years? "To humour you." Patrick grinned coldly. "You seem to enjoy it. You like a flutter." He paused over the word flutter, his tone mocking, derisory. "Well, you don't have to be part of the syndicate," said Lexi. "You're under no obligation." "Fine. I don't want to be a killjoy, but... We're going to pull out." "Okay." Lexi nodded. She felt a flush of shame rise up her chest and neck. She hoped it wouldn't reach her face. She wasn't absolutely certain what she felt ashamed of. Something intangible. She suddenly felt accused. Accused of what? She wasn't sure. Had she and Jake press-ganged their friends into coughing up every week? Into doing something they didn't want to do? But it was just a few quid. Why wouldn't they want to do it? It was fun. And for it to be Patrick, of all people, to judge her. He had no right. Yet she felt insulted. Hurt. "It's not as though we're ever actually going to win," chipped in Carla. "No, but—" Lexi clamped her mouth shut. She didn't want to say that she valued the tradition, the fact it was a thing, their thing. A bit like watching the fireworks together on Guy Fawkes night or seeing in the New Year, something they'd always done. If it needed saying, it wasn't true, it wasn't their thing, if only she believed it to be so. "It's common, like taking your shirt off in public or having a tattoo," Patrick said. Jake bristled. Jake had a tattoo on his shoulder. They all knew as much. It had been the centre of discussion when they first went on holiday to Lexi's mum and dad's place in Spain, years ago. And in fact, the tattoo had been centre of discussion every holiday since. The silence throbbed. "Oh, for fuck's sake, it's just a few quid if it makes you happy," said Carla. She reached for her handbag, scrabbled about in her purse. "Here's our $5, we're in." She hated it when her husband became pig-headed, caused a scene. Patrick rolled his eyes. "All right, Patrick," said Carla. Her voice was steel. "We're happy to carry on with the lottery, aren't we?" "If it makes you happy," he said, and then downed his whiskey. Fred quickly followed suit. His jacket was hung on the back of his chair. He dug out his wallet, threw in a tenner, picked up Carla's $5 as change. "Us too, Lexi. It's just a bit of fun, isn't it? No need for us all to fall out about it." Jennifer smiled, her eyes on Jake. "You never know your luck. Our numbers might come up next week, and then all our lives will change."